believes this story for a minute, they all think I'm crazy. And his words sealed his fate. The man raised a pistol, the suppressor looking as large as a drainage pipe. He said, "Then I guess they'll all wonder why you're dead." Grant raised his hands and got out a single scream, cut short by the bullet splitting his head open.
Chapter 42. Jennifer sat on the bed, toweling her wet hair, and said, "I hate this part, the waiting. All I ever do is start thinking of what can go wrong. That's a good thing, as long as it doesn't start to paralyze you. You think Duncan's information is correct? We're basing a lot on it. Well, not that much. We did the recce, and it matched his information." It was closing in on midnight, and I just kicked out Clifford Del Monte, a.k.a. Duncan, the one bit of Taskforce help Kurt managed to break free to help us. A 5'8" computer geek, at his hiring board for the Taskforce, he'd made an impossible claim that he could dunk a basketball. He thought we were looking for some superhuman physical specimen, and figured nobody would test him on his claim. Since we were looking for a guy who could work miracles with electronic devices, not play point guard, we hired him, then made him put his money where his mouth was. He'd failed miserably, and figured he was fired on his first day. We kept him, but he now wore the call sign Duncan as a reminder that it doesn't pay to exaggerate. The Taskforce needed the ground truth, no spin. Like Robert Rogers' famous dictum about the original Ranger unit in the French and Indian War, you can lie all you please when you tell other folks about the Rangers, but don't never lie to a Ranger. I'd expected a whole team to meet me in Brussels after finding the pendant, but the only thing that had shown up was Duncan, with an RFID reader and other electronic gadgets. We'd done a Google search on the keycards Jennifer had taken off the served bodies in London, and they were for an extended stay hotel in Brussels, since that's where one of the hostages had been taken and where the body parts of the SecDef's son had been delivered. I'd called Kurt, convinced it would lead to Knuckles and a team meeting up with us. I was sorely mistaken. Knuckles had apparently turned up something hot and was headed to Paris, leaving me on my own. It had been a heated conversation, and I felt bad for putting the pressure on Kurt. But I knew Kylie was with the vice president's son, and I had proof positive that I had not only found where they'd been kept, but also a follow-on lead. He told me it wasn't his call, and that the Oversight Council was frothing at the mouth for Knuckles to get to France. That's when I dropped the pendant and the blood smear on him, which, given how his hands were tied, I now wish I hadn't. I knew he was imagining the worst about Kylie, and it hadn't done any good to tell him. He couldn't break a team free to help me, not with the scrutiny, which I should have recognized before I started dropping Freddy Krueger nightmares about blood spatter and stained floors. In the end, nobody but him believed I was on to something, and he did only because of Kylie. Like a parent agonizing over a picture on a milk carton, he was willing to believe anything I told him, sucking in the leads as if any movement of mine was forward progress and not just motion. The only good news was that the president was now read onto what I was doing. He knew I was freelancing, and while he wasn't throwing his weight behind my efforts, it gave Kurt a little bit of cover to help out where he could. Kurt had an entire support package on the ground in Paris, ostensibly to facilitate Knuckles' operations, but he managed to break Duncan free for the short train ride to Brussels. Jennifer said, "You think we can do this clean?" "I suppose that'll be up to you." "Great. Just what I wanted to hear." She was lying on the bed, pillows propped up behind her. I lay down beside her, our hips touching. We both looked at the TV, the sound off because we couldn't understand the language. I said, "You don't want to do it, and we won't. I'll find another way in." Each dead Serb had 2 key cards to a hotel near the Grote Markt, or Grand Place, in the heart of Brussels. All 4 were embedded with an RFID chip, which meant they'd been programmed and held information. Sometimes that information was extreme, including the name, credit card information, dates of stay, and home addresses. Sometimes it was just the room number. It all depended on the hotel, but that was where Duncan and his electronic magic came in. In this case, we got the name, duration of stay, and room number from each key. 2 were for separate rooms. 2 were for the penthouse on the top floor. I dearly wanted to see inside all of them. Earlier in the day, Jennifer and I had gone to the hotel, called the B Apart Hotel Grand Palace, to check it out. I figured the easiest thing would be to use the cards to enter each room as a patron, as if we were staying there. That plan was cut short by the hotel. It was a luxury establishment, fulfilling a niche for rich folks looking to stay for a month or more. Situated on the back of the Brussels Grand Place, in a maze of indoor-outdoor restaurants and cafes, it had no fewer than 3 cameras at the entrance, and Duncan had told us that any individual card would unlock only a keypad, where we'd have to type in a number code, something we didn't know. On top of that, just inside the glass front door was the reception desk, which, if it were the Embassy Suites, would have been no problem. But this hotel was a boutique. The reception area was a total of about 30 feet across, and anyone penetrating the front door would have to walk by the desk. The hotel had only 6 rooms to a floor, with just 2 on the top, both penthouses. So, with 4 floors, we were looking at a total of 20 patrons, and they'd all signed on for a long-term stay. That was the hotel's specialty. To top it off, the reception desk wasn't there to help the guests check in. It was to protect them. A beefy guy who did nothing but stare at anyone coming or going manned it, and his sole purpose was problem-solving of the physical sort. He wasn't there to get you tickets to the opera, and I knew he would recognize on sight anyone staying at the hotel. So using the key card as though we owned the place was out of the question, which meant a little high adventure if we wanted to see the inside of the rooms. Duncan had cracked into the floor plan of the hotel on a Belgian government server. He'd failed to get into the hotel servers themselves because of an incredibly high amount of encryption, but the Belgium server had at least identified the location of each of the rooms in question. 2 were on the first floor, the second floor in American standards, 1 facing the promenade of the covered shopping district, and 1 facing the street known as Rue de l'Ecuyer. The penthouse was on the top, and out of reach of anything. We'd taken his information and gone to dinner earlier, ostensibly just a couple of American visitors, and had wandered the lanes and alleys around the hotel, seeing the problem up close. The entire area was a tourist mecca, with Grand Place only a couple of blocks away, and the surrounding terrain chock full of small eateries and stores. The only good thing was the weather. A bunch of storm clouds had settled overhead, threatening to burst open with a torrential downpour. The tourists didn't care, but they would when the buckets of water started coming down, especially given that it was about 40 degrees. We'd circled the block on foot, getting to Rue de l'Ecuyer and passing right in front of the hotel entrance. Walking down the street, we'd conducted a full reconnaissance, finding a parking garage underneath the hotel with about 12 spaces, along with a laundry room for the cleaning crew, and what I thought was an interior stairwell, but it was locked up tight. Throughout the garage were the ubiquitous surveillance cameras. There had been no monitor at the reception desk, so it wasn't real time, but I had no idea if we were now on tape. I'd done my best to stay out of their view. We'd returned to the street, and I'd pulled out a neat little Taskforce gizmo we called God's Eye. It had been invented by a startup called Panono, and originally the size of a basketball. We'd stolen the idea and miniaturized it. About the size of a softball, and surrounded with small embedded cameras, it allowed you to toss it into the air and get a panorama snapshot of the area around you. The higher you tossed it, the greater the panorama. The best part about it was that once it took the picture, a software program allowed you to take a point of view from anywhere on the image. You could analyze everything from any angle, like the Eye of God, or Google, or maybe they were the same thing. We'd started strolling like a couple seeing the sights, and the clouds had opened up, scattering the tourists. I suppose I should have shouted with joy, but we were getting soaked, which aggravated the hell out of me. I'd waited on a break in traffic, not wanting anyone to see me toss the ball. I cowered under an awning, seeing it was clear, then threw the thing in the air. After I'd caught it, we'd walked a little bit more, then repeated the procedure, trying to get a look inside the room next to the street. We darted from awning to awning, Jennifer holding a newspaper over her head and acting just like a woman on a date. She'd actually taken her leather jacket off and balled it under her arm, saying it would get ruined. On the last awning, I said, "Some commando you are." She looked at me, hair dripping water and trembling from the cold. She said, "Was that you I just heard cursing? As you tried to throw the eye from under the awning? What did that get you?" My last toss had actually caught the edge of the canvas and ricocheted into the street, forcing me to chase it in the rain and keep it from getting run over. I held it out to her and said, "Do better?" She snatched it out of my hand, gave me your jacket, then stood in the rain and tossed it up, waiting defiantly for it to come down. She caught it, darted back under the awning, and said, "Satisfied?" I said, "Yeah, I was just trying to get that shirt soaked." She looked down, saw the damage, and punched me in the arm, now really pissed. She started to stalk off, and I tugged her sleeve, getting her to stop. I pulled off my own jacket, a Gore-Tex one designed for operations in inclement weather. I held it out. She looked at me, and I knew she was going to tell me to stuff it. Arms crossed over her chest, shirt soaked, she was going to let her anger get the better of her. I said, "So you can keep your leather one dry." She glared at me, then took it. She slipped it on, then shoved her leather jacket underneath. Still piqued, she said, "We done yet?" Knowing I was ahead, I said, "Yeah, let's head back through the indoor mall. Remember how to get there?" She took off at a brisk walk, hood over her head, and not looking back. I tried to keep up, the rain pelting my face like ice cubes. Chapter 43. It took about 45 minutes for Duncan to download the data from God's Eye, then massage it with his software programs. When he was finished, he'd given us the damage. Using the pictures and his own internal mapping from the Brussels server, there was no way to get to any of the rooms from the outside without being seen by security, with the exception of one. There was a single break between the various camera angles and the corner room on the first floor, the one that butted up to Rue de l'Ecuyer, the only road next to the hotel that allowed cars. The good news was that right next to the window of the target room was one of the hotel security cameras, posted at an angle to see the street. Duncan had studied it and said we could slave from the cable coming out. We couldn't stop it from recording, but he could see everything that was tied to the security array and give us early warning about anything that happened inside the building. Looking thoughtful, Jennifer had analyzed the problem and said, "I suppose we could pretend to be a maintenance crew, get a painting ladder or something and go to work right there, slave the camera, then work on the window. I could get inside and Pike could give me cover. Can we get some government maintenance uniforms? Can the Taskforce do that on short notice?" I thought the whole scene was cute, her brow scrunched up, dissecting the problem, trying to find a solution. Too bad she was way, way off. She saw my grin and said, "What? Why is that stupid?" "It's not, but that's way too much work when we have a monkey." She heard the words and said, "Whoa, wait. It's raining cats and dogs outside. I can't climb in this weather." Jennifer was a former Cirque du Soleil performer, and about the best climber I had ever seen. She could scale a marble wall, and had used that skill on a number of occasions to pull my ass out of the fire. I said, "Rain is in our favor. Nobody will see. We try to fake a maintenance crew, and we're only good until someone asks me a question, regardless of our uniforms. And we don't have the time to prep for that. It would take a couple of days." She looked at Duncan, who stared at his shoes, not wanting to be drawn into the conversation. Disgusted, she said, "You're really going to put all this on my shoulders?" "No. You get in, then get to the laundry room in the garage, unlock the door. Then we'll both be in behind the security." She looked at the ceiling, breathing through her nose, containing her aggravation. She said, "What do I do if I'm caught on the side of the building?" "Show them your wet blouse." Her head snapped to me, the glare like white-hot lava, and I held up my hands laughing. "I'll be there. I'll handle anything from the ground. You won't have to worry about that." We'd spent the next 10 minutes synchronizing the encryption for the slave device with Duncan's kit and got a quick class on using it. Then I'd sent Duncan on his way. Now we had about 5 hours before we executed. Jennifer flipped the channel, getting another news station we couldn't understand. She said, "You sure this risk is worth it?" "I don't mean because I'm worried about doing the climb. I mean, it's a hell of a big risk for something that may not pay off at all." I said, "It's all we've got. Those Serbs in London were tied to both Braden and Kylie. I know I can't prove it, but they were. All we need to find is a connection to Braden. Maybe he's staying in one of the rooms. We find that, then crack some skulls." She exhaled. "Maybe we should wait for Nung. Get more than just you and me. Let this sit. He can't get here for another day. And that's a day more for Kylie. I can't wait, and neither can she. We find an edge, and we use Nung for the end game." I squeezed her hand and said, "I'll climb that wall if you don't want to. You don't feel comfortable, I'll do it myself. You can pull security, but..." I lapsed off, not wanting to admit something. She said, "But what?" I looked at her, then forced it out. "But you're better at this than me. You can do it in half the time. I can't get up to that window like you can." Her eyes widened a smidgen, then she smiled. "Boy, I'll bet that was hard to get out." I muttered, "You'll never know." She said, "What?" "Nothing. We should get some sleep. We're going to need it."
Chapter 44. After seeing the text, Braden's first thought was, "We missed the business day." He called Seamus, making sure it wasn't a mistake. "You want me to launch the Snapchat now? At this time of night?" "Yeah. Get them moving across the pond. I'm sure they've got forces in place over here, but they'll need to be redirected to Paris." "Seamus, even given the time change, it's dark over there. Nobody's working." "I'm afraid it'll be missed. Best case, this'll sit until morning." He heard his brother chuckle. "Braden, they've probably got 12 people staring at a computer screen waiting on our contact. Trust me, they'll get it. You have the Bitcoin address?" "Yeah, I got that." "Read it back to me. I need to know it's correct." "You know they're not going to pay up front, right? Who in their right mind would pay just because of a video? I mean, you put me in a serious problem with the Serbs, and we're not getting anything out of it. Tell me you've got this wired. Seamus, tell you know what you're doing." "Braden, calm down. I know what I'm doing. I've met Ali. He's set to go. I've given him the cache location for the explosive, and he's now fire and forget. The hostages are secure, and the plan is working fine." Braden soaked up the confidence coming from the handset, something he needed, something that allowed him to continue. He said, "Okay, Seamus, okay. I'm ready to go here." He read out the Bitcoin address and asked, "You want me to send that at the same time as the Snapchat, or wait?" "Same time. You send the Snapchat, then send a message on the White House page. You need to tell me when you do it. Send me a text as soon as that's done. I'm giving them an address for direct chat that Kevin's created. A way for real-time communication that's autonomous." "So you think they'll pay? Just because they see the video?" "No, you're right about that. No way will they pay at first. They'll try to drag it out, try to get clues to our location so they can send in a rescue force, which is where your diversion comes in. They'll be talking to me, but hunting you. We set off that trap, and then I hit them with the chat. They'll be in a panic over the deaths, stricken by our ability to be one step ahead. Then they'll pay. We keep the prize, and they'll pay." "How long will that take? I mean, how long until they get here?" "I don't know. Could be hours, could be a day. But I'm betting it's more like hours. That's why you've got 3 people. Work it in shifts. Can you leave the hostages alone?" Yeah. We've taken to roping them up like the goats on a farm. We can leave them for the duration of the operation, days if necessary." He gave a brittle laugh. I mean, it's not like we want to be in the room with them anyway. Good. But don't let them suffer. That's not our way. We get nothing by dragging out the suffering. Make them as comfortable as you can. Braden quickly said, That isn't what I meant. We still let them go to the bathroom and feed them on schedule. I remember what you told me. I'm doing what's right. I know you are. That's why I picked you for this mission. Braden let the praise wash over him, buoying his psyche. He said, Keep me in the loop. I'll be working the diversion, so I'll be busy. The Serbs ready to go? Braden barked a laugh and said, Yeah, that wasn't pretty. I swear, I thought they were going to gut me, but they're on board, ready to execute. Most of them are here. They left a couple of guys in Brussels, but they brought the hit team with them, including the females. They are rarely not comfortable with me controlling the timeline. Not comfortable at all. I made them leave on the spur of the moment, and now they're sitting around wondering why. I'm not sure they trust me anymore. Did you clean out your signature in Brussels? Yeah. I no longer have a room there. Then we're good, Braden said. We're not good. Only you are. You know why he left those guys in Brussels? He was going to use them on the operation, but he didn't. You know why he's not? Why? Me. He thinks we're pulling something shady. And he's left them there to find me after it's done. He wanted some insurance in case things go bad. It won't go bad. Remember why we're doing this. Keep the faith, Braden said. For Brian. For Brian.
Chapter 45. 4 hours later, in a deep fog, I felt something jabbing me. I rolled over and looked at the clock. 3:29 in the morning. What the hell? I turned over and saw Jennifer completely dressed. She said, It's time. Irritated, I said, No, it's not. Jesus. My watch alarm went off exactly when I'd set it, 3:30. I slammed it to silence. I looked back at her, aggravated at the early bird bullshit. I saw wide eyes. Someone who needed strength, not my whining about being awakened a minute early. Although, I would have liked that damn minute. I rubbed my face and swung my legs off the bed. You ready? Yeah, I think so. It's still raining. It's going to make it hard. I smiled. And fucking cold. She said, Thanks. That's a lot of help. I wish I'd known I'd be climbing. I would have packed different clothes. She was wearing jeans and a black, long-sleeved tourist t-shirt we'd bought at a bar, with sensible leather shoes on her feet. She had her hair in a tight ponytail and had foregone any makeup. She oozed nothing but business, and it brought a smile to my face. She said, What's so funny? Nothing. I pulled on my jeans and said, You just look so serious. Well, we'll see how that works in about 30 minutes. She started pacing while I finished dressing. I said, You okay? She looked at me and I said, Hey, this is a walk in the park. Remember Singapore? This is nothing like that. A one-story climb with a huge window. She calmed down, saying, Yeah, but it's a driving rainstorm. And we don't know the reaction time for anyone. We don't even know about alarms. We don't know anything. We'll have the cameras once you slave. Is Duncan ready? Yeah, I called him 10 minutes ago to make sure he was set. Boy, I bet that early wake-up pissed him off. Finished dressing, I said, Okay then, let's get it done. We took the back stairs to avoid the reception desk seeing us leave, exiting on Rue Charles Boules and walking straight to the Grand Place. Now dead, the area was spooky. A large expanse of stone surrounded by Gothic buildings made of granite, it was full of tourists and markets in the day. Cheerful and airy, something people the world over came to see. At night, it became sinister. As we slipped along in the darkness, it seemed the towering stone buildings were looking down on us with disapproval. We scurried through, sticking to the shadows, making a half-assed attempt to look like tourists out for a stroll at 4 in the morning, but knowing we looked skeevy slinking around. We passed down the alleys of deserted restaurants, the chairs all on the tables, the rain dripping down. We saw not a soul. We skirted by the hotel's alley entrance and reached Rue de l'Ecuyer. We paused, waiting for a car to pass. The rain had let up some, turning into a miserable drizzle. I said, "You sure you can do this? The stone's going to be wet as shit." She was a bundle of energy, her entire body vibrating in anticipation. No fear, no hesitation. Everything that had been said in the room was gone. I realized my question was stupid. She pulled me into the wall, out of the rain and into the darkness. She said, "I get caught, you get me out, right?" I said, "Of course." She nodded and clicked her earpiece, not even waiting on me, taking over the operation. Duncan, this is Coco. You on?" "I got you, Lima Charlie. Ready to slave." I heard the words from my own earpiece and started to say something, but she put a finger to my lips. "I get to say it this time." She pulled her shoes off and handed them to me. Standing barefoot, she took a deep breath, looked me in the eyes, and said, "Showtime," then slipped around the edge of the wall. I watched her go and felt my emotions go into turmoil. Part of me wanted to stop her, a feeling of impotence flowing through me because I was putting her in harm's way without a means of helping her. If she were hurt, it would be my fault, and I wasn't sure if I could live with that. I lost sight of her and began the long wait to hear she was inside, the rain dripping down from the awning I was cowering under. I heard a noise and saw a rat scuttling about the adjacent outdoor cafe, looking for scraps. I waited a minute more, then leaned out into the street. I saw her 30 feet in the air, clinging to an outcropping of granite, her feet swinging about, searching for purchase. I knew she was in trouble, but outside of standing below to catch her, I could do nothing. I watched for what felt like hours, what was probably 5 seconds, and saw her feet connect with a stone, her toes curling into the veins. She paused, and I clicked in. "Coco, you okay?" She came on, breathing heavy. "Yeah, I'm okay. This granite is slick as goose shit. You owe me big time." I smiled. I'm always owing somebody. I saw her start climbing again and heard, "But this time, I'm making you pay up." She reached the window, and I saw her lean over and place the slave device on the cable coming out of the camera, working the claws past the insulation with one hand alone. I heard, "Duncan, slave in place. You got feed? Stand by." A second later, he said, "Got it, all feeds, nice cameras. You're good. Everything is empty except for the front desk. Security is in place and board." She started cutting the window. From the key card, we knew this guy had rented the room for 3 weeks. Since he was dead, we didn't have a whole lot of fear of anyone finding the break-in. She started to open the window, and I saw headlights on the road. I said, "Car, hug the wall." She froze, and I waited. She was outside of the cone of the headlights, and the rain would make it hard for anyone driving by to see her. But movement would be a killer. The vehicle passed, and she went back to work. Shortly, I saw her disappear, a black blob that simply ceased to exist. I heard, "Inside, room is empty. Some clothes, but nothing else." "Nothing interesting? No documents or anything else?" "No. But we know this guy was in Dublin. He probably packed out to go there, leaving the bare minimum here." I said, "Okay, get to the garage. Get me in." Chapter 46. I left the alley and rounded the corner, walking to the indoor garage. I reached the entrance and said, "Duncan, you got the view in the garage?" "Yep." "Is it clear?" "Yeah, nothing." "Tell me if you see me on camera." I retraced my steps earlier and said, "I'm set." "Saw nothing." Which made me feel a little better about our earlier reconnaissance. I said, "Coco, you coming?" "Yeah, 30 seconds." I waited, then heard a knock on the door. I knocked back, and it opened, Jennifer looking like a bedraggled cat that had been thrown in a bathtub full of water, except for her eyes. There was no misery in them. She said, "Stairwell's pretty secure. It's not one used by the guests, but there's a camera on the first floor. We're going to be on tape." I pulled off my knapsack, handed her the SERP pistol she'd earned in London, then gave her shoes to her and said, "Not bad for a female." She put them on, saying, "Really? Funny, I didn't see you scaling the wall." I said, "Touché, let's go." We retraced her steps up the stairwell, hugging the sheetrock to avoid the single camera on the first floor landing. I tossed her my knapsack and said, "Get out the radar scope." I peeked out the door and saw it was clear. The floor was small, with 2 rooms to the left, including the one Jennifer had entered, and 2 right, separated by about 50 feet of hallway. I made a beeline for the target room on the right, then held up, Jennifer bumping into my back like a Three Stooges act. I flashed her the key card and nodded, a silent command. She placed what looked like a small brick against the door, reading a digital screen. The radar scope was invented to give assault teams a little advantage when breaching a room, as it could see through walls and identify if anything living was beyond. It worked much better than thermals in that it would identify motion instead of just heat, letting us know if a human was inside, meaning we wouldn't get amped up over a hot light bulb. It didn't matter if the person was sitting still. A heartbeat alone was enough movement. She held it up against the door for a moment, then whispered, "Clear." I swiped the card and got nothing. Shit. Jennifer tugged my arm and pointed at the room across the tiny hall. I nodded, and she repeated the procedure. She gave me the go-ahead, and I swiped again. The light went green. We both stood there, surprised at the success. The light flicked out, and I swiped again, then entered, my own Glock drawn. The room was empty, and, after a quick search, gave us as little information as the room she'd entered from the street. I said, "On to the penthouse." We skulked back to the stairwell and went to the top floor. This one had cameras, I knew. I called Duncan. "About to break the penthouse floor, am I clear?" I heard nothing. I said, Duncan, you copy?" I heard a snort then, "Yeah, I'm here." I said, "Are you fucking sleeping? You little shit, I'm going to break your neck when I get back." Jennifer, hearing the calls through her own earpiece, grabbed my arm and shook her head, giving me her disapproving teacher stare. I gritted my teeth and said, "Duncan, are you monitoring?" He came back quickly. "I'm here, floor is clear. The room to the right has a tray of food outside from a delivery service, but your suite is clear." I shook my head, not believing I was inside a target with my back up asleep at the wheel. I said, "We're going to break the plane of the door. You fall asleep again, and I'll rip you apart. You copy?" I heard, "Yes, sir." We exited and went to the penthouse, a Do Not Disturb sign hanging on the door handle. Jennifer applied the radar scope and signaled we were good. I swiped the next key card, and the light went green again. We entered, feeling a large space in the darkness. The door closed, and I saw some sort of bulletin board in the center of the room, but I had no time to check it out just yet. I pointed to the room to the left, and Jennifer stalked toward it. I took the room to the right. I swept the space, moving to the bathroom, and heard, "Left side clear." I finished clearing my room, and met her in the den. I flicked on the lights, and saw something out of a Taskforce operations briefing. There was a sand table on the floor, with little buildings and roads, and a bulletin board full of pictures, with notes above them in Cyrillic writing. Definitely not from a family planning a fun vacation. Jennifer said, "What the hell is all of this?" I leaned into the bulletin board, reading the few English words on it. I said, "Bulgari." That picture says Bulgari underneath it. That's what that asshole asked about before we killed him. Jennifer said, "What in the world is going on? What does this have to do with Kylie?" "I don't know. Get out your camera. Take pictures of all of this. We'll send it to the task force for translation. I'm going to search the rooms and see if I can find a connection to Braden." I left her to do the work and entered the bedroom I'd already cleared, now looking for clues instead of threats. Larger than most hotel bedrooms, it was utilitarian, with a desk full of different international electrical outlets and a dresser sporting a 40-inch plasma screen. The bed was made, and there were no indications that anyone had used it. Unlike the outside room, the desk and everything else were pristine, and I realized what we'd entered. The place was a TOC, a tactical operations center for planning an operation. Nobody was sleeping in here. They'd rented the penthouse only because of the size. They could get the entire team in here for briefings to plan whatever they had going on. I had done the same thing more times than I could count, in more countries than the amazing race had stamps in its passport, which made me wonder who we were chasing. I started to leave and heard Duncan in my earpiece. Man approaching, man approaching. I don't know where he came from, but he's at your door. Chapter 47. I felt the shock flood my body and said, "Weapon, any weapon?" "Not that I can see. He's out of sight now, but walking your way." "Coco, on me now!" She came flying through the door, not speaking a word, but saying enough with her expression, a mixture of fear and violence. She held her Glock up, and I shook my head. I grabbed her arm and flicked my eyes to the sliding closet. We entered, and I slid the door as quietly as I could. I heard the front lock snick open, and the man began moving about, making small noises. Then I heard the sound of paper ripping, and understood what was happening. He was tearing the place down. He shuffled a bit, further scratches of sound reaching us, then called someone on a phone. I could clearly hear what he said, but it did no good as he was speaking a language I didn't understand. His voice became loud, shouting, then grew obsequious. I heard him disconnect and thought he was done and we were safe. I was wrong. The light in our room flared on, the glow stabbing through the crack in our closet. Jennifer stiffened, and I pulled her close, telling her with my body to let it go, to wait until there was a reason to explode. I felt her trembling and raised my Glock. She saw the death in her peripheral vision and raised her own. I leaned in and whispered, "My shot. You do nothing." She lowered her gun, but I could still feel the tension in her body. Fearing she'd cause a compromise, I leaned in again and said, in a voice that could barely be heard, "You're a ghost. Nobody knows you're here. Let him go about his business." I felt the trembling stop, but kept my weapon at the ready. The man left the room. We heard more shuffling from the other bedroom, then heard the outside door close. Jennifer sagged against me and said, "Man alive, I don't want to do anything like that again." I said, "Let's get out of here." I called Duncan and got the all clear from the camera. Jennifer used the scope just to be sure, seeing the hallway was empty. We exited, moving straight to the laundry room stairwell. I jerked the handle, and it moved freely up and down, but didn't open the door. I tried again, getting the same result. The door was locked. Feeling like a fool, I said, "Please don't tell me you disabled the lock on the first-floor stairwell before you came down." "No, why?" "Because this fucker's locked." She tried the handle, saying, "Mine was open, I didn't do anything." For whatever reason, her doorway had been left unlocked, which was absolutely no excuse for me not checking this one before I let it close. Jesus Christ, I should have left a wedge, idiot. Jennifer said, "Pick it? Take too long. I don't want to be on tape doing so. Right now, we're just guests to anyone who reviews the footage." From Duncan's floor plan, I knew that the hotel guest's stairwell flowed out right past the reception desk, but we could still use it to get out. I said, "Guest stairwell. We'll exit on the first floor, then retrace your steps to the garage." We speed-walked to the other end of the hall, entering the stairwell and taking the steps two at a time. We reached the second floor, and Duncan called again. "The man just went to Coco's entry room on the first floor." Shit. He was sterilizing every room. He'd find the window breach. I held up and Jennifer said, "We are going to get out of here clean, right?" I said, "Of course." But I was honestly starting to wonder. I started back down, moving much slower, thinking through options. I skipped the door to the first floor and continued to the lobby. Jennifer said, "How are we going to exit? The desk will see us." I said, "Yeah, that's a threat, but I'd rather the hotel staff see us than the man on the first floor. He has 2 rooms to sterilize, and it would be just our luck he'd pop into the hallway the same time we do. He takes one look at you and your wet clothes, and he won't have to guess at who was climbing through the window. We'd be forced to take him out, and any lead we've found will be gone. They'll think they're compromised and abort whatever they've got planned. We reached the lobby, and I had Jennifer lead. Walking into the small atrium, we went past the beefy dude at the front desk. Moment of truth. He nodded at us, then did a double take. He said something in French, which I didn't understand. Here we go. I tensed up and Jennifer answered in French, calming the man. I hid a smile and kept walking. The guard said something else, walking around the desk. Jennifer hissed, "He doesn't buy my story. He's asking why I'm all wet." Still walking, I said, "What did you tell him?" I saw the door to our front and she said that we were visiting a friend. He asked who. We were parallel to his desk, the door 30 feet away. I considered just sprinting when he darted in front of us, blocking the exit. He moved surprisingly fast for such a big guy. Over 6 feet tall, he leaned forward, using his size to intimidate. He said something I couldn't understand, and I decided I'd had enough. I held my hands up and said, "Speak English?" He shook his head, and I said, "How about ass-kicking? You speak that?" My hands already shoulder-high, I balled my fists and popped him in the face with 2 quick jabs from my left. His head bounced like a paddle ball on a string, and I gave him a right roundhouse punch with all of my weight behind it, snapping my hip into the blow. It connected perfectly with a sharp crack, and he dropped straight down, as if I'd magically touched him with a wand. Jennifer knelt next to his head and checked to make sure he was breathing. She looked up at me and said, "I guess he got a crash course in that language." I pulled her to her feet without a word, moving to the front door. We burst out of it, the rain stinging my face. I turned left, dodging through the deserted cafes, Jennifer right behind me. With any luck, the event would be chalked up as an attempted break-in, and not connected to the Serbian talk operations. Nothing had been stolen, and no other guests had been disturbed, so it was a good bet. After tonight's shenanigans, I figured we were due some good luck, for Kylie's sake. We sprinted back to the Grand Place Square, putting distance between us and the damage we'd left behind.
Chapter 48. Kurt heard his phone beep, but knew switching to the other line would send his sister over the edge. He glanced at the display and saw it was George Wolfe, his deputy. The man in the passenger seat shouted, "Whoa!" and Kurt realized he was about to sail through a red light. He slammed on the brakes, causing the car behind him to blare his horn. He said, "Sorry, Creed," then brought the phone back up. George Wolfe was gone, and his sister was shouting, Kurt, you still there?" He said, "Kathy, I'm about to get in a wreck in D.C. traffic. Look, I've given you all I have. We're following up leads as fast as we can, and hopefully something will break free today. If it does, you'll be the first to know." He saw his passenger, Bartholomew Creedwater, answer his own phone, and the traffic light went green. He pulled through the intersection and heard Kathy say, "If they found the pendant in Ireland, why are they now in Brussels? You're not making any sense." Creed held out the phone and mouthed, "George, important." A magician with anything digital, Bartholomew Creedwater worked inside the Taskforce computer network operations cell, which is to say he was a hacker. Late the previous night, the proof-of-life Snapchat had arrived from the terrorists, and after the NSA had managed to capture the video before it self-destructed, he'd been given a crack at it for clues. The Snapchat had been sent from a Wi-Fi signal, without touching the cell network, preventing the NSA from gleaning any geolocation data from the telephone architecture. Eggheads in the FBI spent the remainder of the night going through the video image itself, looking for clues. Creed had gone deeper, looking specifically at the digital ones and zeros, and had found something. The cell used was an iPhone, which had a multitude of applications that accessed location services based on GPS. Keeping his fingers crossed, Creed had dissected the digital image, praying the terrorists had not disabled the feature that geotagged anything taken with the camera. They hadn't. The video had a geolocation embedded within it. While the NSA furiously tried to track the MAC address of the Wi-Fi signal, and the FBI attempted to derive a clue from the picture, Creed had found something better. the actual location where the video had been taken. Just after midnight, Kurt had launched Knuckles to link up with an FBI HRT team on the ground in Paris, and the administration had mobilized the very seat of the French government. It had taken hours of work, but now an assault was imminent, and Kurt was taking Creed to the Situation Room as an advisor for any stupid questions that might arise from his computer magic. George, first calling Kurt's number, then Creed's, could mean only bad news. He put Creed's phone to his ear. "Hey, Wolf, what's up?" Without preamble, he said, "Grant Breedlove is dead. They found him murdered in his car out on the canal." "You're shitting me." "No. Last contact was someone claiming to have information on a story about the same time we were getting the Snapchat. He left, and nobody heard from him again. They found him this morning, bullet hole in the head, contact burns, up close and personal. And, not to be callous, but why do I care? The president's going batshit. He wants to know if we did it." "Seriously?" "Well, not just us, but anybody in the intelligence community. He knows better than that. He's been president for over 6 years. Nobody would assassinate a journalist over a story." "I'm not so sure." "Come on. If that were the case, WikiLeaks would have been bloody years ago." "Stakes are different now. It's not an amorphous threat to national security, it's personal. How far would you go if a journalist was going to jeopardize Kylie?" "Not that far." George said nothing. Kurt let the silence hang, then said, "So he's looking at anyone with skin in the game." "I don't know, but it's threatening to derail Paris operations until he gets answers." Kurt thought, just great. "Is Knuckles set?" "Yeah, he's linked up with the hostage rescue guys. They think he's SOCOM. All the French know is he's FBI HRT." "We got comms with him?" "Yeah, he'll report to Taskforce, but your comms in the Situation Room will be coming straight from the FBI. GIGN has the ball?" "They're on site. According to Knuckles' last sitrep, the majority of the Parisian gendarmerie is working the problem." "Then the president may not have a say anymore. The French will go with their own protocols." Knuckles softly approached the pack of men huddled around a video screen, wanting to get some information on where they stood. Watching the French conduct their pre-combat checks, he was growing a little more comfortable with merely being an observer. As a Navy SEAL, he'd never cross-trained with the Groupe d'Intervention de la Gendarmerie Nationale, the vaunted counter-terrorist unit known as GIGN. But they had one of the best reputations of any such element, and watching them plan, he could see why. No panic, no wasted effort. The warehouse they were in was bustling with activity, but without the usual shouting of orders you heard from a line unit. The men moved about with a calm detachment, each one preparing for his special role. On the surface, it appeared that the GIGN had more than 50 soldiers crammed in the warehouse, but Knuckles' practiced eye could pick out the regular gendarmerie from the counter-terrorist commandos. All were dressed in blue-black fatigues, and all had Kevlar helmets with plexiglass face shields, but the similarities stopped there. The gendarmerie were armed with the standard FAMAS bullpup rifle, while the GIGN men sported Sig Sauer SG-553 carbines equipped with the latest optics and lasers. Both groups of men wore the same black body armor, but the gendarmerie's was slick, with nothing but the plates front and back. The GIGN armor was bristling with equipment, from squad radios to flashbangs, all cinched down tight, every piece in a specific location. "What's up with the 6 guns?" Knuckles turned and saw Brett Thorpe, the second in command of his team, and the man he'd chosen to accompany him on the raid. Knuckles looked at one of the GIGN commandos, and sure enough, his sidearm of choice was a revolver. "I don't know. Not something I'd take on an assault, but there's got to be a reason. The regular police all have Glocks, so it's not a lack of equipment." Brett said, "Well, other than that strange choice, they seem to know what they're doing." "Yeah, I hate being in the back with American lives at stake, but maybe these guys will work out." Their FBI counterpart, a man who introduced himself only as Brock, overheard his comment and said, "Hey, no heroics. We're here to observe and collect evidence." Dressed much like the GIGN, only with olive drab fatigues and subdued FBI patches, Brock held up an MP5 10A3 submachine gun. "We don't use these unless things go to absolute shit. Understand?" Knuckles said, "You mean this one chambered in 10 mil? Seriously?" He looked at his loaned 10A3 and said, "Trust me, I won't be pulling the trigger unless my life depends on it, because once I'm dry, I'm done. Our magazines are probably the only 10 mil on the European continent. You guys ever heard of NATO standards?" Brock scowled, and Knuckles drove home the knife. "What type of battery does the radio take? Something made on the moon?" Brock started to say something, and Knuckles held up his hands in surrender, saying, "I got it. No joining the fight. Don't worry about us. I'm not looking for a gunfight." Brock spit tobacco on the ground and said, "I'm not even sure why you SOCOM boys showed up. No reason." Having had enough fun, Knuckles backed off, not wanting to genuinely aggravate Brock. He'd worked with the FBI hostage rescue team and had a lot of respect for their skills. He knew how Brock felt, because he'd be just as pissed if two strangers showed up and told him he'd been ordered to take them on an assault. "Hey, just following orders. We work for you. We appreciate the uniforms and kit." Mildly satisfied, Brock said, "Just remember, that patch doesn't make you FBI, okay?" Knuckles nodded. Brock said, "Good. We're last in. Me and Boyd will take the lead. You follow. I'll leave Lewis out front with the command vehicle. The hit goes down, you guys just look pretty. We'll start the evidence sweep on whatever we find. Remember, this is a GIGN show." Knuckles pointed to the men around the video screen. "Did they lock the phone? Do we even have a floor? Or are we taking down the entire building?" "They're still working it." While the Snapchat had given them a geographic location, it didn't work in 3 dimensions. On a map, the grid from the video location appeared on top of a rundown housing complex, but since there were 4 floors, it wasn't enough information. The GIGN was trying to neck down a location using a little spoofing. From the Wi-Fi signal used to send the Snapchat, the NSA had determined the name of the specific network the phone had used and had passed that to the French. But the node had ended up being a free service from a coffee shop 4 blocks away. Not a lot of help. Because the terrorist had made the mistake of failing to turn off location services, the GIGN was hoping they also hadn't told the phone to ask before syncing with a known Wi-Fi network the phone had used in the past. They'd loaded a router spoofed with the coffee shop Wi-Fi signal onto a rotary wing UAV, a little thing with 4 helicopter blades and a camera, and had launched it to the building. As there was no Wi-Fi in the rundown apartment complex, the phone should pick up the signal and automatically join, not knowing it was a dead link. From there, they hoped to trace the signal back to the phone. The entire effort from the U.S. to the French was reminiscent of Apollo 13, with one expert after another coming up with solutions for locating the hostages. Knuckles was proud that his organization had been the first to start down the chain. "Lucky for us, these guys aren't the evil geniuses they think they are," he thought. He felt his phone vibrate and saw it was Pike, probably calling to yell at him for once again leaving him hanging. He looked at Brett and said, "I should probably take this. Keep an eye on the team. Flag me if something's coming up."
Chapter 49. By the 4th ring, I was convinced Knuckles was going to blow me off, making me wonder if his team was really onto something. That would be extremely odd, since I was sure Jennifer and I were tearing up the true thread, which had come through Ireland, not Morocco. There was no way some Somali ferry receipt was going to lead to the hostages. He answered saying, "Still on your own, huh?" I laughed and said, "No, I've replaced your sorry ass. I pulled in Nung." "Nung? From Thailand? Seriously?" "Yeah, I met him here in Paris last night. I needed someone to help out. and Kurt seems to believe you simpletons know more about this situation than I do, which we both know is a mistake. Not this time, Pike. He gave me the lowdown on the Snapchat video, and for the first time, I began to wonder if I was chasing phantoms. But I couldn't be. I had the pendant, and the pendant had been found because of the Serbs. He continued. The housing complex is in some area known for African immigrants, a bad guy land even on good days. The French have had a lot of riots and protests there. It fits perfectly with what we know about the Somalis' travel history. They're here, and so are the hostages. You sure that video is real? I am. You sure that pendant is real? Okay. You just keep your head down. Let GIGN do the work. Something's not right about this whole thing. Hopefully it's me, but it might be you. No worries. These guys are pretty switched on. What the hell are you and Coco doing anyway? You got Nung robbing a jewelry store or something? Kurt said you had the Taskforce translate some goofy shit. The cards from our penthouse photos had ended up being in Serbo-Croatian, and they detailed a jewelry heist. Apparently, the Serbs belonged to some ring called the Pink Panthers, and they were planning a hit in Paris. I'd spent the train ride from Brussels doing a little research, and it turned out they were some seriously badass jewel thieves. Mostly ex-military from the bad old days in Bosnia, they'd cut their teeth smuggling arms during the Serbian embargo, then had moved on to bigger and better things. I'd stumbled upon a YouTube video of a hit in Dubai, where they'd literally driven 2 Audis into an indoor mall, straight through the glass wall of a high-end jewelry store. They'd cleaned the place out, then simply driven out of the mall, never to be seen again. Their target in Paris was the Bulgari jewelry store just off the famed strip of Parisian shopping known as the Champs-Élysées. I didn't really care about the robbery, though. I said, yeah, we're conducting a stakeout, waiting on the police to snap these assholes up. The getaway driver is an Irishman named Braden. He was on the surveillance tape I got in Cambridge, and apparently he's going to transport whatever they take, letting the Serbs cross the border afterwards without any issues. My role ends when he gets snagged. I heard nothing for a minute then. You talked to Kurt lately? Last night before we came down. I gave him a complete dump. Why? Before the Snapchat came in? I guess so. Why do I get the feeling you know more than me? What's up? You're not getting any police. They're not going to show. Why? Kurt told me he'd get a cutout from the FBI to link up with the gendarmerie. They're supposed to be all over this place. The Pink Panthers are a big deal, and a successful robbery here would be pretty embarrassing. They won't miss it. Well, that would be true if we told them. We didn't. What the hell are you talking about? The hostages take priority. The president made the call not to tell them about your lead. He didn't want to split efforts. He could care less about a jewelry heist. And he was afraid the GIGN would get tasked with both targets. The police capability would be diluted. He didn't want that. He wants them completely focused on the hostages, on me. What the hell? I felt the anger rise and saw Jennifer give me a question with her eyes. And he wasn't going to tell me that? He was going to let me sit out here and watch it go down? Christ, I don't even have any weapons with me. Pike, things have been a little hectic here. They spent all night getting the ball rolling on my operation. Kurt's got to put national security ahead of his niece. Don't blame him. He might be calling any minute. I said, I gotta go. Pike, don't do something you'll regret. I'm not the one who's going to regret that decision.
Kurt introduced Creed, then took a seat in the back of the Situation Room, wondering how he was going to get grilled about Breedlove with all the people floating around the table who were uncleared for Taskforce operations. As far as they knew, he worked in the NSC with Creed. His cell vibrated, and he saw it was Pike, immediately realizing he hadn't told him the new reality of no French help. Alexander Palmer started talking, and he shunted the call to voicemail. He'll figure it out. I'll call him later. Palmer said, Creed, you sure about the location you found? Yes, sir. No doubt. The GIGN is trying to get the Wi-Fi on the phone to link up with a false router. They called it spoofing. Can they do that? Will that work to locate the phone? Sir, in theory. President Warren held up his hand. I need everyone to leave the room but the director of the CIA and Kurt Hale. The director of the FBI looked startled. He said, "Sir, they may start the operation at any time." "Fine. The feed in here is coming from the communications room, right?" "Yes, sir." "Then monitor it there. I need a word." The men about the table looked at each other, then began filing out. The door closed, the only sound an occasional burp from the speaker on the desk, background static from the FBI HRT team in Paris. President Warren shut it off. Kerry Bostwick waited patiently. Warren waved Kurt forward to the table. When he was seated, the president said, "You guys see the paper this morning?" Kerry said, "Yes, sir, and trust me, I had nothing to do with it. Nothing. I'm a little insulted by the question." Warren said, "I know you wouldn't do anything outright, but could Clute have managed anything? As the chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, would he have the ability to do something like this without you knowing?" Kerry scoffed. "Hell no. That's all Hollywood fantasy. He's a bureaucrat. He wouldn't even know where to go to find the men for the job, and they wouldn't do anything without getting sanction." "Shit, sir. There's not a man in the CIA who isn't well versed on the repercussions for perceived illegal infractions. Half the time it's that same jerk Clute hauling people in front of his committee. Trust me, there isn't a lot of love for him in the CIA. His missing kids notwithstanding. And you wouldn't do anything as a quid pro quo for future inquiries, for the next time Congress starts a witch hunt. He's a powerful man, and that's a pretty good ace to hold." Kerry said, "Sir, I mean no disrespect, but if you truly think I would have that Machiavellian capability in my soul, then you disappoint me. Jesus, you're talking about murder. You should know better, but since you don't, I'll tender my resignation right here, right fucking now." Warren took that in, ignoring the outburst. He turned to Kurt, all business. "I tend to believe him because he has no skin in the game. You, on the other hand, I have questions about." Kurt said, "Like Kerry, your question should have been answered long ago. I had nothing to do with killing Grant Breedlove. Period." President Warren held his eyes for a moment, then said, "All right. This conversation never happened. I had to ask." Kurt said, "Sir, I've been thinking about it. And there's one person we haven't asked." "Who?" "The terrorists. I think they did it. I think there's an accomplice here in D.C., and he's tying off loose ends." Kerry said, "That's crazy." "Really? They've kept this as quiet as we have and know how our hands would be tied if a story got out. I think it's a lead. Whoever killed him is working with the people who have our hostages. What do the police know about the crime?" "I have no idea. Not something I'm really worried about, beyond questioning you two jackals. You mind if I look into it?" "What do you mean, look? Just poke around, see what I can find?" "That depends on the next few minutes. We resolve this in Paris, then let the police handle it." There was a knock on the door, and President Warren said, "Come in." The director of the FBI stuck in just his head and said, "They got the phone. They're rolling." Chapter 50. Knuckles saw a flurry of movement, then heard a command in French. Brock said, "Might be time," and jogged over to the man who was apparently in charge. Brett said, "You think they could nick down a phone location with that little drone?" "I was wondering that myself. I'm thinking of volunteering your services. Get you inside with a growler. If they've got the phone talking to the router, you could pinpoint." Brett raised an eyebrow and said, "You mean because I used to work in Ground Branch? Because I'm used to penetrating hostile environments and can't be flustered by ordinary pressure?" Brock came back to them, and Knuckles said, "No, because you're the only black man in the room." Before Brock could utter a word, Brett muttered, "Always about the black man." Brock looked at him, then at Knuckles. "You guys got a problem I need to know about?" "You tell me. What's up?" "They're ready to go, but it's going to be a little bigger than we wanted. They've got the phone pinpointed to the 4th floor based on signal strength, but that still leaves 15 apartments. The signal's stronger in the west, so we'll hit that first, then roll forward, taking 3 rooms at a time." Incredulous, Knuckles said, "That's fucking insane." Brock said, I know, it's not optimal, but the guys who are augmenting all have SWAT training. They'll lock down the door while the GIGN clears. Nobody will get out. Get out? What if the bad guys just start shooting? This isn't a capture-kill mission. It's a hostage rescue. The precious cargo takes priority. I don't give a shit if all the terrorists run out the back. I do, however, care greatly if they decide to bring harm. Brock said, Not our call. It's their country, their show. They've done this sort of thing a hell of a lot. Screw that. What if we can neck it down? We? You mean us? How are you going to do that? You got a signal intercept capability with all of that tech shit you brought? No, it's all biometric. We got a quick capture suite here with us. We can scan an eyeball or fingerprint and get a read via satellite in seconds. He said the last with a little pride. Knuckles deflated him. Who gives a shit about who they are after we're done? You need to get back to what this is. Forget about your tours in Afghanistan. It's all about the rescue. We can do the forensics afterwards, but that's just a sideshow. Stung, Brock said, I get that, but their rescue is their mission. I've been given mine. What do you want me to do? Take over the operation? Yes. Tell them we have some kit to isolate the phone. Get us something better than an entire floor. I'll send Brett in. He conducts a recce and comes back. What skill does he have? Not much, but he's black. Brett, digging through a Pelican case, snorted and said, Trust me, I've got more skill than anyone in this room for the mission. Get the commander over here. Brock stood for a moment, and Knuckles could see the options banging through his skull, the implications of action competing with the results of inaction. He knew Brock was feeling enormous pressure to do nothing and let the French take the blame for any problems. But the hostages' lives weighed in the balance. Knuckles waited on the correct decision and had no doubt Brock would make it. They were both too much alike not to. Brock turned away and waved. The troop commander came over, and Brock began speaking French to him, surprising Knuckles. They went back and forth, and the commander looked at Knuckles. Speaking with a heavy accent, he said, You have done this before? Yes, it's what we do. The FBI does this? I've never seen this, and I've been to Quantico several times. Knuckles grinned and said, Special cell. He slowly nodded, then started barking in French. Soon enough, Brett was outfitted with derelict clothes and given a motorbike. The commander said, No weapons. You go, you come back. Understand? Brett said, About what I expected. Knuckles buried the growler in a knapsack slung over his back, running the antennae down the shoulder strap. He said, You want backup? No, I don't need a white boy spiking. He pulled out of the garage and Brock said, Need to send in a sit rep. Let them know the FBI is operational on this mission. Knuckles grabbed his arm. You don't need to send shit. He's my man, my responsibility. I'll send the sit rep. To who? This is my show. To the National Command Authority. Trust me, it's not your show. Brett returned barely 30 minutes later, tooting his horn to get the garage door up. He entered, the GIGN surrounding him. Knuckles pushed through and said, Well? I couldn't get a single apartment, but I necked it down to 2, 4th floor, just like the frog said. The GIGN commander smiled at the verbal slight and said, Show me. Brett spent 20 minutes describing the entrance, the stairwell, and the target doors. The GIGN men, through the commander, asked questions about breach points, security positions, and lighting, all of which showed Knuckles they were on their game. He relaxed, letting them get to it. Brock said, I guess that was a good call. Knuckles said, Intelligence is always a good call. Doesn't change anything. You're still in the back, and I'm still the ground force commander. Knuckles looked at the ceiling and said, No worries. 5 minutes later, they were rolling, a caravan of various panel vans and bread trucks, all designed to blend into the environment. Knuckles looked out the windshield, following along as the men in his vehicle checked and rechecked breaching charges, weapons, and radios. They turned down a street, and he saw a large Orthodox church at the end. The stick leader in his van said something in French, and Brock said, 30 seconds. Knuckles stacked against the back of the van next to Brett, giving the GIGN full access to the sliding door. He saw 2 vehicles continue straight, the regular gendarmerie locking down the block, sealing off the operational area. The vehicle in front turned into a narrow lane, revealing a metal gate. Incongruously, as often happened in such operations, there was a single man out front on a park bench talking on a phone, oblivious to the impending storm. Knuckles realized he was white, the sight looking completely out of place. The lane opened into a courtyard, and Brett recognized the building. He said, "This is it." Knuckles forgot about the man and focused on the fight, taking deep breaths and getting his adrenaline under control. He elbowed Brett and whispered, "This is cool shit, huh?" Brett smiled. "Yeah, when we're surrounded by all this firepower. It was some scary shit 30 minutes ago. You're lucky you're not black." They pulled in behind the single van. The doors slid open at the same time, and the GIGN spilled out, moving like water from a split dam. They raced to the stairwell, sprinting up. Very little noise other than the clank of equipment. At each floor, 2 men in the front of the column peeled off, locking down the entrance to the stairwell and preventing any surprises from the rear. They reached the 4th floor, and the teams split, 2 men locking down the hallway to their rear, and the rest sprinting to their designated targets. The 2 FBI agents were supposed to follow the first team to their room, leaving Knuckles and Brett for the second door, but there was a tangle in the hallway, and they ended up at the back of the same stack. The electricity of the operation flowing through him, weapon held high, Knuckles saw the 2 GIGN breachers look at each other and nod. They raised their battering rams and struck the doors at the same time, shattering the locks. The men shot into the rooms like lava from an erupting volcano, shouting commands to gain dominance. Knuckles heard no gunfire. Last in, he entered to find the room empty, the GIGN dominating the entire structure. No furniture, and no terrorists. On the floor was a Samsung Galaxy cell phone, blinking. On the walls were packages. It coalesced in his brain in a nanosecond, and he shouted, "Avalanche!" Nobody in the room other than Brett understood the Taskforce command for immediate evacuation. Bulling his way to the entrance, Knuckles grabbed 1 GIGN man and bodily flung him through the door. He took 2 steps toward it, seeing Brett dive outside, when the room erupted in fire.
Chapter 51. After 4 solid hours of staring at the Bulgari store, I began to relax, wondering if we'd spooked them off the target because of our shenanigans in Brussels. Honestly, I felt a little relieved, sort of wishing I were with Knuckles, getting some on a hit that had sanction instead of sitting here half praying nobody showed up. After Knuckles' call, I knew I was hanging way out over the ledge without any support. Jennifer said, "How long do you want to stay?" "Well, at least until they close. We know they're after some special necklace, and they said it would be on display in the day, then locked up at night. The Pink Panthers aren't sneaky safecrackers. They're brazen daylight guys. The store closes, and we're done for the day." "And after that?" I thought about Kurt, and the fact that he'd ignored my call. I wasn't sure what it meant. He wanted Kylie back more than life itself, but he'd hung me out to dry on a serious lead, and now wouldn't talk to me. I didn't know how to read those tea leaves. I said, "I don't know. We'll get back to the hotel and reassess." She saw what I was thinking and said, "Kurt didn't do that on purpose. Don't wonder about his motives. There's much more going on than our little hunt." "Yeah, inside I know that, but it's still a little scary. Maybe something's happened, and he's been forced to abandon us. I'm worried that we're out here doing shit on our own now, no sanction whatsoever." She smiled and said, "Does that ever matter to you?" "Well, yeah, it matters." "You mean like the sanction you got to bring in Nung?" I hadn't yet told Kurt about flying him over, or that he had to be paid, and she was gently reminding me that operations were fluid. I was doing what I did for the good of the mission, and so was Kurt. I said point taken, and returned to staring at the boring facade of the Bulgari store. Located where two roads came together at an angle, it was situated on the point, with a door to the west and a door to the east. We'd found a cafe on the east side and had been watching for the better part of the day, drinking coffee. The store was 2 stories tall and had some serious security, with a man just inside each door who actually unlocked them for patrons he deemed worthy to enter. Don't look like you're going to drop $250,000 on jewelry? He'd just nod at you, indicating that you could head on down to another store to window shop. The doors remained locked otherwise, with cameras everywhere, and 2 other roaming guards inside. I looked at my watch and saw it was 4:58. I said, "Let's call Nung. Head on back to the hotel. Figure out our next steps." Nung was currently driving our rental, parking at various locations until told to move but remaining close enough to engage when called. "What are you thinking?" "Honestly, I'm thinking about what I'm going to tell Nung. I can't pay him for flying out here for nothing." She smiled and said, "Let me talk to him." Then, "Holy shit, Pike, take a look." I glanced at the store and saw a smoking hot female being escorted by an older male. They stood outside the door smiling and were let in. 2 minutes before closing. 1 minute later, 2 other couples approached, the females dressed to the nines, and the males in suits. They were let in as well. "Shit, this is it. Call Nung. Get him staged on this road." She started dialing, saying, "We don't have the police. What's the mission?" "Catch that fuck Braden." Looking through plate glass, I saw the first couple start browsing the displays on the western side. Next to the guard at that door, the other 2 couples split, one headed to the interior of the store, and the other focusing on the displays near the eastern door, near the guard. I said, "Get him on the phone. It's going to happen quick." And it did. I saw the eastern man pull something from his coat, and the guard at my door dropped like he'd been hit in the head with an axe handle. Looking through the glass, I saw the western door was empty. 2 seconds later, the men were replaced by the 2 suits, both shoving in the earpieces of the door guards and looking as if they belonged. I couldn't see the 2 roving security guys, but knew they were down as well. The females took off their high heels and started racing through the store, smashing the glass in the displays and shoving gold into their bags. I said, "Jesus Christ, they're fast. This is about to be over. Where's Nung?" She held a finger up, speaking into the phone. "No, don't pull up yet. Get where you can arrive in 5 seconds, no earlier." I saw a man on a motorcycle coming toward us on the eastern side, driving at an unhurried pace, keeping with the traffic. He had on a helmet, but I knew who it was. I said, "Braden's coming. Get Nung moving. We're about to lose him." Jennifer relayed, and I watched impatiently as the bike pulled up to the eastern entrance. It sat there puttering. Then one couple burst out of the exit. The man shoved a bulging canvas sack into the bike rider's arms. I watched them run into an alley, seeing the woman toss her hat to the ground and whip off a wig. They were gone. I looked through the store, trying to find the others, but could see nothing. I knew they'd exited through the west door, and that they'd also gone through the profile change, altering their appearance with wigs and jackets. I saw the bike hammer the throttle, headed to the Champs-Élysées, and shouted, "Where the hell is Nung?" A Fiat slammed to a stop in front of us, and Jennifer said, "Here, let's go." We raced out of the cafe, the owner behind the bar screaming at us. I had no time to pay our bill and simply ignored him, piling into the back, Jennifer taking the passenger seat. Chapter 52. Nung started driving, not saying a word, making me wonder what he thought he was doing. It was like Thailand all over again. The Terminator robot walking relentlessly forward with his last orders, calm and immune to chaos. A tall man with a shock of crew-cut black hair, he looked vaguely Thai, but with a mix of something else. Exotic, he'd probably get more ass than a toilet seat if he weren't so damn straightforward. I was pretty sure any woman who approached him would say one coy thing, and he'd answer with something honest like, "I don't seek females with small breasts." We approached the Champs-Élysées, and he asked, "Destination?" I said, "See that bike? The one headed away from the Arc de Triomphe? That's the target. Stay on him." He took the turn, and I started thinking of options. From the front, Jennifer said, "We need to get him clean. We can't take him down on the streets of Paris. We'll all get locked up by the police." I cursed Kurt under my breath and said, "I know. We'll follow to a bed-down site. Nung, don't lose him, but don't spike either." He said, "That may be a command I can't accomplish. If forced, which is it? Don't spike or don't lose?" I said, "Don't lose. Whatever it takes, don't let that fucker get away." We traveled down the thoroughfare, passing all the high-end stores and entering Franklin Roosevelt Circle. We continued on, the stores falling away for tree-lined promenades, with palaces left and right. Jennifer said, "The Louvre is ahead. Is he doing something else?" "No, no way." We hit a dead end at a large oval, and he turned south, crossing the Seine. I said, "He's going home." He took a left on Boulevard Saint-Germain and started weaving in and out of traffic, picking up the pace. I said, "Stick with him." Nung floored the accelerator, driving me into my seat. I shouted, "Jesus Christ, just keep him in sight." Nung said, "You need to be more clear." I looked at Jennifer and she rolled her eyes, silently telling me, "He's your crazy team member." I said, "Nung, stay with him, but don't kill us." He said, "You never specified anything about harm to us, sorry." My mouth fell open and he smiled. He said, "American joke." Showing me for the first time, he was at least human enough to have sarcasm. We went through multiple roundabouts, the bike weaving in and out of traffic with us barely keeping up. I saw the helmet flick back to us and knew we were about to be burned. "Okay, he's starting to check. We keep this up, he's going to try to lose us." Nung said, "What do you want me to do, back off?" "Yeah, stay within the same light block, though. Keep as far back as you can, but stay in his lane. I don't want to lose him if he turns." We went another mile, and his helmet flicked back twice more. He split through the light, gave one more glance back, then took off. I snapped the seat. "Christ, that's it." Jennifer put her hand on Nung's arm and said, "Catch him. Don't let him out of your sight." Nung goosed the accelerator, and we began weaving through the traffic, like a lumbering hippo to his panther. He kept glancing back, going in and out, and we managed to maintain our inside-the-light distance. We both paused at a red, our vehicle 2 cars back, and he turned around and glared. For the first time through the face shield, I saw he was a Caucasian with blue eyes. I said, "That's him, that's Braden." I opened the door, saying, "I'm taking him now. Pull up when I get him on the ground." Jennifer said, "Pike, we can't get through the traffic." Nung said, "He's running the light." I slammed the door closed, saying, "Do the same, get close, take him down." Nung started driving like a maniac, scraping the chassis of the car as he ran by the traffic with 2 wheels over the curb. He punched through the light, honking his horn, then closed the distance, throwing Jennifer and me back and forth. To my front, I saw a traffic circle with a statue of a giant lion, the cars leisurely going around. Braden glanced back once, and his eyes went wide at how close we'd gotten. He hit the throttle, leaning over into the curve of the circle as if he were racing a superbike at Laguna Seca. He got halfway around, and his left peg hit the ground, his foot scraping the asphalt. He lost control, the bike skittering into the roadway, sliding forward with a massive pile of sparks, him following behind on his back, skipping across the pavement. We fought our way through the stop-and-go traffic, hampered by the cars ahead slamming on their brakes from the wreck. I saw Braden stand up, weave in a small circle like a drunk, then focus on us. He ripped the helmet from his head, his mouth open and panting. He shouted something I couldn't hear, snatched the knapsack of jewels off the ground, and took off running through the traffic, cars skidding aside and horns blaring. To Jennifer, Nung said, "Take the wheel," and opened the door. I did the same and saw Nung ahead of me, sprinting. Braden ran straight toward a line of people waiting to get into some tourist attraction. He knocked them out of the way and disappeared into a portal. I paused, turning back to Jennifer, knowing she'd identify where we were. What the line of people meant. Sliding over to the wheel, she said, "It's the catacombs, a mile of tunnels full of skeletons. You follow and you'll flush him to the other side. There's only one way to go. I'll meet you there." I heard a horn honk and said, "Skeletons, what do you mean?" She said, "Go, you'll figure it out." I turned away and saw Nung disappear through the entrance. I took off sprinting, reaching the front in seconds. By the time I arrived, everyone was shouting and yelling, with an old man out front waving a radio. I slipped behind him and reached a turnstile, an obese woman behind it blocking my way. I said, "I'm following that man, police." She looked at me in confusion, and I hopped the turnstile. She smacked me in the back with her radio, and I raced down the hall, hitting a spiral stone stairwell that was claustrophobic. I started down as fast as I could, going around and heard nothing below me. I went so fast I started to get dizzy, wondering how far I had to descend before I reached the bottom. A light flared below, and I hit a tunnel, smelling of wet stone. I shouted, "Nung!" I heard nothing. The tunnel went in only one direction, so I figured they both had to be ahead of me. I took off running, eating up the ground. I reached a patch of tourists next to a closed gate blocking access to another tunnel. Mine continued on, but the gate had no lock. In between breaths, I asked, "Which way?" A man pointed away from the door, saying, "Right ahead." I started running flat out, trusting my feet to find purchase in the gloom. My brain telling me to slow down, I rounded a corner, almost smacking my head into the roof of stone, and caught a glimpse of someone disappear. I redoubled my efforts. Somewhere during my run, the limestone walls gave way to bones. Millions and millions of bones. I was sprinting through death, with skulls arranged in symmetrical patterns, and femurs used as cradles for the design. Literally walls made of bones. My feet splashed in water, and the man ahead turned at the sound. In the dim light I recognized Nung. He said, "Just ahead," then disappeared. The tunnel expanded into a small room with a column made of bones in the middle. In the light splayed out from a single lamp, I saw Nung squaring off against Braden, both circling each other. Braden snatched a skull from the wall and tossed it, causing Nung to flinch. Braden darted forward, and I entered the light, grabbing a leg bone. He saw me and pulled up short just as I hurled it. He ducked and it clipped his scalp, probably setting loose some disease from the 14th century. He snarled at me, put a hand to his head, then turned and began running again. Nung took up the chase, me right behind. We passed several groups of tourists, all frightened at the turmoil, but none doing anything to stop us. The tunnel wound forward endlessly, and I began to wonder just how long it was. Surely they couldn't expect tourists to walk miles, could they? I broke out of the bone district, entering back into the limestone, and the light increased. I picked up my pace, gaining on Nung and hearing the footfalls of Braden in front of me. I reached an open cavern, seeing a stone stairwell on the side with a modern illuminated exit sign. Nung was blocking it, hands held high, and I knew it was the end game. Braden had a knife out, waving it back and forth, a cell phone in his other hand. He shouted into it, but was getting no signal from underneath the ground. I advanced into the cavern and he saw me. He gave a war cry and attacked Nung, the single thing blocking his exit out. He stabbed forward with the knife, and Nung danced, blocking the downward blow and twisting Braden's arm in a circle. Braden flung the cell phone from his other hand and clawed at Nung's face, screaming in pain. Nung leveraged the elbow downward, bringing Braden to his knees. I jumped forward to assist, but not fast enough. Braden scrambled at his ankle with his free hand, and like magic, a small stiletto appeared. He jabbed it over his head, trying to connect with the flesh of the man holding him. Nung saw it coming, ducked under the blade, then snapped the elbow forward, the crack ricocheting in the cavern. Braden shrieked in pain, and Nung circled his arms around Braden's neck. A meter away, I screamed, "No!" and saw the life leave Braden's eyes as his spine popped. I reached them and said, "Nung, damn it! He's no good to his dead." He stood up saying, "He was calling his friend, telling him to kill the hostages. Whoever is on the other end of that phone has them."
Chapter 53. Hearing the voicemail, Seamus hung up for the third time. Kevin said, "You want me to send a chat request? The room's open." "No, not yet. You sure this VoIP thing is working? I'm getting nothing trying to contact Braden." Kevin said, "Yeah. If he's not answering, it's because he's got the app turned off or he's out of digital 3G or 4G coverage. Call him direct. I don't want to taint the phone, right? If I call on the cell network instead of VoIP. Yeah, but if you're that worried, what's the big deal? It's a single call. You've been using VoIP for Braden since we started. Because if I'm that worried, it's the exact wrong time to do it, jackass. Kevin retreated to his computer screen, saying, Well, you want to send the request or not? I got the room open. No, damn it. We need the new Snapchat video. I want to hit them with the Bitcoin request. Then when they stall, hit them with the death of their hostages. Sitting aside, listening to the back and forth, Colin finally said, What's the holdup? Where's Braden? I don't know. I keep getting his voicemail. He called before, right? Saying the diversion was going down? Yeah, but I can't get him now. I don't know about the robbery. What does that matter? Call the team sitting on them. Tell them to make the Snapchat. They can execute. I don't trust them, Seamus snapped. They fuck it up. They'll have the world coming down on their heads, a hornet's nest. Then it'll be coming to us. Colin said, I thought that didn't matter to the mighty Seamus. Seamus looked at him and said, You dumbass. Of course it matters. I don't want to give them a roadmap to find us, and it would take one mistake for the NSA to grab. He paced around the room, running his hands through his hair, feeling the pressure. Kevin interrupted his thoughts, saying, Seamus got something out of Paris. You ought to see this. He pointed to a separate laptop, streaming with live news. A breaking story appeared. Seamus said, Turn it up. The sound came on, the announcer speaking French. Seamus said, Shit. Can you find one in English? By the time I search, the story will be over. The screen showed a broken-down apartment complex, the area out front blockaded with all manner of emergency vehicles, the blue lights flashing like a circus. As the man spoke, the camera zoomed in to the 4th floor, grimly framing a blackened window, the drapes, stained by flame, fluttering in the breeze. Entranced, Seamus stared at the screen, not believing he had created the chaos. The picture flashed back to the news desk, and the anchor spit something out in a rapid manner, looking flustered, and holding his hand to an earpiece. The screen cut to a picture of a jewelry store called Bulgari, then to a picture of a necklace, a thick gold chain encrusted with diamonds, a heavy ruby in the center. Colin whooped and said, The robbery! It went off! Seamus smiled and said, Looks like it. One of the cell phones on the windowsill went off. Not the one he held, so it wasn't Braden. Still looking at the laptop, he waved his hand and said, Someone get that. Colin moved to the window, and Kevin said, You want to start the chat? I'm not sure. You think you could talk the team through the Snapchat procedures? Make sure they send it in such a way that it can't be tracked? Yeah, it's really not that hard. I can send them step-by-step instructions. Seamus, Colin said, you need to take this call. His face was drained of color, and his hand that held the phone was trembling. Who is it? Rotko. Seamus took the phone, cleared his throat, and said, Rotko? Where is your shit of a brother? Where are my jewels? How did you get this number? Never mind that. Where is your brother? He won't answer the phone. I thought he was meeting you in Brussels tomorrow. What's the big deal? He was supposed to call, letting me know he had gotten away clean. He never did. But the news is talking about the robbery and not saying a damn word about anyone getting arrested. Seamus said, Okay, look. I don't know where he is, but I don't think it's time to panic. Give him a chance. Rotko's voice went cold. You and that brother had better not be double-crossing me. You wondered how I found this cell number. Remember that. Braden doesn't show in Belgium tomorrow. I'll find you the same way. The line went dead. Seamus put his hand down, and Colin said, What's wrong? Why is Rotko pissed? It's nothing. He'll calm down. Seamus, I can't have him hunting me. He's worse than the law. You hear what those guys do to people? This thing is breaking down. Seamus ignored him, turning to Kevin. Can you call the team with VoIP? Kevin nodded. Do so. Give them the instructions.
Chapter 54. I slapped in the combo to our hotel safe and ripped out the 2 suppressed pistols, handing one to Jennifer. I was kicking myself for not having them with me in the first place, but when I thought the Paris gendarmerie were on board, it made little sense to bring firepower. We weren't going to actively engage, and trying to penetrate an arrest to interrogate Braden would have been made much, much harder sporting 2 illegally suppressed Glocks. It wasn't worth the risk. I did find it humorous that Jennifer had placed our laptop inside as well, like the maids would have stolen it. For the price we were paying for this Parisian gem, I would expect to be able to leave a couple of half-dressed midgets in the room holding the Glocks and get no flack. Of course, I wasn't going to push that theory. She stowed her weapon and booted up the laptop, going online and furiously typing, trying to find the location of the hostages before the men who held them realized something was wrong. I had nothing else to do, so I called down to Nung, making sure he was ready to receive us when we had a destination. Our hotel wasn't exactly conducive to vehicles, so I'd had him drop us off, then circle like a shark until summoned. The time getting back to the hotel had eaten up 30 minutes, and I was growing worried that we were about to miss our window. We needed an edge. Jennifer said, "No, damn it. A Samsung Galaxy." And I realized she was on a chat with someone at Taskforce headquarters, the Samsung phone hooked up to her laptop. She said, "Where's Creed? Get him online." I heard, "He's at the White House Situation Room working a problem." I wanted to punch the wall at the words, superstitiously wondering if the devious bastards we were after had managed to divert the one computer geek I trusted at Taskforce headquarters, refusing to face the real probability that those same devious men might have killed 2 members of my team, including Knuckles, my friend and my mentor. Earlier, we'd searched Braden's body and found a passport from the UK, confirming his identity, along with 2 cell phones. The cell he was using when we killed him was a ruggedized flip phone that worked on the cell network like a walkie-talkie. The other was a Samsung Galaxy smartphone, stuffed into his back pocket. I'd continued searching, stripping the body, when a museum official from the exit came down, shocked at what he'd seen. He'd said, "The police are on the way, don't you move." Nung had simply looked at him, then at me saying, "Time to go." He'd glided toward the stairs with his cat-like gait, and the man stepped aside. I said, "Give me your radio." The guard did, and I sprinted up after Nung, reaching the exit and a group of tourists standing around with large eyes, getting more for their entrance fee than they'd expected. Marching out as though I owned the place, holding the radio from the man downstairs, I picked out the first 30-something man I could find. A guy with Harley-Davidson tattoos and a bad goatee. An American who looked as if he was used to bending the rules. I said, "Don't let anyone else come up. I'm coordinating the first responders, but I don't have the manpower to lock down the exit. There's a bad guy down there." His wife or girlfriend said, "That's not our business." But I saw him grin, looking at my radio. Because, if you're holding a radio, clearly you're the authority. He nodded his head, saying, "Shush, Celia. We can help." We sprinted through the door, and Jennifer was waiting, right outside. I couldn't believe it, thanking the gods yet again that I'd run into her and her bottomless pit of historical knowledge 4 years ago. We piled in, and she said, "Where's Braden?" I said, "He's dead. No time to discuss." I pulled out my Taskforce phone and called Kurt, praying he would answer. He did. "Sir, I don't have time to explain, but we took down Braden, and he's tied into the hostages. I need a geolocation of a phone signal right now." His answer had rocked my world. "Pike, I don't have time for this right now. The hostages may very well be dead, along with Knuckles." He'd given me the abbreviated version of what had happened, speaking in short, clipped sentences. The story left me speechless. How could we have been sucked into such a trap? Where were the intel indicators? Jennifer saw my face and said, "What? What's he saying?" I waved her off and returned to the mission. "Sir, I just caught the guy from the tape in Cambridge. I don't know what the hell is going on with that hit, but your niece is alive. Braden was giving orders to kill her, but he couldn't get a signal because we were deep underground. I need this phone log. Underground? What the hell are you talking about? And how do you know she's alive? Sir, I don't, but I'm close. You guys are on the wrong thread. Help me, please. I heard a bunch of background noise. Then he came back. Pike, they've just made a demand. I have to go. Call George Wolfe. Tell him prairie fire. He'll open the world. I heard the command and felt some comfort. Prairie fire was the code word for a catastrophic event, when Taskforce lives were on the line. He was giving me the keys to the kingdom for his niece, and I had no doubt he would back it up. I said, "Thanks, sir, gotta go." He spoke again, hope seeping through the connection, penetrating the disaster he was dealing with. He said, "Wait. The reports here are bad, very bad. At least 7 bodies all burned beyond recognition. Why do you think she's alive?" "Because she's from your genes. Trust me, she's alive, and I'm bringing her home like I promised."
Kylie heard the door open to the cellar, then the stomping of feet, the adrenaline spurt from past events failing to appear. She remained prone, no longer having the energy to care, the virus that was ravaging her body siphoning off any energy to respond. The bearded one removed her hood and forced her upright, saying, "What's wrong with you?" Listlessly, she said, "Nothing, asshole." He set her food in place, and with an urgency he'd never shown before, he said, "You sick? You need to see a doctor." She heard Nick shout from the other side of the room, "Yes, you dumbass. Yes, she's sick. You want to leverage, you need to help her." She saw him stalk to Nick, hood still on, and cuff him in the head. Nick hit the ground, and the man leaned over, saying, "You a doctor, asshole?" Nick sat up, staring in the wrong direction in his hood. He spit out, "Fuck you. She's your golden egg and you know it, and so am I. You can beat me some more if you want, but she's going down fast. Fix it. Now." Colin ripped his hood off, kicking him to the floor. In the back, Travis began whimpering, curling up in a ball. Colin said, "I could kill you right now, you fuck. I have him and her. I have the power." Nick glared at him and said, "No, you don't. You bring the food, you're a fucking lackey. You have nothing but the power of your boot, you miserable shit." The words caused Kylie to sit up at last, afraid of the response. She saw Colin's face and knew Nick was dead. Instead, Colin kicked the wall, cursing in aggravation. She realized Nick was right. For the first time, she clearly saw he knew more about their predicament than anyone else. Colin satisfied himself with a boot to the gut, then stormed up the steps, slamming the room into darkness. She waited a minute, then said, "Nick, please don't do that again." He chuckled and said, "Yeah, that probably wasn't smart. I let my anger get the better of me. I thought I was dead." From the fetal position, Travis said, Yes, please don't do that again." Nick leaned over in the dirt and clawed his way forward a few feet. He put his face next to Travis's hood and said, "I can see you. You know why? Because he left without putting my hood back on. Because I'm not a pussy." Kylie said, "Shh. He's talking just outside." They grew quiet and heard Colin's voice. "I need to speak to Rotko. Because he'll want to hear what I have to say, that's why. Quickly. I don't have a lot of time." They sat in their underground tomb, hearing nothing, waiting. Eventually, Colin's voice floated out again. "Rotko? Yes, I'm Colin. I work with Seamus and don't like how this is going. I have nothing to do with what's happened." Silence, only the shuffling of Colin's feet on the deck of their prison. Then a more subdued voice. "Rotko, I don't want you chasing me. That's why I'm calling. I have the people we took. I don't know what Seamus is up to. If he crossed you, it had nothing to do with me. But I can give you more than that necklace. Damn it! Listen to me. We've caught the son of the Vice President of the United States, along with his fiancée. They're worth more than that necklace. Seamus is auctioning them off as I speak. Because I don't want you hunting me, that's why. Look, Seamus is going to be wondering what I'm doing. Am I good? I passed them to you, and I'm not on your list? Okay, if Braden doesn't show, I'll call you. Will that work? There was a long pause, then Colin said, I understand. I'm not working with Seamus on this. No tricks. Trust me. You want him? I'll set it up. They heard nothing else. Kylie said, What does that mean? What's he talking about? Nick said, It means we have a seam, something to exploit. She looked at his face in the shadow of the heat lamps and saw despair. She knew he was lying, and things had gone from bad to worse.
Chapter 55. Jennifer turned from the computer and said, Okay, I think we have something, a start. I stopped pacing the hotel room and said, What? The number the flip phone called is dead. Turned off or gone, but it has a history. The guys at the Taskforce triangulated from the cell towers, and it was used most right here. She pointed to the computer, showing a section of buildings that looked like everything else in Paris. The usual 5-story Baroque structure surrounding a courtyard that you saw all over the damn city. I said, That's too much terrain. We don't have days to search. Knowing what I was asking, she said, I can't get any closer. I said, Bullshit. There's something that'll neck it down. Squeeze over. She moved aside, letting me in front of the computer. I switched screens and found myself looking at some geek who was apparently bored to be working the problem. I said, Hey, you there? He snapped at the screen and said, Yeah, I'm here. That's the best you can do? Give us a 1,000-meter grid square? The phone isn't on. All we have is historical data. Yeah, that's the best we can do. Well, that ain't good enough. I need a miracle. What can I give you for that? What do you need? He looked over his shoulder again, and I heard something in the background. I said, Pay attention. He became truculent, saying, We've got a situation here. Possible casualties. Forgive me if I don't give you my undivided devotion. As if he would feel the death of Knuckles more than me, I said, Did you get the prairie fire alert from the command? For my element? I got the prairie fire, yeah, but I don't think it was for you. I couldn't find a Grolier Recovery Services active as a Taskforce element. You aren't even authorized to be talking to me. I don't even know how you have the encryption. I couldn't believe it. I took a deep breath and said, Listen to me closely. The fact that I have the encryption is proof I can talk to you. My prairie fire is real, and you'd better start helping. He turned to respond to something said off screen, and I was losing the fight. I felt the rage grow, compounded by a feeling of impotence. In a low voice, I said, Mr. Geek, turn back to this computer. He heard the tone, the violence leaking through the connection, and he snapped to the screen. I said, There are lives on the line. If they die, I will come back and find you. When I do, I will replicate whatever happened to the hostages. He started to say something smart, then his confidence faltered at the sight of my expression. He said, Okay, what do you need? I said, You got a geolocation request for a phone that was dead. I want you to juxtapose the Galaxy smartphone locations with the history of that phone. Tell me where they intersect. It's plugged in right now on this end. 30 seconds later, he said, That phone only made one call on the cell network, and it's miles from there in another section of Paris. It has a VoIP application that has been used, but we can't trace that. Voice over Internet Protocol? Is that what you mean? You can't trace it because it's going over the Internet instead of the cell system? Yes. I said, Okay, now give me an IP address search. Find the Wi-Fi nodes the smartphone touched. If he's using the internet, it had to touch something. He started typing, and the Samsung hooked to our computer lit up, getting probed from over 3,000 miles away. He said, "There are quite a few, but one stands out. It spent more than 12 hours at a time hooked up to a Wi-Fi node called Linksy 201, because it's in the bed-down location." I said, "That's where he's staying. How can I find that node?" "You have a growler? If it's in that building, you could find the signal." "No, I've got no equipment." He squinted. I knew he was reflecting on the fact that we weren't in the active lineup, something confirmed by the lack of basic Taskforce equipment. I said, "I don't have a support package. It diverted to the crisis site. I need something else." The answer seemed to make sense. He said, "Well, I could find the internet service provider that's tied to the IP address. I could locate who's paying the bills for the ISP. Do it." We waited 10 minutes and he came back on. "It's an apartment rental service. They provide fully furnished short-term apartments in Paris for international travelers. Unfortunately, they pay for internet service at all of their apartments. They're scattered all over Paris. I know that's not much." It was more help than he understood. "Can you hack into the rental service?" "Yeah, probably won't be too much trouble." He started pounding the keys, shouting over his shoulder to another guy, speaking in computer geek code, and finally getting into the mission. I said, "Give me the apartment address Braden McKee is renting. He's from Ireland." They worked a bit, and he said, "Okay, we're in. The problem is the foreign registrations are logged by passport number and nationality. I guess for privacy purposes. I've got 12 apartments in Paris for Irish nationals. I can't get any better without having the guy's passport." I heard Jennifer start ripping through the knapsack of jewels we'd pulled off Braden. She turned to me, holding the key to the hostages in her hand. I smiled and said, "Guess what I have?"
Chapter 56. Eating her bowl of cereal next to Mac, Cahill and Clute had grown used to the routine. After the scare, when they had driven to the rundown apartment, things had drifted back into an endless repetition of darkness and light, split only by the once-a-day feeding. The hood had become almost a welcome cocoon, though she still despised the gag. It had grown crusty with her spittle and had begun to stink. She rubbed Mac's leg with each spoonful, and he did the same in return, a system of connection that reassured her and gave her strength. She saw the level of her bowl and had learned through repeated feedings that she had about another 5 minutes with McKinley. The man in the chair to her front slapped his back pocket and pulled out a phone. He glanced at the other man and flicked his head out the door. "Be right back, probably Braden." It was the first time since they had made the video that the routine had been broken, and for some reason it scared her. She put the spoon down and tried to listen, but heard nothing through the door. She ate more slowly, catching Mac's eye. The man returned, talking into a phone. "Braden told us to wait. He would take the video. Why are we executing now?" He looked into her eyes. "Yeah, let me talk to him." "Seamus, what's up? We still tracking?" Yeah, I could do it," he said, still looking at her. "Kevin gave me the instructions. I won't screw up. Look, Fayetteville was a mistake, but it doesn't make me an idiot." His next words proved the statement a lie, an unnecessary call to action to the two hostages in the room. "Leave the bodies here?" She heard nothing else, unable to focus on the conversation, her hands shaking, the spoon rattling in the bowl. The man ended the call and said, "He wants us to execute, but Seamus doesn't trust us. Wants me to send him a Snapchat first, so Kevin can analyze it. Make sure we're clean." He pulled out an iPhone and a piece of paper with instructions on it. He began going through the phone settings, manually manipulating the privacy settings. When he was done, he said, "Look over here." The other man grunted and said, "You want me to smile?" He held the phone up and said, "I don't give a shit." 2 minutes later, he sent the video and said, "Get them back into the hoods." Kaylin saw the man advancing, telling her to replace the gag around her neck, and she knew it was now or never. She looked at Mac and he nodded. understanding the same thing she did. They were going to die, but not on their knees. She leapt up, her ankles still flex-tied, and threw herself at the first man, catching him just below the waist. He shouted and went down. She rolled over and began screaming, "Help us! Help us!" Hopping like he was in a macabre three-legged race at a company picnic, McKinley drove himself into the other man. He dropped the phone and scrambled for his pistol in the small of his back. McKinley beat him to the draw, launching forward with his entire weight, punching the man and tying up his arms. Cahill rolled over, getting on top of the first man, still screaming as loud as she could, hammering him in the face. The man elbowed her in the temple, causing stars, but she continued fighting. She clawed his eyes, desperately trying to put him down. He drew his pistol and slammed the barrel into her forehead. The fight left her, the light from the room tunneling away. She fell over. Her vision blurry, she heard the man shout something. His barrel pressed against her forehead. She tried to yell, to tell Mac that at least one should live, to tell him to continue fighting. Nothing came out. She saw McKinley sag back, the will gone from the sight of the gun to her head. The man punched him in the face, knocking him to the floor. She began to weep. The gag was placed in her mouth, and McKinley was dragged over to her. Their hands were flex-tied again, and they were pulled to their knees side by side. The man to the left screwed in a suppressor to his pistol, while the first man lined up the phone. He said, "One at a time. Seamus wants to drag it out. Make them think one is still alive." "Which first?" "The Marine. I'm sick of his shit. Remember, only the barrel in the picture." Cahill grabbed Mac's bound hands, squeezing tightly. The pistol floated forward 6 inches from his head. She closed her eyes, not wanting to see the death, praying for a miracle. The apartment doorbell rang. The man with the phone said, "What the fuck?" "Someone heard her shouting." He left the room, then came back. "It's some hot burr. What should I do?" "She by herself?" "Yeah." "Let her in. Act like everything's normal. Tell her a story. But don't let her get past the anteroom." He made the mistake of doing so.
Chapter 57. We fought through the Paris traffic, going faster than was allowed, crossing the Seine yet again, and hauling ass toward the target. I checked my weapon, making sure the thing would function, a rote habit born from many, many assaults. Jennifer did the same, saying, "You're getting better and better at the acting. You scared the hell out of that guy. I'm sure he believed you'd hunt him down, kill him." I looked up and said, "I wasn't acting that time." She said nothing, reading me, seeing the truth. She changed the subject. "So what are we going to do when we arrive?" "Go in strong, full bore." Nung said, "I do not have a weapon." I chuckled and said, "I thought your hands were lethal weapons." He didn't smile. Instead, he said, "I should take Jennifer's weapon. She can stage the vehicle for retreat." I looked at her, considering. She raised an eyebrow, telling me she didn't care, and she'd do whatever I thought best. So I did what I thought was best. "Nung, sorry, no offense, but I trained Jennifer. I know her skills. She's going in with me." I saw a ghost of a smile flit across her face, and realized she did care. Nung scowled and said, "That is a mistake. I still get my full payment whether I'm fighting or sitting in a car waiting like a taxi driver." "Yeah, I got it. You still haven't told me what that is." "The bag of jewels will do." I said, "Nung, I can't give you those." He said, "We'll see." Looking at the moving map on her phone, Jennifer said, 2 blocks up." Nung continued, and she pointed to a large wooden double door. "That's it." Shit. If it was locked, allowing only residents in, we were screwed. Nung pulled to the curb, leaving barely enough room for another car to pass. We exited and jogged to the door. I tried it, and it opened, showing an archway and a corridor, leading to a courtyard, a set of mailboxes on the left, and a stairwell on the right. I said, "Okay, we get to the apartment and you knock. Get them to open it. First order of business is to make sure we've got the right place. And if it is? Get a pistol in his face. Lock him down. What if he resists, runs? He gives you any shit? If he tries to warn anyone or anything else, pull the trigger. She looked at me, and I said, use your judgment. I'll be right behind you. But this isn't the time for second-guessing or bullshit rules of engagement. He shows hostile intent in any way, you drop him. We started up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. We exited at the 3rd floor and jogged down the hallway, Jennifer checking door numbers as we went by them. She stopped and mouthed, "This is it." I heard shouting from inside. A fight. Then nothing. I raised my pistol and whispered, "This is it. No mercy." I held back and Jennifer rang the bell. We heard shuffling, then nothing. She looked at me, and I pointed to the doorbell with the barrel of my pistol. She rang again, and the door opened. A man inside said, "Hey, sorry for the noise. Little spat with my wife. It's over now." Irish accent. Jennifer recognized it the same time I did, and whipped out her pistol, shoving it into his face, her eyes trained down the barrel, showing all business. He leapt back, bringing out his own weapon. She broke the trigger and hit him just above the nose, the body collapsing to the floor. I flowed past her, running into the room. I saw 2 doors, taking the nearest one and shouting at Jennifer to take the other. I entered a den and saw 2 people on the floor, gagged. I whipped around, desperately trying to find the threat, and saw a man jump up from a chair to the right of me, a suppressed pistol in his hands, and a look of shock on his face. He squeezed off a double tap, and I dove to the floor. One of the hostages leapt up and threw himself at the man, hitting him in the waist and knocking him into a wall. He turned his weapon on the gagged hostage, and I fired offhand from the ground, 3, 4, 5 times. The first bullet missed. The next 4 found their mark. He collapsed on the floor, and the hostage rolled upright. A female, but not Kylie.
Chapter 58. On the phone with George Wolfe, trying to ascertain the damage to his men, Kurt Hale heard the president shout, "Quiet, damn it!" Kurt said, "Hang on." President Warren looked at Creed and said, "Go ahead." "Sir, we just got a chat request to join a room. I did so, and the terrorists are communicating with me." Alexander Palmer snapped his fingers, pointing to an NSA man. "Get the location. Find out where they're transmitting from." Creed said, "Don't bother. They're using an app called CryptoCat, run through the Tor network. You'll get nowhere. It's why they picked it." President Warren said, "Bring it up to the big screen." Creed did, and Kurt read, "So you think you can rescue your hostages? You think we're that stupid? We told you not to try to find them, and now you have. Now you've caused their death." The room visibly sagged at the words. Palmer said, "Jesus, we killed them." Creed said, "I need to reply. What do I say?" President Warren said, "We didn't kill anyone. They did. We had to try." Creed said, "Sir?" "Tell them we didn't know it was them. Tell them it was a French operation, and we had nothing to do with it." He did, and the reply words appeared on the screen. "Is that why you had 4 FBI men in the assault?" Palmer said, "They were watching, waiting. They wanted to kill them this way." Warren said, "When I find these assholes, I'm going to—" His voice trailed off. He waited a beat, then said, "Tell them okay. Cut the crap. What do they want?" Creed typed the words, and everyone held their breath waiting on the reply. When it came, it was almost mundane, like a bank robber. "We already told you what we want. You have the Bitcoin address. Send the money." Warren looked at the head of the FBI and said, "How much do we have?" "About half. We haven't been able to get it all." Palmer said, "You can't send it. There's no proof that they won't just give us another demand." Warren considered, then said, "It's just money, a drop in the bucket for us. If it buys us a day, it buys us a day. Tell them we can send half." They waited on the response. When it came, it was chilling. "We thought you would stall like that. Here's a little secret. Your hostages weren't in that room today. They are still alive, but you just killed them. Expect another Snapchat soon." The room remained quiet for a split second, then erupted in pandemonium, nobody knowing which hostages were in the discussion. President Warren slapped his hand onto the table and said, "Shut the hell up. Creed, tell them the money's coming. Tell them we're giving them all we have." Palmer said, "Sir," but President Warren ignored him. He looked to the director of the FBI and said, "Send it. Right now." The director scurried out of the room and Creed typed the message. They watched the blinking icon, waiting on a response. Nothing happened. Kurt whispered into his phone, "Okay, things here are going to shit. Give me some good news." George said, "Finally got Brett on the line. He's alive and unhurt." "And Knuckles?" "He's okay. Took some shrapnel, but he's going to be okay. Basically got his ass punctured, but his body armor stopped any lethal hits. He was on his way out the door when it triggered. Almost all of it missed him. 2 feet the other way and he would have been eviscerated, but he's got nothing but a few stitches at this point." Kurt sagged into his seat, saying, "That's the best damn thing I've heard in years. Can I talk to them?" "Not right now. They're dealing with acting like FBI agents. The 2 real ones were torched." Kurt closed his eyes. George said, "What's going on there?" "We're getting toyed with." "What about Pike? What's he got?" "Nothing. He's out chasing shadows." Kurt heard President Warren ask, "Are they still online?" And he said, "I have to go. Keep me abreast of the situation." They watched the icon blink on the big screen, then saw, "Is Chairman Clute there? Ask him which one he wants to die first. His choice." Chairman Clute's face went white. He looked at the president and said, "I can't do that. Please tell them to stop." President Warren said, "God damn it, tell them we sent the money. Tell them not to do this." Creed did, and the reply was, "You arrogant infidels need to learn a lesson. You paid half, so I kill half. Fair trade." The screen flickered, and a Snapchat appeared, showing 2 hooded hostages. Nobody said a word. President Warren looked at Chairman Clute, then said, "Pull it off the screen." Creed did so, and Warren said, "Palmer, take a look." His face visibly sweating, Palmer went to Creed and leaned over his shoulder. Kurt felt his phone vibrate. He looked at the screen and saw it was Pike. He thought about shunting it to voicemail, but answered. Pike deserved to know Knuckles was alive. He said, "Hey, I'm in a little bit of a situation here. I can't talk, but Knuckles and Brett are fine." He heard nothing for a second, then Pike said, "Seriously? They're okay?" Creed hit the play button, and Kurt watched Palmer's face, waiting to see it flinch. He said, "Yes, now I have to go." Pike said, "Sir, I need the support package right now. I've got 2 dead terrorists and 2 hostages alive. I need help to get out of the building clean." "Pike, I can't talk right now. I'm watching these fucks kill a hostage on video." Then the words sank in. "You've got what?" "I have the Clute twins. Damn it, I need support." Palmer turned from the screen and said, "It's the original video. The proof of life." Chairman Clute sagged in his seat, and Creed brought the chat back to the large monitor. Words appeared on the screen. "The next Snapchat is decided by you. Which one dies? I don't hear anything in 1 minute, and I'll choose." Kurt said, "I'm watching a live chat with a terrorist. They're saying they're going to kill one of the twins in the next few seconds. Tell me you're not delusional." "Jesus, sir." The phone fumbled, and he heard, "This is Cahill Clute. I'm alive. Who is this?" Kurt about fell out of his chair. He stood up and shouted, "I need this on speaker, right now." Palmer glared at him, then looked to the president. "I don't know what to say to get them to stop. We can't pick one." Kurt raised his voice. "Pike's on the line. He's got the Clute twins." The room went quiet. Chairman Clute leaned forward, his face radiating hope, like a father searching for a child in the aftermath of a tornado, knowing the worst was coming but not wanting to believe. He said, "Who's Pike?" President Warren said, "Put him on." The phone was redirected, and President Warren said, "Pike, this is President Warren. You there?" "Yeah, I'm here, sir. Could I get some fucking help for a change?" Kurt cringed at the language, and President Warren said, "We're about to get a video of one of the Clute twins getting executed." Pike said, "Well, unless I'm the one pulling the trigger, that's going to be pretty damn hard to do." Chairman Clute said, "Who are you? What do you have?" The next words from the speaker were, "Daddy? We're alive. We're both alive. But I think this man could use some serious help to keep us that way." Kurt saw the tears begin to flow from Chairman Clute's eyes. He looked at the president and said, "We through fucking around with Pike?" Chapter 59. Ali Hassan slipped over the side of the boat, and the coldness of the water took his breath away. An involuntary gasp escaped as he kicked his legs to keep his head above the waves, the sound lost to the wind. The temperature outside was a brisk 44 degrees, and he realized the River Thames was cold enough to cause rapid hypothermia, something he should have recognized before. But he was used to the surf off the coast of Somalia. Even in the winter time, it was bearable. He said, "Ismail, quickly, pass me the explosives." Ismail saw him flailing, mistaking the urgency in his voice for a danger he couldn't see. He slid across a box 4 feet square, covered in a tarp. It hit the water with a small splash, then began bobbing in the waves. He said, "What is it? What do you see?" His teeth beginning to chatter. Ali Hassan said, "Nothing from man. But if we don't get to shore soon, we'll die out here. The water is freezing." Ismail laughed. The sound abruptly cut short as he slid into the darkness of the Thames himself. He sputtered, the liquid so cold he couldn't form a sentence. The man in the boat said, "You want me to get closer, so you don't have as far to swim?" Ali looked toward his target and said, "No, someone will see. We're too close to the palaces and other government buildings, too close to people watching. You keep going as planned, away from here." The man turned the throttle of the outboard engine, and the small boat puttered away, soon lost from sight in the darkness. Ismail said, "If the rope isn't there, we're going to die, or be forced to turn ourselves in to prevent it." Ali unrolled a length of twine from the box and tied it to his belt. He started to swim to the southern shore, dragging the box behind him. He said, "The sooner we get there, the sooner we'll know." Roughly 100 meters away, the edge of the river twinkled with lights, their target rising up and dominating the landscape, illuminated like a gigantic Christmas tree. The London Eye. Originally called the Millennial Wheel, it was once the largest Ferris wheel in the world, and still ranked in the top 4, standing over 400 feet in the air. Created to celebrate the turn of the century, 32 capsules dotted its circumference, each capable of holding 25 people. At full capacity, there would be 800 people in the capsules, slowly turning. 800 bodies Ali intended to send crashing into the dark water of the River Thames. They reached the outer glow emanating from the shore and continued on into the undercarriage of the loading platform. Ali swam to the nearest anchor pipe, a giant thing embedded deep into the footings at the bottom of the river. 2 feet above the waterline, the pipe had a collar of steel with spikes pointing downward, a fixture designed to prevent someone like Ali from climbing the pipe to the platform above, which would have sufficed if he were working alone. He was not. Now inside the lighting given off by the giant wheel, Ali and Ismail swam among the pipes, sticking to the shadows and working their way to the right side of the loading platform, near the gift shop. Ismail went forward, searching the gloom, while Ali clung to a pylon, fighting the waves and keeping the box of explosives from slamming into him. Ali lost sight of him, then heard him hiss. He let go and swam forward, struggling with the box against the current. He saw a knotted rope dancing above the river, Ismail halfway up it. Ali waited until he was on the platform, then tied the box to the end of the rope and climbed up himself. Ismail helped him over the edge, the wind cutting through his wet clothes, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He said, "Where is Mansour?" "Inside, hiding in the dark." "And the uniforms? Tell me he brought the uniforms, something dry." Pulling up the box, Ismail said, "Yes, go inside. Change." 30 minutes later, both men were dressed in uniforms for the cleaning crews. The man called Mansour, twitching nervously beside a large plastic bin on wheels. He said, "We must go. The safety crew will be here soon. They check everything. You need to get in and out before they arrive." "Everything? They look at everything?" "Down here, the spindle and hub are checked by computer." "Okay. How will we get there?" "Outside, the arms outside. They have a hatch that leads upward." "Do you clean them out ordinarily?" "No, but I'll protect you with the bin. You get inside, close the door, and you won't be seen going up." "You will stay until we're done?" No. I have to make my rounds. I'll get rid of your wet clothes at the same time." "How long do you need?" Ali looked at Ismail and he said, 40 minutes. Okay. I'll position again in 40 minutes, but no more. The safety crew will be here in less than an hour, and they know me on sight. They will question." They trundled out of the gift shop area as if they belonged, Mansour pushing the bin, and the other two holding brooms. They walked away from the loading platform to the two giant A-frame arms that held the wheel in the air. Built as a cantilever, the enormous wheel was supported on one side only, the arms leaning 65 degrees before mating to the hub 200 feet in the air, allowing the wheel to extend out over the river. 4 sets of giant cables buried 100 feet deep kept the entire assembly from falling over. Seamus had stated that it would take too many explosives to destroy the hub and spindle at the center of the wheel, and he was right. But the unique architecture had one Achilles heel: the cables. The entire wheel was held upright, much like a person leaning backward and holding onto a rope tied to a tree. Cut the rope, and the person falls. Cut the cables, and the arms, already leaning out over the River Thames, would topple, bringing the entire wheel down, with all 800 people inside screaming on the way. Some would be rescued. Some would be crushed. Most would drown trying to escape the capsule. But all would contribute to the spectacular nature of the attack. Mansour parked the bin next to a steel hatch at the base of the giant arm, blocking the view of the various security cameras. The small aperture looked not unlike something seen on ships, an oval piece of metal surrounded by bolts. He scurried low, unlocked the hatch, then stood, making a show of sweeping the concrete, and said, "Hurry! Go!" Ismail and Ali scrambled inside, hearing the door lock closed behind them. They looked at each other, realizing they were trapped. Ali shrugged and began climbing a ladder, dragging the box behind him. Ismail sighed, hoisting the box on his shoulder and beginning to follow. 15 minutes later, they exited onto the scaffolding underneath the spindle at the center of the wheel, 200 feet in the air. They paused for a moment, breathing heavily, the dragging of the explosives having taken its toll. Ismail looked at his watch, then scuttled to the far end, finding where the giant cables joined the hub. He pointed to the flange of steel holding the anchor point of the cables and said, "Here. We cut here. Open the box." Ali did so, saying, "You mean the cable?" "No, the steel. We can shatter it with the RDX. Cutting the cable will be much harder. We don't have plastic explosives to form around the cable, so most of the power would be lost. Breaking those flanges off, though, will be easy." Ali nodded, not truly understanding, but trusting Ismail's knowledge. In short order, both of the outer flanges were prepared, a ribbon of RDX on either side of the steel, slightly offset from each other. The result would be an explosive force that cut through the hardened metal, separating the flange from the spindle. Ismail finished by coating both explosive packages with white spray paint, making them blend into the color scheme of the spindle. When he was done, he armed the detonators and asked, "How long for the timer?" Ali said, 1 p.m. on Saturday." Ismail looked at him in shock. "You want these to sit here for a day and a half?" "Yes, I checked. In the winter, the only time the wheel is full is on the weekends. We do it today, we won't get the impact." Ismail said, "Who cares about the impact? We aren't claiming credit. Let's set it for today." "No, do as I ask. I know what I told that man Clover, but I'm taking pictures when we're done here. We'll get his hostages, let him gloat, then claim this for our own, with proof. Then we'll really leverage our payment." Ismail smiled and prepared the timer, saying, "Okay, but we might get nothing if they find our work. It's a risk I'm willing to take." The spindle and cables complete, they crawled forward on the catwalk, locating the 2 cables that attached to the hub and repeating the procedure, coating both packages with paint. When they were done, Ismail set his digital watch, then said, "Okay, go back to the outward cables. Press the red buttons when I signal. I need them all to go off fairly closely." Ali crawled the 50 feet to the end of the scaffold, feeling vertigo from the wind and the drop beneath the grate. He found both red switches and looked back. Ismail nodded, his hands on his own explosive detonators. Ali clicked and returned, finding Ismail setting the timer on his watch. Ali said, "Okay, what's next?" Ismail said, "Nothing. We're done. Next is this wheel falling in the river." Ali smiled. "Then let's go see about our payment." Chapter 60. The reporter studied Kurt's Department of Homeland Security badge, then asked, "Why is a Secret Service agent looking into a murder? I thought you did financial crimes." Kurt inwardly winced, realizing that the man in front of him probably knew much, much more about the mandates of the Secret Service than he did. If he wasn't careful, he'd really raise the hair on the back of the old guy's head. He said, "Blame yourself. You guys report so many stories that we spend more time trying to stay ahead of them than on our real jobs. The administration just asked me to check, because the last guy Breedlove spoke with was my boss, the Secretary of Homeland Security." The man looked at his badge again and said, "Kurt Hale, huh? Well, Agent Hale, I don't know what you want me to say. The police have already been over here questioning everyone. Have you talked to them?" "Yeah, I did. Look, I'm just building a 2-slide update briefing. Nothing major. I just want to confirm a few things." What he didn't say was that the police had given him nothing to help his quest. They had few leads and were actively focusing on gangland affiliations based on a recent unflattering story Breedlove had printed, which had apparently aggravated some serious gangbanger kingpins. That might well have been the case, but Kurt felt it was something more. Something he could use to find Kylie. Pike now had a team and was actively working the problem, but he'd come up with precious little from the safe house in Paris, an address in County Cork, Ireland, which might or might not be anything at all. The fishing expedition might come to nothing as well, but it was worth the look. The old reporter said, "What do you want to confirm?" Another man wandered to the cubicle, standing behind Kurt. Kurt asked, "The night he left here, he was going to meet a source, correct?" The man behind him said, "Dwight, I'll take this." Kurt turned and saw a 20-something guy in chinos and a button-down, with the wispy 3-day beard look the younger generation now sported. Either a statement of his lumberjack qualities, or a statement of his laziness. The man stuck out his hand, saying, "Kincaid Butler. I was here when Grant left." Dwight rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, Kincaid, he's all yours. I need to get back to work." Without another word, Dwight turned to the computer in front of him and ignored them both. Kincaid said, "Follow me. I'm the one that spoke with the police." They wandered to another cubicle, Kincaid talking as they went. "Yeah, Grant was here, and he was working on some bombshell story, but nobody outside of our editor knew what it was. Maybe not even him," Kurt said. "And he left here that night because of it?" "I think so. He was pretty close-lipped about it, but it was getting big enough that he was going to ask for my help." "So you were working the story as well?" They reached another cubicle, and Kincaid took a seat, putting his hands behind his head. "Not yet, just background stuff." "Like what?" "Emails, research, that sort of thing." "So what was the story?" Kincaid said, "I'm not at liberty to discuss it with you." Kurt backed off, not wanting it to appear that he was interested in anything but Breedlove's disappearance. He said, "Okay, I really don't care about it. I just have to brief the administration that this had nothing to do with them. You know how it is, 24-hour news and all that, trying to stay ahead of the game." Kincaid said, "Well, I'll be picking up the ball, so if you want help, I'm your man." "What do you know about it?" The statement was aggravating. Kincaid was now pumping him for information, and it was getting Kurt nowhere. There was one primary question Kurt wanted answered. If Breedlove was killed by a terrorist tied into the kidnapping, how did the killer learn that he was on the story? There had to be a leak that allowed the terrorist to specifically target Breedlove, and it meant the group had somehow penetrated the Washington Post, gleaning the information when even the people on the floor didn't know what Breedlove was doing. Kurt redirected the questioning, saying, "You mentioned the editor. Would he have more information about where Breedlove was going?" "Brittle? Doubtful. He let Breedlove run because of his past history, but he was getting fed up with the waiting. Honestly, I'm not sure Breedlove even knew what he was hunting. Outside of talking to the Secretary of Homeland Security, most of his work was with low-level insiders." "How did you know he spoke to the Secretary, if it was all so hush-hush?" Kincaid stood up, saying, "Come here, I'll show you." They walked to an office panned in by windows with a view onto the newsroom floor. The desk was littered with papers, stacks overflowing an inbox, but the chair was empty. "That's Brittle's office. See the whiteboard behind him? He kept track of anyone who was meeting a whale." "Whale?" "Just what we call big shots, political figures, entertainment figures, anybody that could come back to bite us in the ass. If you were meeting them, you had to keep Brittle abreast of the time, place, and outcome." Kurt peered through the glass and saw a list of names most he recognized. The Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, a couple of senators, a music mogul. To the right were the reporters' names, and next to it the story. National Defense Authorization Act, Patriot Act, Charity Event for Africa, and other news items. He scanned down and saw the Secretary of Homeland Security's name. Next to it was Breedlove. The story was listed as compartmented. "So you read this and knew that Breedlove was meeting the Secretary of Homeland Security?" "Well, yeah, but Breedlove was all set up to give me the dump on what they discussed. I mean, before. And this board stays up all the time, where anyone can see it?" Looking confused, Kincaid said, "Yeah, so what?" Kurt felt the trickle of an idea. He said, "I might be able to get you that data dump firsthand, if you keep me out of it." Kincaid's eyes lit up, then just as quickly returned to nonchalance. He said, "I'm all ears." "It's not me, but the Secretary is my boss. I'll see what I can do." "You're the man for this? Should I talk to Brittle?" No, I'll just clog up the gears. He's still dealing with Breedlove's death." "But won't the whale get posted? Won't it say Breedlove's story or something?" Kincaid said, Yeah, but Brittle won't care if the interview is already locked. He'll just want to know what's going on. Here, let me give you a card. He pulled one out and said, "That's got all my contacts. Cell, office, email. Call any time." Kurt studied it, pretending to make a decision, but in reality wondering how he was going to trick Kincaid into thinking he was meeting the Secretary of Homeland Security. Wanting that on the board. Wanting to stake the young Kincaid in a field. Bleeding for the terrorist. Beyond that, he was wondering how he was going to break every federal surveillance law in existence by tapping all of the phones on the card. After all, it wouldn't be fair to make him the bait if Kurt didn't have the means to capture his prey. He said, "I'll see what I can do." Kincaid beamed, not understanding the meaning of his words. Chapter 61. Colin heard Seamus slam the door and wondered if he'd been found out. He felt his cell phone burning a hole in his pocket like a traitorous beacon. He'd cleaned it of any evidence from his calls, but wasn't sure Kevin couldn't find something if he was ordered to look. That technology was a mystery to him. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he waited for the man to enter their hovel, a little aggravated that he and Kevin had to stay and babysit while Seamus slept in a hotel, enjoying hot water and real food, while he continued to stink and eat microwave dinners. Seamus came through the door, his jaw clamped shut, his veins throbbing in his neck. Kevin looked up from his computer and said, "Bitcoins are transferred. At today's rate, we have about $24 million. It's all in the wallet." Brought up short, Seamus said, "We own the money?" "Yeah, we have it. It's in the wallet we made. The one you have." Seamus pulled out the paper construction they'd made before. "Are you saying this thing now has $24 million in it?" Kevin smiled. "Yes, that's what I'm saying." Seamus shook his head in wonder. "Okay, I'll believe you. That's the only bit of good news." Colin said, "What's the bad news? Where's the team in France? Where's Braden? You need to give us more information instead of just coming and going." Seamus took a seat and said, "We're under fire. I can't contact Braden. I haven't heard from Rotko again. He's on the hunt, I'm pretty sure." "Then we need to get the hell out of here. Go somewhere else." Seamus said, "Where? Where the fuck do you want to go? There is nowhere else. We can't get a hotel and shuttle in 3 hostages. And I'm out of safe houses." Colin said nothing, not wanting to antagonize Seamus, not wanting to give him any reason to question. Looking out the window, Seamus said, "Braden's gone. I'm sure of it." "Why didn't we get the Snapchat yesterday of the other hostages?" Seamus said, "Because those fucking Serbs hit the apartment. During the planning for the jewel heist in Brussels, Braden probably told them where our safe house was in France, and they hid it, expecting to find all of us, but they didn't. They killed the Clute twins and our men. That's what happened." "So what now, if we can't go somewhere else?" "They don't know where we are. We still have the prize." Colin stood up, agitated. "Bullshit. Seamus, this thing is falling apart. We can't continue blindly assuming everything is going swimmingly. It's not. They had your cell phone number. How did they get that? What else do they know?" Seamus stood, and Colin realized he'd pushed too far. "They know nothing. Nothing about our mission. They're bank robbers. They care about nothing but themselves." Fists clenched, Seamus glared at Colin, and even given the disparity in size, Colin was afraid. He sat back down and said, "Okay, Seamus, okay. I'm just asking. We have a lot on the line here as well." Seamus turned away and said, "We need to get more men here. Get some protection. Harden this place." Colin said, "Why, if we're hidden?" "I can't promise that. And you're right. They had my phone number. I don't know how they got that. I mean, I have 14 different SIM cards at any one time, and they had the one I would answer." "But nobody knows about this place, right? You said that? Nobody but us?" Seamus looked at him, a sick expression on his face. He said, "Nobody but Braden. He knew. I told him." Seamus ran his hands through his hair, back and forth, pulling the scalp. Colin sat still, understanding the moment of his departure had arrived. Seamus said, "I'm leaving again. I'm going to get some bodies for this place. Hard men. We don't have to worry about the Yanks. But we do need to fear Rotko." Kevin said, "What's that mean? Fuck, man. Let's call it quits. Get out while we still can. We've given it a good run." Seamus leaned back, staring at the ceiling. He said, "You have no idea of the sacrifice for this. None. Both of you came on late in the game. We quit now, and we lose everything Braden and I fought for." He looked both men in the eye, causing Colin to stare at the floor. He said, "You want to quit now? There's the door. But you'd better remain quiet." Neither Kevin nor Colin said a word. Seamus said, "Look at me, both of you." When he had their attention, he said, "You remember the old ways? What was done to informants?" Kevin nodded, looking sick. Colin remained mute. His voice calm, his expression tranquil. Belying the gravity of his words, Seamus said, "You can leave with no repercussions, but if you say a word, I'll fucking power drill both of your kneecaps. I'll hunt your ass down and maim you for the short life you'll have left." Kevin turned away, tapping the keyboard to his front as if he had something important to do, his fingers trembling. He said, "Hey, Seamus, no reason to start that. I'm with you. Really." Seamus said, "Fine. Colin?" "Of course, I'm with the cause, whatever it takes us." Seamus rubbed his eyes. He said, "I have to find Klein, get more drugs for transport and get some help. We're close to the end game. The Somalis have done their work, and we're almost home. Tomorrow, we'll take the hostages to them. After that, it'll be a war." Kevin said, "And what if Rotko interferes again? Meaning, what if he comes here?" "He'll find that we're more than he wanted to mess with. Fuck his jewels," Seamus said. "Keep an eye out. They may be close. They won't attack in the daytime, but they might come looking. I'll be back later with the reinforcements." He grabbed a set of keys off the wooden shelf and left, dialing a phone. Chapter 62. Kevin waited a bit, letting the car disappear, then said, "What do you think?" Colin said, "I think Seamus is right. We keep doing what we're doing. They might have interdicted Braden and the others, but they have no idea where we are." Kevin settled back, reassured at the words. He said, "We got a ton of money. We should just cash it in." Colin said, "Yeah, I hear you. We'll talk about that later." He stood, pulling another set of keys off the board next to the window. He said, "I'm going into McRoom for some food. You want anything?" "Huh? You can't leave. What are you talking about?" Colin snorted and said, "I'm sick of eating microwave crap. I'm going for some real bog. You want something?" "You can't drive to town. I can't watch this place by myself." Colin moved close, letting his size speak for him. "Well, that's what you're going to do. You want any food or not?" Kevin shrank back, saying, No, I'm good." Colin exited the house, the fear from Seamus's threats driving into his body like an electric current. Barely thinking, knowing if he did, he would change his mind, he went to the car and started the engine, backing it up to the small hatch in the ground. He shut the engine down, considering what he was going to do, reflecting on how he was going to escape the wrath of the Serbs, but in so doing fall into the wrath of Seamus. A dilemma with no good answers. He went back and forth, then chose. Seamus was the lesser threat. Rotko would hunt him down anywhere in Europe. Seamus didn't have that power. The decision made, he focused on the next problem. He couldn't take all the hostages. At most, he could control only one. But which one? Who should he take? Who would he bring to show Rotko he was on his side? The vice president's son was the easy choice, as Rotko could leverage him immediately. But he was also a fighter, someone who would cause trouble and possibly escape. The other man was a coward, but was still a threat. If he chose to, he could put up a fight at an inopportune time. Colin couldn't afford that risk. He opened the ancient wooden doors, hearing the woman cough, sick and weak, and had his answer. Lying on the cold earthen floor, Kylie heard the door open and knew it wasn't feeding time. She pushed upright, seeing the light through her hood. She felt Nick rise as well, understanding something was happening. He crawled over to her and took her hands in his, both still bound. He leaned in and said, "No worries, maybe early chow." She heard the footsteps and felt the doom growing with each one. They stopped next to her. She heard, "We're going to a different place. Just you. Do not fight me." The panic flooded through her, causing her to shake uncontrollably. In a halting voice she said, "Why? Where?" Nick, still hooded and still holding her hand, said, "Bullshit. She goes nowhere. Not without me." Kylie heard something like a mallet smacking a breast of chicken, then felt Nick's hands torn away. She heard the man kicking and screamed, "Don't hurt him. Jesus, please don't. I'll come. I'll come." From across the room, Travis said, "Stop it! Stop it now!" The man said, "You want a piece of the action?" Travis said, "You will not take her from here. We are together, a package. You will not do this." Kylie scuttled back, clawing away from the man she couldn't see. He let her be, walking to Travis. He said, "I'll do whatever I want. You looking to be a hero now, after being the traitor?" She heard a meaty thump, then heard a man shout, hitting the dirt of their floor. And it wasn't Travis. She jerked her hood off, seeing both Nick and Travis on him, kicking and punching, doing what they could with their bound limbs. The man, she saw it was Colin, the bearded one, escaped easily. He punched Travis in the gut so hard she heard the whoosh of escaping air, then flung Nick to the side. Colin stood up, breathing heavily. He lined up his leg and kicked Nick full in the head, laying him out. Travis heard the damage and rolled into a ball. She shouted, "Don't!" Huffing, Colin said, "Got to fuck up. Now." She did so. He said, "I'm going to cut your leg bindings. You make any move, and I'll kill both of them. Understand?" She nodded. He came over and bent down, using a large folding blade to slice through the plastic of her flex ties. He rose, saying, "Walk up the stairs, slowly." She looked back at Nick, unconscious on the floor, then at Travis, curled in the fetal position, arms over his skull. She said, "Travis?" She saw his head jerk to her voice. Colin poked her in the shoulder, saying, "Get moving." She didn't. She waited until Travis was looking her way, searching for her under the hood. She said, "Thank you. Don't let them hurt Nick." Colin cuffed her again, and she exited the dank prison, seeing a white Toyota sedan, engine running. She said, "Where are we going?" "Someplace where I won't get killed."
Chapter 63. The pub was pretty much empty, with two sots at the bar, veins popping on their noses from a lifetime of Guinness. I let Brett and Retro wander around, scoping the place out, and ordered 3 pints from the bartender. An older lady who looked like she'd been pouring beer for a century. She said, "Americans?" I said, "Yeah. We heard An Spalpeen Fanuc was the one pub we had to see in Cork City, but I guess it takes a while to pick up." She smiled at the butchering of the Gaelic tongue. "We have nightly music, but even in Ireland the bars are a little empty at 4 p.m. Come back at 9. I picked up the beers, saying, "Might do that, thanks." Then went deeper into the pub, looking for my teammates. I passed a small cubby on the right, seeing 2 men leaning across the table, deep in conversation. I found my mates sitting in the far back. I passed the beers out and said, "Well, what did you find?" Brett leaned forward conspiratorially and said, "Look over to the right." I did, and saw a round vending machine, nothing else. I said, "What?" "That thing dispenses Pringles potato chip cans. Weirdest thing I've ever seen." I looked at Retro and he said, "It's true. I got a picture." I said, "Who gives a shit? What about our target?" Retro said, "Well, unless it's those 2 guys up front dressed like bums." It's gotta be the two lovebirds in the cubby. I said, "Really? You've got the balls to insult someone else's clothes?" Retro got his call sign because of his dress. He consistently looked as if he were trying out for Saturday Night Fever, wearing clothes that were 20 or 30 years out of date. I used to think he just refused to buy anything new, but it had been going on as long as I'd known him, and I now secretly suspected he was purposefully finding old stuff at Goodwill or other second-hand stores. Brett chuckled and said, "We recce'd the entire place. The back room is empty. You've seen everyone here. If that chick was telling the truth, it has to be one of those guys in the cubby." After finally convincing the National Command Authority that we had indeed rescued the Clute twins, things had accelerated almost out of my control, making me wonder if I was going to regret asking for help. The support team had showed up just fine, and we'd done a thorough CSI-like scrub of the apartment, with one egghead taking DNA and other biometrics, and a couple of others going through the apartment with a fine-tooth comb. It reminded me of the cleaner in Pulp Fiction. In the end, they didn't get a whole lot. They would forensically check the phones and other electronics in more depth back in the rear, but the bad guys had used the same VoIP app that had stymied us in the past. The flip phone we found had one number, Braden's. The only thing of interest was a notebook with addresses. One was the safe house where I'd found Kylie's pendant. Another was the hotel in Brussels that we'd broken into. A third was the death house that had almost killed Knuckles and Brett. After that, there were a few that I didn't know, and all would need to be investigated. But one caught my eye, an address for someone named Klein in Cork City, Ireland. I'd left the support package to deal with the bodies, taking Jennifer and Nung with me to the Paris airport. I had no idea how they dealt with such things and half expected one of the eggheads to start pouring acid in the bathtub. We had finally linked back up with the vaunted Taskforce rockstar bird and the team, minus Knuckles. He'd taken a few licks and was headed home. Nothing major, but enough to keep him out of the fight. I texted him, calling him a pussy and poking him in the eye for leaving me high and dry yet again, and was surprised at the pleasure I got at his reply. Not the words, just the fact that he could type them. For the record, he sent a real vote of confidence. "Don't kill my men doing something stupid." I sent back, "Stupid? Who's going home with stitches in his ass?" We'd taken off to Ireland, and had learned in flight that the Oversight Council was sending LTC Blaine Alexander and an Omega package, which meant either they were finally taking me seriously, or they really didn't trust me. In an ordinary mission, when we'd built up enough evidence that a terrorist was to be taken off the board, Blaine would show up to control the operation, juggling everything from talking to the president to coordinating all the intricate cover concerns in the targeted country. In this case, we had very little, so his inclusion was a tad strange. I didn't mind. We'd butted heads in the past, but he was a good guy and someone I trusted. In the end, all it did was give me cover from the head shed, since technically he was in charge, so anything that happened would fall on him to explain. I'd picked up Brett and Retro, so with Nung and Jennifer, that gave me almost a whole team. I'd decided not to fly to the Cork City airport because of the risk. It was beyond believable that our opposition had the place wired, but then again, I would have never pegged them to set such a diabolical trap in Paris. I was taking no chances. I redirected to Shannon Airfield, about 2 hours north of Cork City. There were other closer places, but Shannon had a long history of helping out U.S. government flights, including CIA rendition aircraft, so I preferred the infrastructure in place. While we had all the requisite tail numbers and documentation, we also had a near-term history of some weird-ass flying, and they knew when to look the other way. We'd landed and linked up with Blaine in the lobby of the Shannon Airport fixed-base operator, a place that serviced private aircraft, usually rock stars or oil magnates. Blaine seemed a little hesitant, wondering how I'd treat him, since not too long ago he'd tried to lock me up on a mission in the U.S. that had gone sideways. I decided to make him pay a little bit, putting on my war face and saying, "What the fuck are you doing here?" Taken aback, he'd lowered his outstretched hand and said, "You didn't get the word?" Jennifer had elbowed my kidney and shook her head. She said, "Yeah, we got the word and appreciate the assistance." Then she glared at me. I grinned and he saw I was jerking his chain. I shook his hand, Then he went about slapping the rest of the team. He got to Nung, and his face showed confusion. I said, "You guys wouldn't help, so I brought in an independent contractor. Nung, this is Blaine Alexander." Nung stuck out his hand, and Blaine said, "Pike, can I see you a minute?" He stomped to the far end of the room, me following. He said, "Who the hell is that?" "I told you, an independent contractor. He's from Thailand, and helped me with that knuckles problem we had a year ago. You remember? The same one where you tried to fucking kill me?" Which was an extreme exaggeration, but I wanted to rock him a little bit. It didn't work. He went into command mode. "Jesus, Pike, you've got a civilian working Taskforce problems? Have you lost your mind?" "Hey, he's handy in a scrape and can keep his mouth shut. He doesn't know what we do, and honestly doesn't care, as long as he gets paid." "Paid? What are you talking about? Does Kurt know this?" Not yet." He turned in a circle, his hands on his head. "You have mercenaries working for the U.S. government? Seriously?" I said, "He's not a mercenary." Blaine looked at me like I was a child, and I said, "Okay, I guess he is a mercenary, but I needed the help. I pulled him in when I was PNG'd from the task force." He said, "What's the cost? What do we owe him?" We haven't really discussed that yet. He wanted the jewels in the apartment in Paris, but the support team took them." His mouth fell open. I'm really at a loss for words." I grinned. "Don't worry, it'll work out. Now that you're here, you can break the news to Kurt." He said, "Screw that, he's all yours. Let's get to Cork City." We'd gotten a caravan of rentals, downloading whatever we thought we'd need from the Rockstar bird, pulling equipment out of the very walls themselves. The mission was pure reconnaissance, so we went heavy on that aspect. If we found anything, it would be Blaine's job to coordinate a rescue force, while we faded to the background. I didn't envy him for that. If it had been the UK, we could count on support from the SAS or some other organization much closer to our government, but here, I had no idea how he would effect a rescue. But that wasn't my problem. We'd established a technical operations center in a hotel next to the River Lee in Cork City, then had set out to the address we'd found for Klein. It was in a decidedly seedy part of town, and Blaine had wanted to do some type of Mission Impossible break-in, implanting bugs and everything else. I told him, "We do the mission, you deal with hire." He'd said, "So, what do you recommend?" "Knocking on the damn door. It worked for Jennifer and me so far." We'd driven to the address, leaving Nung fuming in the car yet again. Brett and Retro had staged left and right, and I'd taken Jennifer with me, both of us armed, but our weapons concealed. A skeleton thin girl strung out on something, her hair listless and greasy, had answered the door. We'd asked for Klein, and she'd snorted. "He's not here. Doing business. You see that shit? You tell him I'm not waiting all night." I didn't want to ask what she was waiting for, in fact, didn't want to get too close, because I was sure she was carrying enough disease to cause the next Black Plague. I asked, "Where's the business being conducted?" And she'd given us the name of the pub. No subterfuge or questioning of our motives, which led me to believe the man known as Klein wasn't a master terrorist. "You have a picture of him?" She squinted, then said, "You don't even know what he looks like. I thought you were friends." "I never said that." "I got no picture." I turned to go, and Jennifer, being quicker on the uptake than me, said, "Can I use your phone?" I mentally kicked myself, knowing where she was going. The skeleton said, "He don't have a phone. It was cut off months ago." I said, "Then can I have your cell?" "No way. You want to call him, you pay me first." I withdrew my pistol and said, "You misunderstand. I don't want to call him. I want to prevent you from doing that." Her eyes had widened, and she'd said, "I won't call. I got no reason to." "Give it to me. I'll give it to Klein. You'll get it back." She had done so, and now we were sitting in a pub, letting Klein conclude his business. Chapter 64. As we were milking our pints, Retro said, "We could get drunk here waiting. If he has a revolving door of clients, we may not get a chance to brace him." I was thinking the same thing, especially since the woman had indicated he spent an inordinate amount of time on his business. I was considering just busting up the meeting, but decided against it, a decision that I would later regret. I said, "Let's give it a few more minutes. Go get another round to keep the barmaid happy." He left, and sure as shit, as soon as he was out of sight, the meeting broke up. The ascetic guy with dark hair, prominent veins on his neck, and a tattoo of a harp below his ear exited, not even glancing our way. I said, "Looks like showtime." Standing up, Brett grinned, saying, "You want me to shock him? A little black magic?" "No. You're too damn short to instill fear. You be the mean guy that hovers. Watch the exit to the cubicle." He gave me a look that told me what he thought of that description, and I stood saying, "Grab Retro when he goes past." We entered the small space, really only 2 tables that could hold a couple each, with a fireplace in the rear. The man jerked his head up and squinted. He said, "No unsolicited business, sorry." I sat down and said, "We come highly recommended." He heard my accent and began sweeping pieces of paper into his bag, handwritten notations on them. He began to stand, saying, "Doesn't work that way. Not sure what happens in New York, but not here." I clamped my hand over his and said, "It works that way today." He made a show of jerking his wrist away, but I held it in an iron grip, making him look weak. He pulled again, and I twisted the joint, causing him to fall into his seat to relieve the pain. He squeaked, "What the fuck do you want? I don't bring anything inside, and I don't pass money here. I got nothing." I let go and said, "I don't want drugs. I want to meet the man known as Klein. Is that you, or the guy who left?" His eyes flicked to the left, and he stammered, "Never heard of him." I saw the tell, and he knew I saw it. I said, "You Klein?" He tried one last act of bravado. "Who's asking?" I smiled. "If you really want to play the badass, you should bring in a little bit of muscle. Not that it would do any good." Retro appeared in the door, his clothes making him look like a strung-out hitman. He gave Klein a glare that scared even me. I said, "I'm not here for drugs, and I'm not here for you. I'm here for a man called Seamus McKee. I'm going to find him, and when I do, I'm going to kill him." I leaned back, pulled out my Glock, and rubbed my temple with the suppressor. I said, "I'll also kill anyone who stands in my way." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Brett struggling mightily not to smile. I'll admit, it was over the top, but Klein didn't see it that way. He said, "I got nothing to do with him. Jesus, did you follow him to me? I knew I should never have gotten involved with that fucker. He's bonkers." I said, "Follow? What do you mean?" He realized too late his statement gave something away, and I realized, too late as well, what it was. "Was that Seamus with you, just now?" He said, No, that wasn't him. That was somebody else." My hand snaked out of its own volition, grabbing his neck. I began to squeeze, saying, "No more lies. Your buddy has some friends of mine, and he's going to hurt them. You tell me what I want to know, or I'll kill you right here." He put both of his hands on my arm, desperately trying to pull away. I let him try for about 2 seconds, then gave him a straight punch to his forehead, knocking him to the floor. From the doorway, Brett said, "Easy, they heard that." I kept my eyes on Klein. And nothing yet, but we can't go full retard in here." Klein took strength from the words, sitting up and straightening his shirt. I said, "Then let's get the shitbag out of here." Retro moved to his right, and Klein said, Wait. Yes, that was Seamus. I have no idea what he's doing. I have no part of it. All I did was sell him some drugs, tranquilizers." "Where is he? Where's he staying?" Too quickly, he said, "I don't know." I smacked his face with an open hand slap, saying, "Remember the trust factor, shitbag?" He said, Okay, I can show you, but it can't get back to me. I swear. All I did was give him drugs." I said, "Fine, give me your wallet." He did so, and I went through it looking for connections. I found several, and laid them out on the table. I said, "Friends of yours?" He said, "No, just contacts." One card was for a Susan Klein, florist. I held it to his eyes and saw the recognition. It was family. I said, "Get up." Walk to the front of the bar. You try anything, and I'll kill you in front of the drunks outside. When I'm done, I'll kill anyone you've ever known. Chapter 65. We exited the bar without any trouble, and I said, "Where's your car?" "I don't have one." I smacked him in the back of the head and said, "That's not what the girl at your place told me. Where is it?" He muttered something about a traitorous bitch, and I inwardly smiled at my subterfuge. Sometimes a bluff worked. He said, "Down the street." I said, "Brett with me, Retro, link up with Nung, follow us." Klein heard the words and realized there was more in play than just us in the bar. A little bit of purposeful psychology to keep him on his toes. We walked 2 blocks, finding a beat-up Honda Accord. I let Brett drive, putting Klein in the passenger seat, me directly behind him. I said, "So where to?" "Macroom. He's staying in a farmhouse out there." We headed out of the city, and soon enough, we were on the N22 going west into the Irish countryside. We traveled for about 30 minutes, going deeper into farm community, small blacktops branching left and right into the green hills. We crossed a stone bridge, an ancient defunct mill on the other side, and he said, "Stop, too far." "What do you mean?" "The road to the house is right past that mill, but it's a 1-lane dirt thing. You take it, and he'll know you're coming. He'll stop us." "And why would you care about that?" He held his hands up. "Hey, man, no way do I want that psycho on my ass. He's crazy." We turned around and crossed the stone bridge again, then took a left, paralleling the river the bridge spanned, now on a winding strip of blacktop. About a mile in, he pointed out the window, saying, "That's it." Brett slowed, and I saw a ramshackle house about 200 meters away, in the center of a field. Made of stone, it had maybe 4 or 5 rooms, a crumbling chimney on the left side. It was surrounded by farmland, but the house itself was overgrown, with vines and bushes reclaiming what the forest had lost, as if whoever owned the land simply mowed around it. Between us and it was the river, maybe 40 feet across and 3 feet deep. I said, "You're telling me Seamus is staying in that shithole?" He held up his hands and said, "That's the one he told me." I wrapped my arms around his neck from the back seat, pulling to the rear. "I'm not stupid. Nobody could have found this place without having actually been here. There is no way you could have led us here from what he told you. I want to know what the hell you're doing with him, right now." He strangled for a minute, fighting my arm, then said, Okay. I got it for him, but I swear I don't know nothing about your friends. He told me he needed to lay low, that's all." I pulled back again, and he began to cough. I let up, and he spurted, "I'm not lying." I said, "Okay, then. I find out you are, and we'll have a talk. We understand each other?" He nodded, visibly trembling. I waited for him to recant anything, but he remained quiet. I was satisfied. I turned to Brett. "Get Retro up here. Get some OP kit." Brett said, "Me and him?" "Yeah, have Nung transport it. Eyes on from this point forward." Brett looked to the right and asked, "Who owns the hill here? I haven't seen a house." Klein said, "I don't know, it's all farmland. But if you want to use it, I won't say anything, I swear." Brett chuckled and he said, "I won't." I said, "Yeah, I know. Mainly because you're not going to get the chance."
Brett watched the Wasp UAV circle overhead, Retro controlling its descent. He swooped the thing right over their hide site, then brought it straight up into the air. Brett ducked, hearing Retro laugh. Watching the monitor, he circled the UAV over 3 cows 200 meters away. Brett said, "Come on, bring it back." Retro loved gadgets and was a little bit of a computer geek at heart. He would tinker with any new electronic kit that came into the Taskforce arsenal for days, figuring out all the parameters. He was the one man on the planet, outside of Steve Jobs, who actually understood all the settings on an iPhone. He said, "Negative, Ghost Rider. It's time to buzz the tower." Brett rolled his eyes and watched the UAV dip, skipping right above the cows. They barely moved. With a wingspan of just over 2 feet and an electric motor, the UAV probably didn't even register with the animals. He brought it around and crash-landed right next to their hide. He said, "You send the video to Pike?" "Yeah, a video of a torn-up building. I'm sure he's jumping up and down." They'd been in position trying to confirm or deny activity for over 4 hours, and so far had seen nothing. A look through thermals had detected 2 heat sources, and using a directional microphone, Brett had discerned engine noise emanating from the house, meaning a generator. So someone was using the building, but there was nothing to indicate hostages or anything nefarious. It looked like a single squatter was living there. Or another trap. After the in-depth planning that went into the kill box in Paris, Brett had grown a little paranoid. The sun reached the edge of the earth, and they were in that moment of twilight between using regular optics and night vision. Still no signs of anything indicating hostages. Brett and Retro had been in situations like this before and had planned accordingly. They knew it would be a long night whether they found something or not. Even if they'd immediately been able to confirm evidence suspicious enough for further exploration, they knew it would take Blaine the better part of the night to coordinate a response through the Taskforce. Their job was reconnaissance only, and they'd keep eyes on until relieved, which meant a night in a hidey hole. The thermometer began to drop, and Brett brought up the thermals again. Knowing the difference in temperature would make the view much more stark. Inside, the same 2 heat sources showed up black against the white of the structure. Only now, one had moved. He said, "Okay, got at least one target. Still think the other is a generator." Retro noted the information in his log, saying, "Wonder what the trigger is to call this a dead end." With Pike, it's usually some gunfire, because he can't stand a dead end. Retro started to respond when he saw lights bouncing down the dirt lane on the far side of the house. 2 cars a half-mile away. He said, "Company," and Brett traded the thermal for a spotting scope. While the blacktop on their side of the river had steady traffic, they'd seen only a single truck on the dirt lane on the far side of the house the entire time they'd been there. He fully expected the vehicles to continue on like the truck, but they turned down the rutted track that led through the fields to the house. He sat up. "Call Pike. Tell them we've finally got activity." Both vehicles stopped outside the house, and 10 or 11 men spilled out carrying assault rifles. Brett said, "Holy shit. Call Pike. Tell him the trigger's been met. Get the cavalry rolling." Chapter 66. Seamus came inside, finding Kevin at the computer. Kevin turned around at the noise, his hands leaving the keyboard, and Seamus saw the surprise at the number of men who trundled in. Seamus pulled the first aside and said, "You'll sleep in the room down that hallway on the left. The one on the right is where we're already staying. You can take a couple more in there if it's too crowded. I want 2 here in the kitchen, 2 at the side door, and 2 at the back door in the anteroom. That leaves 4 off. Work out your own schedule." The men began bringing in sleeping bags, coolers, and other comfort items. Kevin watched them work, saying nothing. Seamus asked, "Any word from Braden?" "No." "Rotko?" "No, nobody's called at all." Seamus rubbed his face and muttered under his breath, his eyes tired. The men continued coming and going around him. Kevin said, "Something else I need to know about?" "Yeah, well, maybe." "What?" "Aiden said there's another reporter in the U.S. sniffing around. A friend of the one he killed has picked up the story. He's got an interview with someone in the administration about it." "But we're close enough now, it shouldn't matter, right? You're going to send another Snapchat tomorrow, with the guys we have, like we talked about?" He sighed. "Yeah, but it's going to be too close. Word gets out about what's happened, and they will shut down. I can't predict how much longer this will go on, but even one day in the news is too much. I know the Yanks. The administration will immediately start talking about being hard on terrorism, and our window will close. Remember the shitstorm that happened when they released that deserter Bergdahl? All the talk about dealing with terrorists? They won't want a repeat of that in the press. So what did you tell Aiden? Seamus looked out the window and said, to kill him. Kevin remained silent. Seamus leaned forward, picking at a piece of wood on the makeshift table. He said, Man, I didn't want to do that. I'm being pushed into it. Fucking reporters. Kevin said, We got half. Maybe we should just call it a win. Seamus glared at him. No way. If Braden's truly gone, then they'll pay. I've already lost one brother to those arrogant fucks. We hold the keys. The vice president's son is worth more money. They won't give in at first. One of the hostages will have to die. Kevin said, Which one? The girl? Seamus grimaced. He said, Yes, she's the best leverage. Her killing gets sent, and they'll know we're serious. He leaned back again, then said, Maybe not. Maybe that whiner from Brussels. I don't know if I can kill the girl. Kevin said, Colin can. That guy has no conscience. As long as it isn't pinned to him. That's not what I meant. I'm the one giving the order. It's irrelevant who pulls the trigger. He looked around and said, Where is he anyway? Kevin glanced down, embarrassed. Seamus said, Where is he? He went out for a hot meal. I told him not to. You've been here by yourself? Yeah, but nothing's happened. Seamus stood, fists clenched. That fuck. I've had enough of his bullshit. How long has he been gone? He left right after you did. Seamus's mouth fell open. Right after me? I've been gone for hours. Kevin started to answer, but Seamus exploded out of the door, running to the root cellar. He slammed open the wooden hatch, jumping down the stairs by the light of a small torch. He aimed it in the dank prison, illuminating only 2 people. He ripped off their hoods, seeing the 2 males. He said, Where's the girl? Where did she go? If she found a way out, you'll pay the price for her escape. The one called Travis blinked at the light in his eyes, holding his hands up to block it. Seamus pushed his shoulder with a boot. Talk! I told you what would happen. Where is she? The vice president's son spoke up, and for the first time Seamus saw his face was swollen. More so than when he'd left. That bearded fucker took her. Colin. Seamus heard the words, and felt his world begin to implode. Nick continued. We heard him talking to someone on the phone, afraid of being hunted. He said he could deliver you to them. Then he took her. Jesus, Joseph, Mother and Mary. Seamus snarled. You're lying. Tell me where she is. Travis said, That's what happened. It's not. Seamus pulled out a pistol and jammed it under his nose, hard enough to tear cartilage. You fucking tell me right now, or I'm spraying your brains on the ceiling. Travis began mewling, losing the ability to speak. Nick shouted, She's gone, you shit. Probably dead. Seamus sized him up in the glow of the space heaters, and Nick drew up as straight as he could in his binds. Nick said, If she is, you're going to pay. No court will keep me from you. No prison will protect you. Seamus let go of Travis and screamed in frustration. He stalked to Nick and knocked him to the ground, putting the pistol on his forehead. I should kill you right now. Nick showed nothing but defiance. You and I both know I'm walking dead. I just pray I get the chance to take you with me. Seamus barely heard him. He backed up, keeping the weapon aimed at Nick, his brain trying to assimilate the damage. He stood still for a moment, then began running up the stairs. He burst into the kitchen and shouted, Quit your preparations! We're leaving this place! The man looked at him in confusion. He said, Colin has betrayed us to Rotko. I have no idea how close they are, but they're coming. Where's Michael? Prepping his bed. Michael, get in here. A tall man with ropey muscles and a farmer's tan came in. What's up? We're leaving. Fuck the preparations. Get the 2 hostages in here. 2? Yes, goddammit, 2. Get them ready to move. I've got drugs in my backpack from Klein. Dope them up. Kevin said, Where are we going? To London. We've gotten all we're going to with them. The Somalis have their attack prepared. We'll give them the hostages, get on the computer, and and got us ferry tickets. How long will that take?" "Ferry tickets to where?" "To England, damn it! How long before we can leave?" For the first time, Kevin saw panic, something Seamus had never shown. He said, "Hey, let's plan our movement, do some research. We can't just run willy-nilly with 2 drugged hostages. Let me do some work." "How long?" "Maybe an hour, maybe longer. Let me find a place where we can hole up, get the ferry passes, plan a route." Seamus sagged back, the pistol held against his leg. He said, "Okay, do it. Michael, all men at the ready. Put most up front. Looking for vehicles. Rotko comes, and he'll drive right up, using Colin as security." "You want someone at the road?" "Yeah, definitely. A vehicle comes in here, and I want it shot to pieces, especially if it's Colin at the wheel."
Chapter 67. I heard the radio transmission from the OP, and knew we were in a world of shit. Blaine was going through our encrypted VPN to Kurt, telling him what we had from Retro's earlier transmission, and trying to coordinate a leisurely response, surrounding the place with overt forces, then conducting a hostage rescue. But that wasn't going to happen. I clicked the transmitter and said, "You sure? You saw the hostages?" Retro said, "Roger that. 2 being pulled out of a cellar and into the house. There's a lot of activity now. I think they're going to be moved." 2, not 3? "No, 2. I say again 2. This place is a beehive of movement. Something happened, and they're going batshit." "What's your call?" I heard nothing for a moment, then, "We need to interdict." Damn it. He was the man on the ground, the one with the closest intelligence on what we were dealing with. It was his decision, but I really didn't want to hear it. I thought about questioning him further, trying to decipher from my little bed and breakfast in Macroom what was truly going on. But I knew that was stupid. He'd made the call, and he understood the repercussions. If he wanted to assault, it meant we needed to do so or lose the hostages. Over my shoulder, Jennifer heard the exchange and said, "We going in?" "I don't know, we should." "I agree. We lose the chance, and Kylie might be dead." It was small comfort, but gratifying nonetheless. I waved my arm, getting Blaine's attention. He turned from the screen and I said, "Cut it off." He saw my expression and did so. "What?" "I don't have a lot of time to coordinate a response. They're asking for all kinds of information, and the UAV video isn't satisfying them. Sir, the situation's changed. We have movement." I told Blaine what I knew, and he grasped the significance. "I can't get anyone here in that timeline. If they're leaving in the next few minutes, we're fucked. Maybe I can get some roadblocks set up on the main highways, stop them en route." He pulled up a map on the computer, tracking all the major arteries. "They might be headed further to the west, or maybe towards Belfast. They'll have to use the main roads to do that. If I can get the word out soon enough, we can choke them." I said, "Sir, really?" He said, "Yeah, really. Let me get to work. Tell the OP to call if they leave. Hopefully I can get something in place." Jennifer and Nung were digging through our Pelican cases, pulling out concealable body armor and weapons. Blaine glanced at them, then said, "I need the time or they're going to get away." I said, "Only if we let them." He turned from the computer and said, "We can't do an assault, Pike, no way. Jesus, it's bad enough that I've got an Irish drug dealer chained to the toilet. Sir, you already said it, we're screwed. The only thing that can stop this is the Taskforce. We have the assets and we have the skill. Pike, we can't do an assault on Irish soil. It'll be a huge diplomatic mess. I can't ask." He sat for a minute, then shut down the computer. "Fuck it." I leapt up, running to the kit, him right behind me. I started sorting out weapons and charges, slapping things all over my body with Velcro when he said, "You got guns for me?" Jennifer looked at him confused, and I paused. He said, "What? You need the help?" I laughed and said, "You have lost your mind. No way." "What?" "Somebody's got to deal with the shitstorm, and better to prep the battlefield than deal with the mess later." I finished digging, telling Jennifer, "Get a package for both Brett and Retro." I turned to him. "You can't go." He said, "Pike, I'm going to get fired for this, please. You can be in charge. I'll follow your lead. Let me get something. I appreciated the desire, I really did, which is what I would have expected. He wouldn't have joined the task force if he weren't a meat-eater, and it had nothing to do with his skill. He was a killer, but it made no difference. I gave him a hard truth, like NCOs since the Revolutionary War. Sir, what you're about to do is more important than a gunfight. Get the cleaning crew on standby. Get the task force red on. Get the National Command Authority ready for the hurricane. Make sure someone's got my back. That computer over there is the most valuable thing we have right now. Blaine stood, watching us kit up, disgusted, feeling impotent. He said, "You're going to take the damn mercenary over me?" Nung said nothing, continuing to work his kit. I said, "Hey, sir, it was your call that got us here, remember that. Courage isn't just under fire." He turned away, muttering, "What a load of horse shit." He walked back to the computer and booted it up, saying, "I get to hear the screaming from DC and you get to save the day." I snapped the lid to the Pelican case closed and said, "We'll see about that. This goes bad, and I'm going to need some serious backup from the NCA. Don't let me down." Blaine said, "Don't screw it up and I won't." Jennifer checked the function of her HK-416 and said, "What's your definition of a screw-up?" Outside of her initial introduction, Jennifer hadn't said a single word to Blaine since he'd landed, not being sure how he felt about her conducting operations on the ground, not knowing if he was a typical task force He-Man woman-hater. Now she was talking at the worst possible time, because she was about to execute instead of him. I thought it might push him over the edge, and I wondered where she was going with the statement. He glared at her and said, "My definition of a screw-up is 2 dead hostages." She moved to the door, saying, "Okay, just wanted to make sure." I followed her, Nung behind me. Blaine said, "Make sure of what?" Jennifer opened the door and peeked into the hallway. She turned to me and nodded, then said, "Make sure you don't mind bodies." There was no humor in her expression, and she wasn't trying for bravado. She just said it as a fact. He looked at her with new eyes, and so did I. She said, "What? You think I'm wrong?" I said, "No. There's definitely going to be somebody dead tonight. Don't let it be you." She slipped into the hallway, saying, "It won't be. Let's go get Kylie." Chapter 68. Macroom was only 10 minutes away from the target, and I was thanking my lucky stars that we'd decided to jump talk from Cork City to the small hamlet. It had been much easier to conduct operational activity in a Cork hotel room, as the bed and breakfast we'd found was hosted by a noisy couple, who really wanted to show us the best of Irish hospitality. But Cork was 40 minutes away. The B&B had made things difficult, to say the least, especially when we had to smuggle in Klein without them knowing. But the time saved could be the difference between life and death. Jennifer drove, and I relayed the plan, talking to Brett. There would be no time to sit around and hash out a detailed op order over a sand table, but I knew I didn't need to worry about that. The minute Retro had made the call, he was thinking about assault. I said, "We're 6 minutes out on the blacktop. Get your ass off of the hill and meet us at the road. I have your kit." "All business," he asked. "Plan?" "Stalk from the river. Me, you, and Retro. Coco and Nung take the car to the far side and lock it down with long guns. Explosive breach? Yeah, unless you have a better idea. Nope. I got the breach point. See you in 6. And that was the plan, all of it. We passed the mill on the main road, the dirt lane snaking off into the darkness, then crossed the river and turned left on the 2-lane blacktop, paralleling the water. We drove for another minute, and I saw a penlight flash. We pulled into a cutout, seeing Brett and Retro kneeling with ghillie suits on and holding their recce kit. Nung popped our hatchback, and Retro started shuffling equipment, exchanging his optics and UAV for suppressed HK-UMP submachine guns. Brett said, "They definitely moved 2 inside. From what I've seen, I think the house is a basic 4-room plan. There's a breach at the front, the side, and one in the rear. We take the rear one." "Where do you think they've got the hostages?" "I'm thinking the front. The heat sources are all there, with the exception of 2 in the rear and 2 on the side." "Can we get there without compromise?" I can't say. If they don't have any optics, thermals, or NODs, yeah. But I just don't know. I didn't see any telltale IR when looking, though. So, what are the two at the rear doing? He grinned, his teeth glowing in the darkness. Preventing the bad man from coming. I nodded, asking the question I knew he'd already figured out. What's the approach? You got a route? Yeah. We cross the river right here. Then button hook into the draw that runs parallel to the house. It peters out about 70 meters shy. From there, we just go in. I said, you and Retro on the same sheet of music? Yeah, we're good. Which meant I didn't have to brief anything. I asked, who's Breach? Me. I nodded and said, Jennifer, no, come here. When they closed on me, I said, we're crossing here. I want you guys to drive back around to the dirt lane. No lights once you turn. Get as close as you can, then walk in. We aren't going to wait for you to get in position, but call when you are. We'll be moving to Breach. I tapped the barrel of her .416. Lock down the front. Don't let anyone leave. Nung began working the action of his own .416, and I wondered if I would regret giving it to him. I said, Nung, Jennifer's in charge, you understand? No shooting unless she says so. He looked at me with his blank, shark eyes and said, I understand. I protect her, she shoots. I was taken aback, because that was exactly what I wanted him to do. I said, yeah, you guard her flanks, she does the shooting. He looked at her, then me, and said, she will be fine. He walked away, and Jennifer said, I'm not so sure about him. I wasn't either, but inside that prison in Thailand, he was a holy terror. He says he'll protect you, and it's better than body armor. She said, okay, drawing out the word. I said, get going. She started to leave, and I grabbed her wrist. One final thing. If it gets hot, don't let him start shooting. I'm not sure he gets the whole discrimination thing. He's liable to kill the hostages. Her eyes widened, and she said, what am I supposed to do to prevent that? If I'm getting shot at? I don't know. Return fire with your gun, and then bump him, knock off his aim. Her expression grew fierce. Are you kidding me? I'm not taking him. I'll go alone. I grinned at her attitude and said, just don't let him start blazing away. He'll listen to you. He wants to get paid. She looked at me with slitted eyes. I glanced around, seeing nobody near, then leaned in close and said, don't get hurt. Call if you need help. I kissed her on the lips, a brief peck. I'd studiously kept our relationship purely professional for anyone on the team watching, and would have never done it. But we were going into the teeth of some bad guys, and I needed to give her some courage, something to anchor against. It would help her. Okay, that's bullshit. And I had lost my mind for a moment. I just wanted to do it, in case... She returned the kiss and said, more than likely, you'll be calling me. I chuckled. Probably so. She winked at me and said, Nung, you ready? They packed up and the car disappeared down the road. Retro jacked around from his UMP and said sotto voice, don't get hurt. Call if you need help. Brett snickered and I realized they'd seen the whole thing. I said, let's go, assholes. We slid across the stone wall separating the river from the road, and Brett said, do you think we should call her for help no matter how this turns out? I mean, since you'll be sleeping in her room and all, get you some Benny points in bed? I slid down the riverbank, gritting my teeth. Retro said, I'm willing to take one for the team, act like we needed her help to pull us out of the fire. If you'll take some pictures. He slipped and landed in the water with a splash, a loud one. We all froze, waiting to see if it mattered. Nothing happened. I said, you guys through fucking around? Because we're about to be in a gunfight.
Chapter 69. Seamus paced the kitchen floor, turning circles around the two hooded captives. He said, Kevin, come on, I've had enough. We'll figure out the ferry procedures when we get there. Kevin said, it's the connection. It's slow. Hang on. Just a couple more minutes. You've been saying that for a damn hour. You got the ferry tickets in the hotel, fuck the rest. Kevin turned and said, yeah, I did. But don't you want to know the return procedures? We only research taking ferries into Ireland. You want to show up in England and have our car searched, finding a couple of hooded hostages? It'll be the same. We need to go. No, it's not the same. You ever traveled to the continent and traveled back? Seamus heard the words and knew he was right. Getting to Brussels or Paris through the Channel was a breeze. Getting back was a nightmare of security. He said, "How much longer to figure it out? How slow can that damn satellite hookup be?" "Just a minute more," Seamus said. "Michael, let's drug them. Get them ready." One of the hooded men began to thrash about, and Seamus saw it was the Vice President's son. If he didn't admire the fight, he would have knocked him out with a boot. But he did. He grabbed Nick's head and said, "Stop it. This is going to happen. Don't make me hurt you." Michael knelt over him with a needle designed for a horse, and Nick thrashed again, kicking his elbow and causing the syringe to fly across the room. Seamus snarled, "Have it your way," and thumped his head into the floor, stunning him. Michael retrieved the syringe and thrust it into his buttocks through his clothes. He jammed the plunger home. Nick went limp. Seamus said, "Travis, you want to fight?" Through his hood, Travis shook his head, trembling. Seamus handed Michael another needle, and the radio crackled. "Seamus, OP1. I got a couple moving down the road, coming towards us." Seamus held up, then grabbed the handheld radio. "What do you mean, couple?" "It looks like a guy and a girl, coming down the tree line." Guy and girl? That made no sense. He turned to Kevin. "Where's the nearest house around here?" "At least a mile up the road. It's all farmland. Nobody uses that dirt track to come and go. All the houses connect to the blacktop." "Could they be on it for some romantic fuckfest?" "Yeah, I suppose." He keyed the radio. "Let them go. Stay out of sight. Just keep an eye on them." The radio call went to a whisper. "They just came into the moonlight. They have guns. They're walking with rifles." Seamus pressed a fist into his eye. Guns? But why would they be walking down the road? If he stopped them and they were a local couple out doing whatever they were doing, he'd be exposed. No longer hidden, with some clan out to skin him for the scare. Then he realized that didn't matter. They were leaving anyway. "Stop them. See what they're doing, but don't hurt them. Get them on the ground and see if they're Serbian. If they are, take them out. If they aren't, just hold them and call." "You got it. Hang on." Jennifer tried to stay in the shadows, tried to match Nung's walk, but she was failing at every step. The guy was like a cat, having some ability to glide over the ground without leaving a single mark of his passing. After driving past the old watermill, they'd gone another quarter of a mile up the dirt lane with their lights off, then had pulled to the side. Nung looked at her for approval, and she nodded. They'd exited, wanting to walk through the woods to their overwatch position, but had found a small brook running alongside the road with a briar patch on the far side like a green fence. They could either penetrate through the tangled brush, fighting their way forward and making a racket, or take the road. They opted for the road, walking among the moonlight broken by the branches of the overhanging trees. The darkness was oppressive, but using the single-tube PVS-14 she had was like trying to walk while looking through a soda straw. No depth perception, and a conflict when her brain tried to process what it was seeing. One eye outside the green scope and one eye in. It was something she'd wished she'd practiced. The brook took a bend to the right, and she saw an open field. She whispered, "This is it. We need to find a spot with a field of fire." Nung nodded and said, "We got past the creek, and we can see the house." She took a knee and brought out the monocle, surveying ahead. She said, "I see the road, the track that goes in, 50 yards. She keyed her radio and said, Pike, this is Coco. We're at the entrance. We'll call when set." She heard, "Roger, on the move." She tapped Nung on the thigh, and they began stalking, moving slowly. They got to the road and crouched again. She raised the night optics, and a man to her right rose out of the bushes, an assault rifle in his hands. He jabbed it forward like a sword and said, "Get the fuck on the ground." Before the shock of his appearance had even registered in her brain, Nung whipped out like a snake, slapping the man in the face and trapping the weapon with his other hand. He drove an elbow into the man's throat, crushing it, then rotated around, circling the man's waist with his legs and bringing him to the ground, ending up sitting behind him. Nung wrapped up his neck, placed a hand on his forehead, and harshly jerked to the rear. The pop, loud enough to be heard 30 feet away. The weapon fell to the earth, useless. Jesus. Jennifer remained where she was. Nung slowly draped the body on the ground. He looked at her with a question. She said, "Sorry I ever doubted you." He smiled and tilted his head to the field across the brook.
Chapter 70. We broke out of the bushes from the draw and held up, surveying the house. So far it looked like we were undetected, but that was pretty much what Knuckles had thought in Paris. Brett brought out the thermals, and we saw no change. 2 guys to the rear, and a host of bodies in the front, all milling about and blending into each other with their heat state. It was a 70-meter stalk to the door, on open ground. Retro said, "Now or never. Wait until Coco's set. I don't want to push them out the back and lose them." I keyed the mic. Coco, we're in the last cover. About to assault. You got the back door?" She came on. "Yeah, we're set. Got clear fields of fire for everything out front, Pike. They've got men outside the house. We had to take one down 100 meters away." Hearing the words on the radio, all 3 of us began scanning with our night vision. I knew we weren't compromised, though, because of the racket Retro had made at the creek. If someone were out here, they'd have already been shooting. I glanced at Brett with an unspoken question. "How'd you miss him?" He shrugged, whispering, "Must have left while we were getting off the hill." Jennifer tried to sound calm, like a day at the beach, but there was something else in her voice. I said, "You good?" "Yeah, I am now. Remind me to give Nung a bonus." I was reassured that she was still on her game, and it wasn't nerves. I said, "About to break cover. Get on the scope." She said, "Pike, they're running outside. I see 2 guys carrying a body to a car." Body dead? It didn't matter. Slamming the place was all that remained. In a clinical voice that belied my apprehension of what we'd find, I said, "Moving now." Knowing that Brett and Retro were on the radio, I didn't give any further commands. We broke cover and sprinted to the back of the house, bashing through the bushes to the back door. I kept my muzzle on the doorknob, watching for any movement, while Brett slapped a charge straight down the middle with double-stick tape. He primed it and rolled to the right. I went left. Retro right behind me, his hand on my shoulder telling me he was ready. Brett looked at me, and I nodded. He capped the charge, and the door splintered inward in a violent explosion. I was already 2 steps toward it before it went off, catching some of the backblast. I entered muzzle ready and saw 1 man on the ground, a piece of wood sticking out of his jaw, and an AK held slackly in his hands. I popped a double tap and heard firing to my right. Retro taking care of the other heat source. We started flowing to the next room, and Jennifer called, "Car moving, I say again, car moving." We hit the next door in a stack, and I said, "Stop it from leaving, can't talk." Retro flung it open, and I entered, number 1 man again. I saw a muzzle flash as soon as I cleared the breach, my mind cataloging the action in clinical detail, working in hyperdrive to distinguish friend from foe, and assess my own physical state. Not hit, not hit. Firing from the left, aim, squeeze, target down, sweep, body equals gun equals target, squeeze, target down. The room was clear, and Brett was the first to the next door.
Jennifer saw the headlights flare and knew the car was coming. The lights from the vehicle behind it came on, compounding her problem. She cinched the weapon into her shoulder and welded her cheek to the stock, exhaling. She'd seen the men running back and forth, seen the body tossed in the back, then both vehicles began rolling her way. Without moving her head, she said, "Nung, there's a friendly in the lead car. Do not shoot into the body. Take out the tires, all of them. First car only. The other one wants to run, let it." He said, "Understood." A burst of gravel, and the two-car caravan began to rocket down the dirt track, bouncing on the uneven grade. She took aim at the right front tire and cracked around. It missed. The car kept coming, gaining speed. She exhaled, going into a zone, ignoring the press of time. She squeezed again, and the tire blew. The vehicle kept coming. She refocused and let off a double tap. The second tire blew. The car rolled onward. She heard Nung fire and saw the right rear tire explode. The car skidded to a stop, grinding on the rims alone, stuck in the mud of the track. The men jumped out and Nung cracked around, dropping the driver. They all crouched down, searching for the fire. One man screamed, shouting orders, and she saw them pull the body from the first car and began dragging it to the second. She said, "Take out the other car." She squeezed off around, and they made her position. A fusillade of fire rained down, forcing them both to duck behind the small earthen berm they'd chosen. A small gap, a reload or something else, and they both rose up, Nung shooting as soon as he cleared the rise, hitting one of the men. Jennifer sighted down and did the same, watching the man twirl, his death giving her nothing more than grim satisfaction. She rotated to the man with the hostage and pulled the trigger. His head exploded and he dropped mid-stride, sliding into the dirt. Another man took his place, and the body was inside the second car. It began moving, and she focused on the tires, cracking rounds. The vehicle jerked around the first car, blocking her shots. She kept shooting, hearing Nung to her right doing the same, but the car rocketed past, hitting the dirt road hard enough to almost cause it to flip. In seconds, it was around the bend and out of sight. A round snapped by her head, and she refocused on the disabled vehicle, seeing two men still shooting. She centered on one and squeezed. He dropped. She brought the other into her reticle, and he stuck his hands in the air, dropping his weapon. She saw the action and held up. Nung broke the trigger to the rear, and he dropped.
Chapter 71. Brett tried the doorknob, nodded, then flung it open. Retro entered and fired immediately, taking out a hostile directly in our path. He went left and I went right, entering a makeshift kitchen. I saw a man with a hood on his head, another just beyond with an AK. I hit him with a double tap, the weapon recoiling into my shoulder in a familiar caress. I swept the room, looking for other threats, but none remained. I felt the adrenaline racing through me and fought to control it, to keep my wits about me. Because now, it was thinking time. I said, "Back sweep, clear this place completely, watch the windows." Brett and Retro left, barrels going wherever their eyeballs went, and I jumped to the man on the floor. I pulled off his hood, and saw it wasn't Nicholas Seacrest. Damn it. He was unconscious and appeared to be drugged, his eyes rolling back in his head, and his tongue hanging out. I laid him back down and called Jennifer. "Coco, what's your status? We're clear. Can we come in?" Brett entered the kitchen and gave me a thumbs up. "Yeah, target secure. We got one hostage. Where's the other one?" "I'll tell you in a minute." Which I knew wasn't going to be good. I looked at Brett and said, "Start SSE. Search this place for anything we can get." He said, "Retro's already on it, but I don't think it's going to be much. These guys look like pipe swingers. I think they were hired as local protection. I don't think they're part of the plan." I pointed to an Inmarsat terminal on the window ledge, its connecting USB cables dangling as if whatever had been attached had been ripped out. "Get him on that. See if there's anything he can glean." Outside I heard Jennifer say, "Coming in." Then a pause, her not wanting to get shot as a threat. I said, "Come on, you're good." She entered, taken aback at the carnage. She said, "I guess you guys had the same fight I did." Brett looked up saying, "Really?" Yeah, it was not fun." Her eyes were glistening with a little post-combat scare, and I knew she'd seen the elephant. So did Brett. He nodded at her, saying nothing else, then went to get Retro. Nung came in behind her, and she pointed to him, saying, "He saved the mission. The man's quick as a mongoose. They had a guy on the road, hidden in the bushes." I looked at him, and he said, "You told me to protect her." As robotic as ever. Jennifer said, Then he shot a guy trying to surrender. I glared at Nung, and he said, he was trying to kill us. Damn it. When will you get it through your head that I'd like to talk to one of these guys? He looked around the room, the bodies littering the floor, and said, You missed your chance too, I guess. Retro entered, and I pointed to the Inmar set. Can you get anything out of that? Probably not. It's just a terminal. I need the laptop that was using it. I said, well, examine it anyway. He went to work, and I asked Jennifer, what happened with the other hostage? She told me the story, and I cursed. I saw her face fall, and knew I'd just blamed her. I said, not your fault. I'm just pissed. We were so close. She tentatively nodded, and I went into team leader mode. Jennifer, it's not your fault. We were forced to execute, forced to pull this out of our ass, and we did damn good. Nobody got killed, and we got one. We'll get the others. At the mention of others, she perked up and said, Where's Kylie? Why isn't she here? I have no idea. This guy is out like he's been boozing on Bourbon Street. We probably won't get any answers until he wakes up. What now? Shit, I don't know. I'd like to get some sleep, but I'll be willing to bet that Blaine and Kurt won't let that happen. You want to call them? She smiled. No. That's team leader department. While Retro went through the terminal, I called Blaine. After I told him what I had, where we were, and the risks to the hostage we held, he ordered me to remain in place, feeling a medical team would have more freedom here than at our B&B. Less chance of compromise, which, given that I hadn't heard any sirens, was probably a good bet. If we were compromised here, we'd already know it. He called in the docs and a cleaning team, who were really getting a workout on this op, then said Kurt wanted to talk to me directly. I knew why. I rang off and dialed. Kurt answered, saying he'd heard we'd rescued Travis DeLeon, the husband of the governor of Texas. I told him, yeah, I thought so, but the guy was drugged out of his mind. I had no idea who he was. I gave him the rundown of what had happened. He said, good work, then got around to it. Kylie? Boss, she's not here, I'm sorry. He said nothing. The silence grew, and I said, but we came close. We're on them now. They're on the run. They had to run out of here without a plan. They had no time to figure anything out. You said there was only one other hostage. Yeah, the one in the car. You think that was her? Or Nick? I gave him the truth that Jennifer had relayed. Sir, the body that went into the car was a male, almost positive. But it might have been her. He said, I'm not sure what to wish for. They're both out there. We'll get them both. What's your next move? Where from here? And that was the part of the conversation I didn't want to broach. I had nothing. This lead was so thin, it was a miracle it had worked out. Retro might get something from the Inmarsat, but it wasn't likely. Whatever he had was historical, and these guys would be too smart to run to anything that they'd ever touched before. I said, Sir, we're at a dead end. I've used up my magic. They're on the road, and I have no idea where. Shit! This hit might just get them to kill him. Dump them in a ditch somewhere. That took me aback. Sir, you're not suggesting... No way. You got back one. Hell. You got back 3. I'm just projecting. I said, all I need is a thread. Just one lead. He said, what's that? I said, all I need is a thread. Not you. Hang on. Your pal Knuckles is talking. The phone went down, and I could hear murmured conversation. He came back on. I gotta go. Get that place cleaned up. Get back to the Bird and Shannon. Clear out of there and stand by. The urgency in his voice was unmistakable. I said, what's going on? I might have your thread.
Chapter 72. Kurt hung up, and George Wolfe said, So they got Travis DeLeon? Clean? No compromise? Looks that way. George picked up a phone and said, That's great news. Palmer will want to kiss you. Of course, he'd want to hang you if it had gone bad. He started to dial and said, You want me to tell him about the unilateral decision to assault, or wait until you brief? Kurt said, Don't call just yet." George held the phone, a question on his face. Kurt turned to Knuckles. "What do you have?" Knuckles held out a transcript. "A guy initiated contact with our bait. Wants to talk about the Breedlove story. Claims to have inside information that can be used to leverage the Secretary of Homeland Security during his interview." From behind his desk, George hung up the phone and said, "Man, that was quick." 4 hours earlier, Kurt had enlisted the help of Bartholomew Creedwater, the Taskforce computer specialist, to spoof the number of the Secretary's direct office line, then pretend to be his personal assistant, asking for Kincaid. The reporter had eaten it up, setting a meeting later on in the evening. Kurt had intended to reschedule at the last minute, rolling the meeting to the next night, and continued doing so until it became apparent his plan wasn't going to work or the terrorist made contact. He never expected it to happen so soon. Kurt said, "Creed's still confident his little intrusion is hidden?" "Yeah," Knuckles said. "That stuff is all black magic to me. But he seems to think he can get away with anything." "Funny, he thought that same thing when they put on the handcuffs that got him to the Taskforce. I hope he's right." Kurt had two choices to gain access to Kincaid's telecommunications. Go get a warrant with a judge and legally access his phones using FBI architecture, or see if he had the means to do so locally, using Taskforce assets. The first choice was the direction he wanted to go, but it was clearly out of the question. He might have convinced the president, but the Oversight Council would have balked, specifically because the Taskforce was forbidden from working domestically, and more generally because nobody in the Justice Department was read onto their very existence. It would invite compromise. That left option 2, which was decidedly illegal, and Kurt knew he was walking on dangerous ground. As the commander, he bore the responsibility to ensure the task force operated within a moral and legal framework. Its very secrecy had always been ripe for abuse, and he understood that well. The last thing he wanted was the unit to metastasize into an American Gestapo, and it was his job to lead by example. He couldn't very well count on his men to exercise sound judgment, only executing operations that were within their charter, if he didn't. In the end, Kylie's fate had won the debate. He'd come back and asked Creed some pointed questions, and there was a reason Creed was chosen. The Taskforce Computer Network Operations Cell had plenty of genius-level specialists, hackers, but all had gleaned their skills through the U.S. government. All but one. Creed had been nabbed doing some nasty computer things to unsavory people he deemed worthy of the abuse, and his skill had caught the eye of the task force. In exchange for staying out of jail, he'd left the dark side and come to work for Kurt. It had been a fairly easy fix, because while he'd definitely broken the law, his actions had led to some racketeering prosecutions, and nobody was really itching to make him pay. Kurt had pulled him out of the fire, and he knew Creed felt undying loyalty, along with no compunction about breaking the law, especially if Kurt asked. Technically, the task force charter forbade the collection of content from any cellular or landline communications. They were restricted to geolocation only, using the greater intelligence community for any chatter they needed to hear, since the IC already had a robust oversight structure in place. The Oversight Council didn't want to reinvent the wheel, giving their small organization the ability to start reading emails and listening to calls. When Kurt had asked Creed if it was possible, given the equipment they had, he'd said it could be done if one had the skill. Kurt had handed him Kincaid's business card giving the order, and Creed had grinned, turning to a keyboard. And he'd produced. Kurt scanned the transcript, stopping on the time. "Shit, this thing's going down in the next 30 minutes. A daylight meeting?" Knuckles said, "Yep, looks like it." Reading further, Kurt said, "Garage on Wilson Boulevard. That's straight up the street in Roslyn. We can be there in 5 minutes." George took the transcript and read the address. "This guy sure has a sense of humor." "What?" The garage address is 1401 Wilson Boulevard. It's a special place for spilling secrets to reporters. It's where Woodward met Deep Throat." "You're kidding." "Nope, same spot." Knuckles said, "I'm sure that's a coincidence. No way is that intentional." "Why?" asked Kurt. "I didn't tell you the best part. Creed said he spoke with an Irish accent." Kurt grinned and pointed to Knuckles' leg. "Can you fight?" "Hell yes. I told you that in Europe. Just can't run very fast. But it sure isn't affecting my aim." Kurt turned to George. "Get the med lab ready for a detainee. I want 2 interrogators on immediate standby with a full suite, including drugs." George raised an eyebrow and said, "You plan on bringing him here?" "Where else? We're going to need answers immediately. Also, you can now call Alexander Palmer. Tell them I need an emergency meeting of the Oversight Council in, say, 2 hours. Tell them to make sure the president's there." "Why? What are you going to ask for?" "Blanket Omega. This pans out, and we're about to execute multiple hits." "They aren't going to let you do that, Kurt. You've tried before to get Omega for a single follow-on hit, and they've always said no. Always directed you to come back again for approval. Don't tell them that's what I'm asking for." George said, "Knuckles, could you give us a moment?" He left, and George said, "Is this about Kylie, or the VP's son?" "It's the same damn thing." George said, "I'll follow you. You know that. Just don't let emotion get in the way here. This whole reporter thing would never have happened if it were just the VP's son. We're leaning way, way over the edge. Is she worth the task force?" Kurt nodded and said, "Yes, she's coming home. I would have no leverage at all if it weren't for Nick Seacrest, but I do, and I'm using it. She will not end up on a tape." George remained quiet. Kurt said, "Butter Palmer up with the recovery of Travis. Let him know we're working other leads and it's moving fast." He caught Kurt's eye, hesitated, then said, "Okay, I will." Kurt said, "George, I understand your concerns. I'll protect you. It's my call." George scoffed and said, "Screw that. I told you I'm with you, 100%. But you know they're going to tell you to pound sand." "They can't. I've already gotten permission from the president." "The president? When did he say we had blanket Omega authority?" "When he told me to burn these fucks to the ground." Chapter 73. Inside his car, the engine off, the heat dissipated, and the bone-chilling Washington winter began to seep inside the frame, even inside the garage. Kurt keyed his radio, thankful that he wasn't outside. "Anything?" Knuckles came back with, "Nothing from here. Everyone's off the street because of the cold. He comes by me, he'll be easy to spot." The transcript had specific instructions, telling Kincaid to park in a numbered spot that had been blocked off with orange cones. Actually, 2 spots were blocked off, the one he was told to use and the one adjacent. The cones had been stolen, no doubt, but nobody questioned such things. The spots would remain clear. Directly to the rear of the parking space was a stairwell leading to the street. The instructions had said that Kincaid was to park and wait. The contact would find his car on foot. Kurt had placed Knuckles at the top of the stairwell, on a park bench, ironically just down the street from a historical marker discussing the Watergate deep-throat lineage of the place. Kurt had taken a car inside and parked within view of the meeting location, but offset to the left. He'd brought a Taskforce stiletto, an experimental electromagnetic pulse gun that would destroy electrical components at close range. They knew the contact was approaching on foot, and, wanting to control all variables, they'd decided to disable Kincaid's car as soon as it arrived. With all the computers in modern-day vehicles, a brief punch from the stiletto would render it useless, and they could then assault at their leisure, preventing the target from using Kincaid's car to escape. The plan was simple. Knuckles would discreetly follow the target down the stairwell, locking down the back door, and Kurt would observe from the front. When he made contact, entering the vehicle, they would assault, slamming the target with overwhelming force. The one thing they wanted to avoid was the target killing Kincaid. If the Irishman was who they thought he was, that was the only reason for the meeting. The terrorists were now taking out anyone who was tangentially associated with breaking the story, locking down the ability for them to negotiate money from the administration. Neither Knuckles nor Kurt thought it would happen quickly. Feeling the man would want to interrogate Kincaid to learn who else should be on the target list, but also knew that the plan the terrorists had envisioned was falling apart. The Clute twins had been rescued, followed by the recovery of Travis. They had to be getting desperate, and Kurt didn't put it beyond the target to simply enter the car and start shooting, something he wanted to prevent. Well, that was a little soft. It was something he absolutely needed to prevent. A car entered the garage, lights on, and Kurt ducked down, getting below the windshield. Sitting in the back seat, he peeked around the headrest and saw Kincaid exit the driver's door and began pulling aside the cones. Kurt waited until he was back behind the wheel, then slid out and threaded his way through the vehicles, getting close enough to work the stiletto. He waited until Kincaid moved forward, then pulled the trigger, seeing the headlights flicker and fade, the engine coughing and spitting, sounding like a knocking from a 70s gas guzzler. In the front seat, Kincaid manipulated the controls, then slammed the steering wheel in frustration. Kurt returned to his vehicle, calling Knuckles. "Car disabled. We're 2 minutes out." "Nothing on top. I say again, nothing on top." Kurt surveyed the garage, running through his head where he could be wrong, chasing down what could cause failure. "Can I close on the vehicle quickly enough if Knuckles is held up? Can I prevent a shot? Can I prevent escape? What if he has help? Can I execute on my own against 2 men? If that happens, should I just kill?" They needed the target alive. Killing him got them nowhere, other than saving Kincaid's life. Sitting in the parking garage, Kurt realized how many variables he'd left exposed. Realized he'd put enormous faith in the single phone call, and had placed Kincaid's life in serious jeopardy, all for his quest for Kylie. Headlights flashed, and he sank down, letting the vehicle travel beyond him, waiting on the glow to leave. It did not. He slid upward enough to get a corner of vision through the windshield, and saw a late-model BMW back up rapidly, flattening the cones, blocking the adjacent parking spot, and knew the target had lied. "Knuckles, he's arrived. He's in a vehicle. Get down the stairs. It's going to happen quicker than we can control." He rolled out of the vehicle, hearing, "Roger that, on the way." He snaked his way forward, staying below the cars, and said, "No killing, no killing. Take him alive." "Shit, sir, that'll depend on him." "I'm coming." Damn it, this was stupid. Kurt broke out of a row of vehicles and saw the target jamming a pistol in the face of Kincaid, the reporter screaming, his hands in the air. The pistol came down hard, the barrel hammering Kincaid in the temple, and he sagged. "It's not a killing, it's a kidnapping." Kurt ran in a crouch, trying to get a shot that was debilitating but not lethal, which was seriously stupid, and he knew it. Any shot would potentially be a killing one, both to the target and to Kincaid. Shooting into a thigh was Hollywood crap. He saw Kincaid dragged into the other car and abandoned the plan, running back to his vehicle. He reached it and dove into the back seat. He saw the white lights of the target car flare and rolled out into the access lane, raising the stiletto. The car screamed forward, sliding parallel to him, and he hit the trigger. The engine coughed, then bucked in a halting, jerky manner. He squeezed again, and it went dead. The man behind the wheel turned the key, pumping the gas, then saw Kurt. The terrorist exited, pistol held high, and started shooting, using the door for protection. Kurt dove behind his own car, the rounds puncturing the steel. He slid low, calling Knuckles. "He's out! I'm compromised! Damn it, where are you?" Through a wince he heard, "Hell, sir, I told you I couldn't run. I'm coming." Kurt slid out behind the front tire, almost prone, and fired 2 rounds into the windshield, over the unconscious reporter and past the shooter's body, causing him to duck. The target, huddled behind the door, identified where the firing was coming from and drew a bead, popping rounds Kurt's way, the noise from his unsuppressed pistol banging harshly between the garage walls. Kurt rolled backward, 1 round so close that chipped concrete cut his face. He crawled to the rear of his vehicle and saw a flash of light from the stairwell door opening. Kurt stood, putting himself in the man's crosshairs to get him to focus, then dove to the ground. He heard 2 rounds snap past his head, then a rattled scream, like someone was being flayed alive. He stood, seeing Knuckles standing above the target, juicing a taser with a grin on his face. Kurt walked over to him, watching the twitching of the body, knowing his mental faculties were fine. He leaned down. "Hey, I've got a few questions for you, and you're going to answer them." Chapter 74. George Wolfe stood at the head of the table, fending off any questions that came his way, stating that Kurt would provide a complete briefing as soon as he arrived, which he prayed would be pretty damn soon. The Oversight Council had agreed to his demand of an emergency meeting, and since he'd specifically asked for the president, they all had come. Every one. Some of the most powerful people in the world, they didn't have a lot of patience. But luckily the president hadn't arrived, so Wolfe had some breathing room. Although not much. Kerry Bostwick, the head of the CIA, said, "I've got work to do. I can't sit here all night, and I don't want to direct my assets looking for people that have been recovered. Did you or did you not get Travis de Leon?" Alexander Palmer spoke up, raising his hand. "Okay, people. Not to steal Kurt's thunder, but we have recovered de Leon. And Kurt's apparently on another thread. Calm down, damn it. Let him get here." Bostwick leaned back, saying, "I could have used that information about 2 hours ago. I've got guys running amok on different threads to him, putting themselves in danger." Wolfe, a CIA man himself, said, "Sir, sorry about that, but this is fast-breaking and very close hold. We couldn't put out a press release. The recovery is intimately tied into the further hunt. You know how that works." Bostwick glared but said nothing, turning to the man to his left. For the first time, Wolfe recognized Easton Bo Clute, the chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, now apparently read on to Taskforce activities from the recovery of his twins. The first man from the legislative branch of government to do so. Wolfe was unsure if that was good or bad. The light above the door flashed, and the President of the United States entered, leaving his Secret Service detail outside. Wolfe inwardly groaned. "Time's up." President Warren took his seat at the head of the table and said, "Okay, so what's going on? You've got de Leon, but not Seacrest?" "Sir, yes, that's correct. We now have 3 of the 4 hostages and a good lead on the 4th, Nick Seacrest." "So what's the story? You call this rodeo, start the briefing." Wolfe said, "Sir, I think we should wait for Kurt Hale. He has the latest." "Latest? From the sit-reps I read, it happened over 4 hours ago." Wolfe started to respond when the light above the door went red, meaning someone wanted in. Palmer keyed the access panel, and Kurt Hale entered. Wolfe sagged in relief. Kurt walked straight to the front of the conference table, ignoring the computer and everyone in the room but the president. He nodded at Wolfe, letting him escape to the back of the room. He turned to the president and said, "I have the ability to recover Nicholas Seacrest. Right now. But I need to get let off the chain. No more reporting to the Oversight Council until it's done. I need blanket Omega authority to conduct operations." There was quiet for a brief moment, then shouted questions. Kurt let them fly about the room like a presidential press conference, saying nothing. Eyes on President Warren. The room stilled, realizing he wasn't playing their game. Warren, holding Kurt's eyes, said, "Why don't you include us in your recent endeavors? Give us a little perspective." Kurt smiled and said, "Here's where we stand." He gave them everything he knew about the operation in Ireland, and the subsequent extrapolation of data, which was a dead end. He then told him about a new lead, a Croatian arms dealer in Dubrovnik, and the fact that Kurt had already redirected a team to his location. He asked again for blanket authority. I'm going to hit that guy in Dubrovnik, and then I'm going to turn that hit into another one in England or Ireland. I can't come back here and sit waiting on an answer. We need to be quicker than them, quicker than their ability to react. Jonathan Billings said, Where is this new information coming from? The thing about this guy you call the Frog? Where is irrelevant at this point. I'm not going to spend the next hour talking about it. Trust me, it's true. And every minute we sit here is another minute we lose the ability to succeed. I'll give you a complete briefing afterwards if you'd like, but right now I need Omega to hit this guy, and Omega to hit everything associated with him. I can't keep asking for permission. We're too damn slow doing that. Billings said, No way, you want too much. You want us to let you off the chain because you've never liked the oversight. I get the risk, but this is just you trying to get around us. Kurt caught the president's eye and waited. Warren nodded and spoke. Jonathan, you came here after the Oversight Council was created. Do you know who did that? Billings, looking confused at the change of direction, glanced left and right and shook his head no. I gave authority for the building of the task force, and one man said it was a risk. Said that fighting our terrorist threat was good, but not at the expense of creating something that could get out of control. He demanded the creation of the Oversight Council, demanded accountability. That man is now briefing you, so I'd hold my tongue before impugning his motives. Billings said nothing, staring at his hands. Then Alexander Palmer said, There's a reason for no blanket authority, and that's because we need to evaluate each operation, determine the pros and cons. We can't do that here. Kurt said, That's based on disparate hits against different targets. I'm asking for the authority for a single target set, our hostages. I'm not asking to go hit a bunch of terrorists just because I can. Bostwick spoke up. Wait a minute. Part of that is because you don't have the ability to leverage the entire intelligence community. You don't see what we do. You can't conduct global operations because you don't have global reach with your intel. You need to come back to us to see what else we've got. That's the very reason we exist. Kurt said, Ordinarily, I'd say you're right, but not in this case. Your entire global architecture has gleaned absolutely nothing. I have the key and I want to leverage it. I'm not coming back to you for shit because that's exactly what you have. I'll do this myself without any help, and I promise you I can. How are you going to conduct operations on separate continents, then tie them together? It's no different from what I did in Iraq before the creation of the task force. Get the intel, create a target package, hit the target knowing what we're looking for, then turn to another target. I've done this before. Speed is the essence. Work faster than they can react. Bostwick said, This isn't Iraq. We don't own the battle space. How can you coordinate that quickly over continents? Seriously? It's a damn radio call. Do you think I was more effective because I was in the same country? I was still talking on a radio. I have the best men in the world. They'll do it. He turned to President Warren. Sir, you said it yourself when you ordered me on the mission. I can operate more efficiently across boundaries, across our artificial stovepipes. It's the reason you set me in motion. Billings said, Before, when I asked you about this, you said you didn't have the capability because of the cover concerns and how long it took to rectify them. What are you saying now? You can do this clean without the preparation? Kurt drew back, knowing this was the cut line. No, I'm not. I'm saying I can recover the Vice President of the United States' son. The fallout is something else. Billings said, Turn in your intelligence to others. We'll get the HRT to execute the targets. Get the host nation to intervene. I see no reason to let you do this unilaterally. We do that, we'll fail. I've already seen what happens when we try to coordinate across agencies and other governments. You get dead men and missed opportunities. The reason we were successful in Iraq was that we owned the entire cycle, from capture to exploitation to follow-on target. No blinks. We held it all and we crushed them, because we didn't need to turn to someone else for help. Billings said, Yeah, Iraq is working out perfectly. Surprised at the statement, Kurt said, "That's coming from the State Department? We were ordered out, and when we left, there was a smoking hole instead of a terrorist network." He looked at President Warren and said, "I'm asking for permission to do the same here. You want them back, I'll get them. But it won't be without cost. Secretary Billings is correct. We'll be exposed, but we'll have them home. It's your call. But you already made it with your order earlier." A ghost of a smile on his face, President Warren said, "And what was that?" "You told me that if I could resolve this and it meant compromise, I would do so. Well, I can resolve it, right now." President Warren said, "You're that sure?" "Yes, sir." The president looked around the room, then said, "Time for a vote, perhaps the last the Oversight Council will ever take. Blanket Omega or Dead Sun?" The words were intentionally biased, and Kurt appreciated it. The first hand up was the vice president's, followed by the hand of Easton Clute. The Secretary of Defense, Mark Oglethorpe, raised his, and there was nobody on the council who would vote no after that. Kurt nodded, then looked to Wolf at the back of the room, catching his eye. Wolf pulled out a cell phone and began dialing. President Warren saw the exchange and said, "What's coming?" "The takedown of the Croatian arms dealer in the next few minutes." Taken aback, Warren said, "I thought you were still redirecting a team to his location." "That's correct. They were flying from Okinawa after the recovery of the Clute twins. They were over the European continent headed to France when I redirected them. They're on the ground ready to execute." "And they know everything you do? They know what they're looking for?" "Oh, yeah. That's what I meant about closing the loop. For the first time in this whole sorry mess, we're going to be ahead of the terrorists. They know exactly what to look for." Chapter 75. Johnny peered out of the side window of the panel van, waiting on his teammate to return, when his second-in-command, a guy with the call sign Axe, said, "Why are we taking this guy down again? I mean, specifically? Did they give you our intel requirements?" "Not really, just that he's associated with the kidnappings. We take him and interrogate as fast as possible. We dig until we hit something worthwhile. Pike's apparently waiting on intel, and we're it." "That's great. Pike. I should have known." Johnny said, "What the hell is taking Crash so long?" Axe said, "Maybe he's already accomplished the mission." Johnny laughed. "Doubt it. Not with the security he called in." "We're going in as soon as he briefs?" Looking out the window, Johnny said, "Still waiting on the call. Nothing until we get the execute authority." He stiffened and said, "Crash is inbound." The door opened, and the teammate called Crash entered the back of the van. He said, "Okay, I've got at least 4 PSD, maybe 1 extra. But the last guy seems more like a secretary than actual physical protection. That guy called the Frog just left the bar and went back to his suite, taking some local talent with him. Real hammers. So our biggest threat is a couple of hookers? I wish. They've got 1 PSD at the elevator on the floor, then 2 outside the door, then the rest inside. Going to be a fight? Looks that way. He's on the 4th floor, so we could climb, but that would take some time, and that's after we waited for them to go to sleep." Axe said, "It's close to 2 a.m., so it might not be that long." "I don't know about that. You should have seen the chicks. They're going to be busy for a while." "Doesn't matter," Johnny replied. Kurt was pretty clear. No waiting. Pike standing by, and this is apparently critical. "How can we get down the hall? Do we have cover?" "Not really. The elevator opens at a T intersection, but once you turn the corner, they'll have eyes on." "What's the distance?" "About 50 meters. Axe said, "Shit. I'm not sprinting half a football field." "I was thinking about the drunk routine, the one we did in Sudan. You good with that?" Axe said, "Yeah, that might work. Better than running and gunning down a linear target." Johnny said, "Okay, Axe and I head down the hall. You deal with the security at the elevator. We get as close as possible. Anyone escalates, and it's game on." Axe said, "I cannot believe I'm acting like a drunk to help out Pike. That bastard is going to owe me big time." Johnny's phone vibrated, and he answered. Axe knew the decision by the look on his face. He hung up and said, "Okay, this is it. We hit hard, suppressed weapons. We interrogate in the room. We get whatever we can, and we leave. But we can't kill everyone. Only self-defense. No offensive shooting." "What the hell does that mean?" "It means this place isn't designated a hostile force. Unfortunately. Kurt has no idea who this guy is or what he knows, so we don't have authority to start killing. Only in self-defense." Axe said, "What if we can't leave, if the police show up?" "We go to jail." That's straight out of Kurt's mouth. "You guys still good?" Axe screwed a suppressor on his Glock, saying, "You have to ask that?" The three exited the van, slinking across the cobblestone street to a boutique high-end hotel overlooking the Atlantic. Surrounded by much older buildings, it kept to the local charm with its architecture, but was clearly a cut above. Like the rich bride attending her first party with the redneck family, wearing the same clothes and trying to fit in, but failing miserably. According to the intelligence Kurt had sent, the man known as the Frog lived on the penthouse floor, and the reconnaissance earlier had confirmed it. The floor consisted of 2 suites. The Frog had the one on the left, which wouldn't have been a problem, except his personal security details started their protection at the elevator. Crash led the way past the desk to the cars. He pressed the penthouse button and said, "We get out, it's game on. We control this right, and nobody from the desk will know. We need to hit hard, really hard, before anyone can call reinforcements." The bell rang, and Johnny held out a fist. The other 2 bumped it, and the doors opened. Johnny and Axe spilled out, shouting for someone named Felton, with Crash staying behind in the car, out of sight. The first PSD grabbed Johnny's coat, telling him to stop. He jerked out of the man's grasp and continued on, shouting, "Felton! You fuck! Your bride's looking for you!" Axe continued the charade, stumbling forward toward the T intersection. The bodyguard grabbed his shoulder, calling on his radio. Axe turned, drawing the guard's full attention, and Crash put a barrel against his head. The guard raised his hands high. Crash pointed to the floor, and he sank down. Axe and Johnny turned the corner, shouting and yelling for Felton. Weaving and stumbling, they saw the 2 outside the door. They got within 5 feet, and one advanced, politely telling them they were in the wrong spot. Axe said, "Bullshit! You're hiding our friend. What's with you, man? Where is he?" The bodyguard pulled out a pistol and intent on jamming it into Axe's face and showing he meant business. What he got in return was a display of controlled violence. Axe trapped the pistol in his hands, then rotated underneath the man's arm, torquing his joints in a small circle. He whipped toward the ground, and the man went flying over his shoulder, slamming into the carpet. Axe let go of the arm and hammered him in the temple with a closed fist. The man ceased moving. Axe turned to help Johnny, but it didn't matter. His target was down as well. Searching the body, Johnny held up a key card. Axe took it, glanced back to make sure Johnny was ready, then swiped. The light went green, and they exploded in. They entered a den, Axe seeing a man on the couch and one at a liquor cabinet. The couch man leapt up, drawing a gun and aiming. Axe broke his trigger to the rear, popping his head back with a suppressed round. He turned to the right and saw Johnny holding liquor cabinet guy by the hair, the man on his knees, compliant. Johnny hissed, "You had to kill that guy?" Axe said, "Your guy doesn't have a weapon." Johnny jerked his head to the right, toward the bedroom, and Axe sprinted toward it, Glock at the ready. He pushed open the door and saw a dream of every red-blooded male on Earth. 2 women on top of a man, both with impossibly inflated attributes, both writhing and moaning. The target clearly had no idea Axe had entered, in a world of his own. Axe hit the lights, and the girls rolled off in confusion. The man sat up and yelled in a language Axe didn't understand. Axe leveled his pistol and said, "Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Frog, but I'm here to ask you some questions. Please don't disappoint me with your answers." The girls began screaming, and Johnny entered the room. Into his radio, he said, "Crash, target secure. Clean up the hallway, bring them in here." In a heavy accent, the Frog said, "You fuckers have no idea what you're messing with. None." Axe looked at one of the girls and said, "I don't know about that. I think I've been in something similar." Taking that as a cue, one of the girls sidled over to him and in broken English said, "American. I speak American." She knelt down, reaching for his belt, completely unashamed at her nakedness. Axe roughly knocked her away with his knee, spilling her to the ground and leaving no illusion of the state of play. The frog said, "Leave now, and I'll pretend this didn't happen. I have no money here, and I have powerful friends in very high places." Johnny said, "I bet not as high as ours. We're looking for Nicholas Seacrest, and we understand you've had some dealings with some Irishmen who know where he is." The words hung in the air. For the first time, Axe saw fear crawl across his target's face.
Chapter 76. I paced back and forth in the lobby of the Shannon FBO, feeling more and more frustrated, slamming back one tepid cup of free coffee after another. We'd been sitting on our asses for more than 6 hours, and the thread from the hostages was growing distant. Maybe I should have done what Blaine said, just start tracking likely exit routes. Try to run into them on the road. Jennifer said, "Pike, you're going to give yourself an aneurysm." Like a He-Man, I crushed the styrofoam cup I was holding. We're doing nothing. They're getting away. I'm sick of waiting on the Taskforce for intel. We could be here until dawn and get zilch. Blaine said, "They've got an operation primed for Dubrovnik. Johnny's on it. Let's wait it out. See what they get." I rolled my eyes and said, "What the hell does Croatia have to do with this? The kidnappers are in this country, and the entire island is only 4 hours across. We're giving them the edge. Let me take Jennifer and just start cruising the highways. Go to Dublin and back, maybe Belfast, just to see what we can find." No. Kurt could call at any moment. I need the assets here. What if he says he has the target, and it's back in Cork? I'm not going to spread out. I've got enough trouble controlling the cleanup crew. Settle down and get some sleep. We'd left Macroon in the hands of another support crew, and they'd begun their work cleaning the mess we'd left behind. Blaine had also coordinated a medevac bird, and we'd passed the still unconscious Travis DeLeon off to a medical team, bound for the United States. I always looked to the future, forgetting about the past, but Blaine had to deal with both. I scanned the room, every overstuffed lazy boy full of Taskforce operators snoring away, and Nung playing a video game on the widescreen TV. Fat chance I could sleep right now. Jennifer said, "Pike, come here." I did so, glancing at Blaine. He studiously stared at another widescreen showing CNN. "What?" "Would you have a little faith? Kurt's working the issue. You can't solve everything by yourself. I know that, but this is killing me. The guy's got Seacrest in his car, and he's here, not in Croatia. Every second we wait, he gets further away. You said yourself, we've been waiting for 6 hours. The time to run around flailing in the dark has long gone." I looked at Blaine again, making sure he was focused on something else, then said, "You don't understand. Kylie wasn't there. She's gone. I don't give a rat's ass about the vice president's son, but without him, she's going to die. I can't let that happen." She took my hand and flicked her head at the lazy boy next to her. I sat down. She said, "It's going to come together. It will." I sat down and said, "No, it won't. It doesn't work that way. No matter what you do, sometimes people die, good people." She knew whom I was talking about. She said, "Don't do that to yourself. This isn't about your family." I sagged back and said, "It is. I let them die, and now I'm letting Kylie do the same." She said, "You still have her pendant?" "Yeah, I'm going to give it back to her when I find her." "What's it say on it?" Confused, I said, "You know." "I want to hear it." Before I could answer, Blaine stood up, his phone to his ear. I watched intently, like a dog following an owner with a ball in his hand. He hung up and said, "Wake, everyone, we have a mission." We sprang up. Jennifer began walking around and shaking legs. I said, "What did Johnny find? Where are they?" Blaine said, "We have an address in London. Let's saddle up." London, who? He started packing his small rucksack, stuffing in bottled water and power bars, courtesy of the FBO. Johnny just took down a Croatian arms dealer. Apparently, he's been working with the new IRA and connected them to some Somalis from Al-Shabaab. He's got the address to where the skinnies are holed up in London. Somalis? That's always been a smokescreen. It's what almost got Knuckles and Brett killed. He stood up. Not this time, there's a connection, and we get to go explore it. Everyone began packing kit, getting ready to leave, but I was having none of it. Sir, this is stupid. There are no Somalis attached to this. I know we want to believe Al-Qaeda is at the heart of this, but they're not. Flying to London is the last thing we should do. The hostages are in Ireland. He stopped and looked me in the eye. Sergeant Major, get your ass on the plane. We have a target to hit, and I need your skill. Sir, it's an hour to England, another hour to get sorted out, an additional hour getting to the target, and then at least an hour of recce. It'll be damn near noon before we can do anything, which means we'll roll over until the next cycle of darkness and lose the hostages. We're not going to wait. Kurt's orders. We hit as soon as we can, darkness or otherwise. What, a daylight hit? Yeah, direct orders. Burn it to the ground. Whatever comes out, comes out. We get additional intel, and we do a follow-on hit. Wherever that leads. Nobody stands in our way. Nobody tells us no. I liked the sound of that, as much as I thought the mission was misguided. Jennifer hoisted her knapsack and said, Pike, we can talk on the plane. I'm not sure we should get on the plane. What's on the pendant? I remained silent. She said, Tell me. Let us do evil, that good may come. You can't give her that pendant back without fulfilling its prophecy. I'm ready. I said nothing, sizing up whether she was playing me. She said, Pike, I want her back as much as you do. I'm willing to do what's necessary. I realized she wasn't manipulating me, that she meant it from the core of her being. I reached down and grabbed my bag without looking at her. Blaine nodded at her, a silent thanks, and I said, Sir, don't go patting her on the back just yet. You have no idea what evil I'm about to do.
Chapter 77. Seamus parked his car in an alley on Edgware Road and rubbed his eyes. Dawn had long since passed, and he hadn't slept in over 24 hours. He glanced at Kevin in the back seat, sound asleep. He slapped the man's thigh, jerking him awake. We're here. I'm going up. You stay with the hostage. He should be waking up soon. Take a bottle of water and give it to him, but do not untie his hands no matter what he says. He's a fighter. Groggy, Kevin said, I couldn't fight my way out of a wet paper bag right now. I can't imagine riding in the trunk blindfolded and drugged. Makes him a greater threat. Don't do it. Give him water, but do not release him. Kevin took a pull of his own bottle, saying, Yeah, I got it. You sure about barging in like this? We should have gone to the hotel I found. I called them after the ferry landed in Glasgow. They're expecting me. I meant about showing our hand, how we only have one. These guys aren't exactly known for their humanitarian streak. Nothing else I could do. It's just you and me now. The hotel was a risk and they offered shelter. At least until their strike is done. How long should I wait? I mean, if this goes bad, what should I do? You don't hear from me in 30 minutes, get out. Go wherever you want. I'll be dead, so it's irrelevant. Shocked at his words, Kevin said, Wait, I don't know what to do with him. Where to go? You think this meeting could turn that bad? No, I don't. They want the hostages and will settle for one. As far as I know, their attack is set to go in a few hours whether we give them anything or not. He opened the door and Kevin pulled his sleeve. What? Don't leave me down here. Let me come up with you. You can use the help. Seamus considered, knowing it would be better to have two instead of one. Ali Hassan was a spindly man, but as the Americans were fond of saying, Sam Colt made an equalizer of anyone. He said, Okay, check the hostage. I'll watch from the end of the alley. We'll go up together, but you need to be armed. Take a pistol. Kevin nodded, satisfied, like a puppy being scratched behind the ears. He exited the vehicle with a bottle of water, and Seamus walked to the entrance of the alley, surveying the street. A half-minute later, Kevin approached, telling him the hostage was still out. Seamus said, "Let's go see our patrons." They entered the front of the apartment complex, walking down a hallway past some front stores to a suite of mailboxes and an elevator. Seamus decided to forego the easy route and took the stairs, going up 3 flights and passing several immigrants from Middle Eastern countries. All looked at them in curiosity. He reached the 3rd floor and exited, moving down a narrow hallway with a threadbare carpet running its length. He paused outside number 318, smelling the mold and decay. He put his ear to the door. He heard nothing. He knocked, Kevin right behind him. No one came. He knocked again, and the door was jerked open by a large black man he didn't recognize, sweating profusely, a sweat that Seamus recognized as fear. "Yes. I'm here for Ali Hassan." The man looked into the interior of the apartment and opened the door. Seamus entered, followed by Kevin, and saw Hassan in the den, a gun in his hand, aimed at Seamus's head. He said, Hey, no need for that." Hassan said, "There was no need for you to come here. In fact, no way you should have known where I am. You called demanding a meeting and tell me it's here. How did you know where to find us? Who else have you told?" "The Frog gave me the address. Really, he's on both our sides. There is no reason to keep it secret. I've told no one." "The Frog never gave me your address. In fact, he never gave me your name. Get on your knees and forgive me if I don't trust you." Seamus did so, placing his hands behind his head and saying, "I have the payment." Hassan stood and said, "Where? All I hear is promises and all I see is Irish scum." "We have him down in the car, in the trunk. Look, we'll pass him to you, but you need to put out a statement soon using him. I mean real soon, like in the next few hours." "Why? And what do you mean, him? Where are the others? You promised more than that. You told us we'd have many people to leverage." His hands still behind his head, Seamus carefully said, "We had some problems. I lost the others, but I still have the prize, the Vice President's son." Hassan stood, waving the pistol about. "And now you want to pay me half of what you promised, after my risk?" "There's nothing I could do. You know how this works." Hassan laughed, a mirthless tone, and said, "Yes, I do. Ismail, how does this work? When you were a pirate, what did you do when you were double-crossed on payment?" From across the room, holding another pistol, Ismail said, "I killed the hostages. Payment is payment." "And since we don't actually have the hostages, what do you suggest?" "We exact a different payment." Seamus saw Kevin's face crumble in fear at the words. He went on the offensive. "You talk about payment, but you've done nothing as far as I could see. Why the fuck should I pay you anything?" Ismail looked at his watch and said, 1 hour and 20 minutes. "Okay, then. We understand each other. The attack goes off, and you got the prize." Hassan said, "Lay down. On your belly." Seamus did so right next to Kevin. He heard Hassan say something in Somali, and the man who answered the door went into the bedroom. Seamus saw the man return carrying 2 black pillowcases, and he didn't understand what was occurring, until the light disappeared from the hood slammed over his head. Chapter 78. Kylie felt the car engine shut off, but she continued to feign sleep. Through slitted eyes, she saw they were in a shopping district, a mass of people boiling out of a London underground stop called Camden Town. She exhaled in relief. There was no way the bearded man would try to stuff her back into the trunk in front of all these people. And the ride locked up was more horrible than she remembered, every bump jarring through her body, the darkness mixed with the smell of exhaust. With Nick gone, her courage was sliding away, replaced by a sense of helplessness. Last night she'd felt the car rumble onto another ferry, the air horn blaring in the dark. Once on the far side, they'd driven for about 30 minutes, then had stopped. She'd waited for the man to release her, but he did not. She'd lain in the trunk for hours, hearing the man shift inside the car, and realized he had pulled over somewhere to sleep. Eventually, she drifted off herself, lost in her despair. She was awakened by the trunk opening and daylight spilling in. Squinting her eyes, she'd been allowed to get inside the vehicle with him, but he had left her hands bound. They had begun driving again, and she'd leaned her head against the window and pretended to sleep, afraid to ask the man where they were going, afraid to find out, postponing the inevitable. But it had arrived all the same. He shook her knee, saying, "We're here." She sat up and said, "Where?" "London. Look, I didn't like what was going on back there. Taking soldiers is one thing, but taking you across the line. I'm going to pass you to some people who will get you home. Okay?" The words alarmed her, making her want to turn back the clock, to climb back into the trunk. She didn't believe him for a second. He didn't know it, but she'd heard the conversation he'd had on the phone, and knew that whatever this was, it wasn't about helping her. In a quavering voice, she said, "Why don't you just let me go?" "You'll run to the cops. I can't have that. These people will hold you until Seamus is done, but they won't hurt you." She began to tremble, but nodded tentatively, pretending to believe. He pulled out a knife, and she recoiled against the window. He said, "I'm going to cut your hands free. Please do not attempt to escape. You won't make it." He sliced the flex ties on her wrists and said, "See that pub over there? We're going inside, and I'm going to get you some food. The men I'm talking about will meet us there in a couple of hours." At his words, she realized she was ravenous. She glanced out the window and saw a two-story establishment called The World's End. He said, "Anybody ask about your bruises, make something up. I don't think anyone will, though. It's early, but that bar has people who look like you in it all the time." She nodded, waiting on him to tell her what to do. He exited the vehicle, circled around, and opened her door. He said, "Remember, no tricks. I don't want to hurt you, but I will." She got out, and they crossed the street, threading through traffic. He held the door for her, and she entered a giant pub that seemed to go on forever, put together with what looked like spare parts and salvage, with no two tables alike, and heavy metal music blaring. He pointed to the back, saying, "That way." She walked past one bar and entered a large back room with a huge skylight. In the center was another bar, with a balcony seating area above it. She saw a sign for the bathrooms on the right and said, "I really need to go." He considered, then said, "Okay, but no tricks." He followed her down a short flight of stairs, stopping in an alcove, the men's room on the right, the women's on the left. She opened the door and found it empty, devoid of any help. One more blow to her dwindling courage. She immediately looked for a method of escape, but saw it would be impossible. The only window appeared to be welded shut and was 5 feet off the ground. She couldn't believe how filthy the place was. No seats on the toilets, graffiti all over the walls, and water on the floor. She settled for relieving herself, hovering over the stained toilet. Back outside, she found Colin waiting for her. He pointed to the upstairs balcony. "Up there. Sit at the back against the wall. I want to see them coming." They paused at the bar, a woman behind it with dreadlocks and a ring through her nose, a chain running from it to a hoop in her ear. Colin said, "You guys take euros?" "Nope, pounds only." He dug out his wallet, producing a credit card. "Start a tab. I'll start with a Guinness. She'll have a glass of water. We'll both take a couple of baskets of fish and chips." The lady ran his card and handed it back, saying, 15 minutes for the food." While they waited on the drinks, Kylie considered what he'd said about wanting his back to the wall and wanting to see the men coming. It meant they weren't exactly friends. It was the reason he'd stopped here, in a large public place. He wanted the crowd to keep the men in check. After all, if they were such good buddies and he had her safety at heart, why not just drive to their house? Why meet in a bar? Colin handed her a glass of water and led her to a circular metal staircase, telling her to go first. The rungs were so narrow she felt as if she was standing still and turning in a circle. They reached the top, the balcony completely empty, deflating her. Driving home her lack of options. She had again hoped to see someone, to give her a chance, no matter how small, to communicate her status. He pointed to a couch against the wall, a small table in front of it. He said, "I'm going to get the food. I'll be right next to the stairs. You come down, and I'm going to hurt you." She said nothing, sagging back in the worn vinyl cushions and putting her head in her hands, her thoughts swirling about. Nick's face came into her mind's eye, and she wondered if he was still alive. The last vicious kick he'd taken replayed over and over, his head snapping back, his body dropping straight down. She began to weep in small, silent hitches. She was now completely and utterly on her own. Nobody was coming to help. She thought bitterly of her uncle, the man she'd placed so much faith in. He had failed her. She knew it wasn't fair, but the blame filled her nonetheless. He and his pack of friends, all bragging about what they'd done on operations while she had on the periphery listening. She'd always believed them, but now realized it was just the adoration of her youth. She rubbed her throat, feeling the absence of her pendant, an allegory for her misplaced trust. Her uncle's friend swam into her consciousness, and for the first time she felt true betrayal. She was so sure he would come, like a child believing in the tooth fairy, that the realization he didn't care crushed her will to continue. The small bit of weeping grew, the jagged hitches so great she couldn't breathe.
Chapter 79. The argument was getting heated, but there was no way I was backing down. Blaine, she's climbing the wall. We need to see inside the apartment. Pike, this isn't a Spider-Man movie. It's damn near noon. She can't get up the backside without compromise. We take the team and hit the place with overwhelming force. It's only a 2-room apartment. It was your call on the daylight hit, but no way am I setting foot in that place without intel. We could be walking into a firebox. Blaine said, "We've got the intel. Jesus. We have more than we ever did back when we used to do this shit at Bragg. We have the entire floor plan." The flight out of Ireland had taken as long as I thought it would, with the usual delays, but we put the time to good use, planning our next steps. The Taskforce had managed to give us a complete schematic of the entire structure the Somalis were allegedly in, and their room, 318, was a corner one, with a window from the bathroom looking out into an alley and the bricks of the building next door. We'd hit the ground and rented a cargo van and a sedan, then driven straight to the target. It was on a street called Edgware, which had the nickname of Little Beirut, but that was somewhat misleading. I'd expected it to be like other little Arabias I'd seen in the past, in other countries, a small enclave of Middle Eastern culture, with BMO women walking about, black moving objects, completely covered head to toe, and men dressed in Gulf attire. Instead, it was just a busy street in London, with a few hookah-smoking establishments and a smattering of Arabic lettering on various stores. Definitely not Little Beirut, unless you were calling it that because of the international nature that city boasted in the 60s. There were just as many Westerners as people from the Middle East. The apartment complex was set back from the street by a block of stores, a hallway leading past to the stairwell for the residents. It appeared fairly straightforward and simple to assault. Straight up the stairs and in, 3 rooms and 10 seconds before target secure. But that intelligence was based on nothing but a sanitized piece of blueprint. It couldn't tell us what they'd done inside. Didn't show if they'd ringed the walls with RDX. Brett chimed in. "Boss, he's right. Every time someone mentions Somalis, people get killed." Blaine said, "Then you do it. Let's get an operator on the backside." And there it was, the prejudice. He wasn't worried about compromise. He didn't trust Jennifer. Retro said, "Sir, no offense, but you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Jennifer can climb better than all of us together. If you're saying we need to do the recce, then she's it." For her part, Jennifer sat silently, letting us duke it out. Blaine looked at her and said, "You can do this?" "In my sleep, you chauvinistic piece of shit." Well, okay, she didn't say that, but she should have. All she did was nod her head. He said, "All right, let's go. We're wasting time." I smiled and said, "Coco's up. I'll pull security to the rear, where she's climbing. Retro, you got far side front. Stage at the coffee shop next door. Check for atmospherics, anyone pulling security for them. Blood, you got the entrance to the apartment complex. Figure out how we get in. See if we need to make a fake button call to get inside, or whether we can just walk up like we own the place. Brett stashed his suppressed Glock, the barrel long enough to poke a tent in his jeans in the back. He threw on a large oilskin Burberry, draping the coat tail over his butt, and said, "I fucking hate that call sign." Jennifer, slipping into a pair of Vibram five-finger shoes, said, "Preaching to the choir." We split up, me following Jennifer down the dank alley, past a beat-up car parked illegally, the bodywork pockmarked with dents and holes, like someone had taken a ball-peen hammer to it, or like someone had shot at it. I hissed, and Jennifer held up. I said, "Is this the car you dinged up?" She studied it, then said, "I honestly can't say. It was dark, but those holes are new." I peered inside, seeing nothing obvious. We left it behind, turning the corner to a smaller alley, really just a walkway strewn with garbage cans. Jennifer looked up and said, "That's it, right above us." I said, "Hey, I gave you a lot of props with Blaine. You can do this, right?" She grinned and said, "In my sleep." She kept walking, and I said, "Where are you going?" "To the end. See that ledge? I'll get to the third floor from the far side, then shimmy over. I should be able to see inside, but I won't be able to do anything but look." "How long can you hang? Do you need to come back, or can you lock that window down?" She looked up at the ledge, really just a 4-inch outcropping, and said, "I can hold that for at least 30 minutes, especially if I brace my feet against the brick. But I can't lock it down, only give you visual reports." I said, "Good enough. Nobody's going to escape that way anyway." She reached an old iron drainage pipe at the corner of the alley and tested it. Finding it anchored firmly, she said, "Catch me if I fall?" I grinned, of course. She glanced behind me, and I turned, saying, "What?" "Just wanted to make sure nobody's looking." When I turned back around, she kissed me on the lips. Taken aback, I pulled away and said, "Damn it, Jennifer, quit that shit." She grinned and, in a false baritone, said, "I'm a knuckle-dragging commando. Don't let my friends see me kiss a girl like last time." I realized that Brett or Retro had kidded her about what had happened at the farmhouse hit, and she didn't like me hiding our relationship. Didn't like that I might be ashamed of it, which I wasn't, I thought. Before I could reply, she slapped my gut, switched on her Bluetooth earpiece and leapt up, grabbing the pipe and scampering like a lizard on a summer day, getting to the third floor in seconds. She reached out, grasped the ledge, and began shimmying over to the target apartment, raising her legs into a pike position for every window, holding it while she continued moving, amazing the hell out of me. She reached the target and slowed. She peeked inside, then planted her feet onto the rough brick, leaning close, arms above her head, grasping the outcropping. Over the radio I said, "Blood, Retro status." "Good out here. We can walk right in, no issues." "Stand by, Coco's got something." I saw her peer inside, twisting her body to get closer. She came on the radio. "Pike, through the bathroom. I can get a corner of the den. There are 2 hostages on the floor, hooded. I can see their heads." Chapter 80. Her radio transmission echoed in my brain, illuminating the possibilities. 2. That means Kylie's here. I said, "You sure? No trap?" She said nothing for a moment, then, "I just saw someone walk by the door, a black man. He has a pistol. There's another black man further in. The hostages are moving on the floor. They're alive." I said, break, blood, Retro. Back to the vehicle. Coco, hold what you got." I started sprinting, reaching the van at the same time as my teammates. We entered, and I slid the door closed, saying, "We're going in. Right now. Brett, you lead. Retro, you're behind me. Nung, you bring up trail. Pull security once we're in. Lock down the hallway." Nung nodded, as bored as ever. I said, "Sir, status on the men in the room?" Blaine knew what I was asking. He said, "Hostile force ROE," which meant we could kill them whether they posed a direct threat or not. I said, "Roger that," and Blaine started screwing a suppressor to his Glock. I said, "What are you doing?" "Don't start, Pike, I'm coming." He pointed at the 2 communications guys we'd been dragging along. "They can handle the radio." They both had wide eyes, sitting behind a makeshift console of computers and SATCOM antenna, not wanting to leave the safety of the van for anything. I thought about my numbers and said, "Okay, but my show, you come in behind me." He grinned and said, "No issues." I said, "Blood, you got radar scope. Retro, you got bump key. You open and we flow in. Blaine, you come in last." I got a thumbs up from all and said, "We need to do this silently. Don't let them get off around. We don't know where this is going." They nodded and I said, "Pure violence. Kill anyone not wearing a hood." We slid out of the van and I called, "Coco, moving now, anything?" "No, same story." Leading the way, Brett threaded down the hallway, between the stores, and entered the apartment area. We reached a row of mailboxes, and he veered to the stairs on the right side. We took them two at a time, reaching the third floor in seconds. I alerted Jennifer. At last covered and concealed. About to make breach. "Roger. The black man is slapping one of the hostages through his hood, shouting something." "On the way." We raced down the hallway, me taking the far side of the door, Retro on the near side. Brett placed a radar scope against the wall next to the door and studied it. He turned and held out his hand. 5. With the two hostages, that left 3 to deal with. I nodded at Retro and rotated out, facing the door at an angle and putting my barrel in play. He jammed a baseball-sized device with a universal key into the doorknob, then looked at me. I nodded, and he hit the switch. The mechanized bump key seemed to rattle enormously loud, sounding like fingernails scraping on a chalkboard. He jerked it out, turned the knob, and flung the door open, allowing a world of hurt to flow into the room. I cleared the funnel of death, turning right and seeing a tall, skinny man with a pistol. I cracked a double tap and saw his head snap back. I rotated left before his body had even hit the floor, and saw another man standing in shock, a weapon held limply in his hands, not even raising it. His head exploded from someone's round, and I raced to the bedroom, holding up until I felt a body behind me. I exploded in, seeing a fat man with an open mouth, jamming his hands in the air. My finger dragged the trigger to the rear. I halted. By the rules of engagement, he could be killed outright. But ROE was nothing but a piece of paper. It wouldn't help me sleep at night. I closed the distance to him and hammered his temple with the butt of my pistol, dropping him in his tracks. I turned back out and ran to the final room, sweeping my weapon left and right. Before I could enter, Retro came out saying, "Clear." I went to the bathroom, Brett right behind me. It was empty. I opened the window, helping Jennifer get inside, me holding her waist and Brett dragging in her legs. Halfway in, Blaine called out, "Got them! But it's not our guys. This thing is bigger than we thought." What the hell is he talking about? Still pulling Jennifer, I said, "No Nick? No Kylie?" "No, a couple of Irishmen. They're saying they were kidnapped." Jennifer fell into the bathroom, and I felt the failure hit me. I sat on the toilet, disgusted. We should have never gotten on that plane. Jennifer stood up, brushed herself off, and said, "What's the status? Is it Kylie?" I said, "No," and began moving lethargically to the den. I saw 2 men on the floor, still bound, both looking extremely grateful. Blaine said, "I don't know what to do about this. They aren't Americans, not a Taskforce problem." I looked at the one on the right and saw a tattoo of a harp below his ear, something I'd seen before, when a man walked away from me in a bar in Cork City. The rage blossomed and I stalked over to him, slapping him full in the face and knocking him to the ground. Blaine stood up shouting, "Pike, what are you doing?" I jammed my pistol into his neck and said, "Seamus McKee, we finally meet. You have 10 seconds to tell me what I want to know, or I'll slaughter you just like your friends here." Seamus looked at me like I was crazy and said, "What are you talking about? I've been kidnapped." He turned to Blaine and said, "Get him off me! I'm a hostage, damn it! I've done nothing wrong!" The man to his left grew rigid at my mentioning Seamus's name, the truth evident on his face. I tossed Seamus to the floor and held my pistol in front of the nose of the other hostage. "I only need one, you fuck, and Seamus is the winner. You're collateral damage. 5, 4, 3, 2... Blaine jumped up, shouting, "Pike, stop it right now!" The man screamed, "He's in the car! In the trunk downstairs!" I leaned back and exhaled. Blaine flicked his head between the two men, unsure of what to do. I said, "Blood, Retro, go get him. The car is in the alley. Jennifer and I saw it on the way to the rear." They left, Blaine going with them, and I sat down, waiting, my barrel aimed at Seamus's head. I said, "Search that piece of shit." Nung rolled him onto his belly, expertly going through every nook and cranny. He emptied his pockets, throwing keys and a wallet to the floor. He found a piece of paper and studied it. He held it up to me. "Can I take this?" I looked at it, a small computer printout that he unfolded like some origami thing. I said, "What is it?" "Payment." I had no idea what it was, but if that was enough to clear me with Nung, I had no issues with it. "Yeah, it's yours." He nodded, tucking the paper into his pocket, as calm as ever. I returned to Seamus. "Where is Kylie?" He glared at me, remaining quiet. I stood up, towering over him. Jennifer saw my anger and stepped between us. She said, "Don't do it. Killing him won't get her back." At that moment, I realized she thought Kylie was dead, gone. I said, "Jennifer, she's coming home. She is." Jennifer nodded, saying nothing. I leaned down and said, "You have until they return to tell me where she is. When I hear the footsteps outside, I'll fucking kill you." "She's in the trunk. Damn it. That's who they're getting. Let them get back." I whipped the barrel of my Glock, ripping open his cheek and slamming his head into the floor. I said, "Bullshit. Dickless here just said he's downstairs, no plural. I know who they're going to find, and she's not in that package. Where is she?" The other man said, "We don't have her. Don't kill us. It's not our fault." I heard the words and felt the rage grow, a blackness that I knew all too well. Seamus glared at me, his anger attempting to compete with my own, but there was no contest. Jennifer saw the change and said, "Pike, don't." I leaned into Seamus's face and said, "You have one chance to save yourself, and I don't mean stay out of jail. You call yourself a soldier, but you have no knowledge of a true fight. I have seen what people like you do to captured soldiers, flayed alive, screaming for mercy. I've seen the videos, and I'm about to do the same to you." I saw his face falter, realizing there was something evil in the room. I pulled out my folding blade, the edge razor sharp. I slid it across his arm, causing the blood to flow. "I will carve you up piece by piece. My daughter will enjoy every minute of it as payback." The words came unbidden, but they hit Seamus and his partner like a sledgehammer. They were convinced I was unhinged, and maybe I was. Seamus blurted out, "I know where she is. I separated them on purpose. She's still in Ireland. I can get her back. I can give her to you." I said, "Where?" "I have to call them. Get them to bring her to me. I don't know where they are right now, but I can bring her to you." "Call them. Do it. She dies, and you do too." Nung came out of the bedroom. "Pike, you need to see this." Aggravated, I said, "What?" "The dead guy on the floor has a stopwatch going, a timer. It's got 30 minutes left, give or take. Inside the bedroom are pictures and attack planning." "For what?" "For the Eye of London. They're planning on bringing it down."
Chapter 81. Emily Botswanger danced in the line, weaving in and out of the ribbon barriers that were supposed to keep her in check, and ignoring her mother's stern warnings about behaving. At 8 years old, she could be forgiven for her exuberance, especially since she'd spent the last 3 days on a holiday that consisted of her parents dragging her all over England, seeing a bunch of musty old things that meant as much to her as a dead mole on her doorstep. At least then she knew her tabby had done the deed, and while yucky, it was new. Why her parents thought she'd care about someone's death 100 years ago was beyond her. The Tower of London, the Royal Palace, the wartime bunker. It was one boring thing after another, but they were finally doing something she would enjoy. Riding the Eye. Her mother admonished her again, saying they wouldn't go forward if she didn't behave. She calmed down, enough to give her parents the leeway to continue. They advanced forward in the line, seeing the capsules being filled one after the other in a relentless march. She said, "How fast does it go? Will we feel like we're on a roller coaster?" Her mother smiled and said, "No, it's slow like an escalator, not like a roller coaster." Disappointed, Emily said, "Can they make it speed up if we ask?" Her mother ushered her to the platform, lining up into the queue for the next capsule. She said, "We don't want it to speed up. That would be dangerous." Their car appeared, rolling inexorably forward, and they stutter-stepped to get in. Emily said, "I don't mind danger. I like excitement."
Blaine returned, a huge grin on his face, and I knew we'd saved the day, at least his and the president's. My teammates came through as well, smiling and carrying in Nicholas Seacrest, groggy and drugged, but alive. So we had won, as far as the U.S. government was concerned. I would have cheered, but we were still missing Kylie, and we now had a new threat. They were buoyant in our success, but I was about to pop that bubble. Blaine saw my face and said, What happened?" I pointed to Seamus and said, "He can give us Kylie." His face scrunched up in confusion. "Kylie, who's that?" "She's the reason I'm here, Kurt's niece." I pointed at Nick Seacrest and said, "Honestly, I don't care about him. I'm glad we got him, but I want Kylie. They were tied together and now they aren't." Wondering why his huge victory wasn't being shared, Blaine said, "Okay, so we go get her next. These guys will know where she is, right?" I said, "Yeah, they do, but there's another problem." I told him what I knew. Nung bringing out photos and schematic drawings, delineating explosive charges and resulting effects. He said, "This is going down right now? In the next hour?" "Yes, but I don't give a shit. I'm going to Ireland to get Kylie. You can sort this out." He looked at me in confusion. I stood up saying, "I'm taking Seamus and your van." Seamus rolled back, clearly not wanting to be with me. Jennifer rose and said, "Pike, we can't do that." I said, "Bullshit, we can't. Kylie isn't going to die." Nung, of all people, said, "They're going to drop the eye, kill over 800 civilians. I do not care, but I thought it would be prudent to show the trade-off." And there it was. The dilemma this entire chase had been about, now exposed. How much was one life worth? How many could be sacrificed to save the one? I looked at Jennifer, wanting guidance. She didn't turn from my glare, holding my eyes. I saw the truth to my question. I saw her answer, and the pain. I said, "What the hell can we do anyway? Call them. Tell them to stop the tour. Get them out." Pulling up the Eye website on his phone, Retro said, "We have 30 minutes. That's one revolution of the wheel. Even if we got them to stop loading, a ton of people will die. And that's given we could penetrate the fog. Get through to someone with the power to stop it right this second." I squeezed my eyes shut, seeing Kylie from parties in the past, a teenager full of vitality and youth, now going to die by my decision. I gave a silent prayer to her, begging forgiveness. "Okay, let's go." Looking like he'd rather be anywhere else but in the room, Blaine said, "Pike, I have to get Seacrest out of here. I can't let you take the team. I have the vice president's son. He's the precious cargo, and I have to get him out. You can have the sedan, but the van stays here." I gave him a look of disgust and said, "Fine, me, Nung, and Jennifer. Keeps it clean anyway. I don't need the sedan. The tube will be faster. The rest of you fucks can bask in the glory of saving Mr. High and Mighty." Brett said, "I'm coming with you." Retro followed with, "No doubt. I'm not riding this in the rear." I said, "Blaine's right. Get Seacrest out of here. Numbers don't matter now. You'll be no help." Blaine nodded, relieved, and said, "I'll start the chain right now. Get them to stop loading and tell them what we have. Get them ready to receive you." I said, "That's a wasted call. We'll be there in minutes, before you can get anyone to start moving. I'll do it myself. They'll shut down operations when we arrive waving guns around." He nodded, saying, "I know. but it'll help with the cleanup. I could give a shit about that. I care about Kylie. You start looking. Find out what you can from Seamus and don't be nice. When this is over, you better help me locate her. He said, I will, no matter what the Oversight Council says.
Chapter 82. Jennifer followed behind Pike, leaving the apartment in a hurry. He hit the street, running to the Edgware tube station. Getting into the subway, they took a seat in the rear, Jennifer pulling out the photos of the attack plan and glancing around to make sure they were clear of nosy neighbors. She said, "It looks like they intend to cut the cables up near the hub." Pike pulled a picture from her hand and studied it, saying nothing. Jennifer said, "How can we stop it? There's no way to get anyone up there in time. Somebody needs to get to the hub immediately, and we won't be able to convince anyone to let us in." The train pulled through the stations, and he said, "I know. It's you." She felt a touch of panic and said, "Pike, I can't do that. We need to get someone official, someone to stop the wheel." "You already gave that answer. No time. You climb better than a monkey. You've seen the schematics. You know where to go. Get up there and stop it." "How the hell am I going to do that? They won't let me just walk in." Sitting beside them as if he were a Buddha statue, Nung said, "That is what you're paying me for. I will get you in. All you have to do is climb." Pike grinned at the words and said, "Yeah, you damn coward." She sat back and the subway rolled on. They arrived at Waterloo Station and Nung said, "This is us." They exited, sprinting up the stairs. Getting to the top, they saw the Eye in the distance, on a square of land full of musicians and street performers. Breaking into a run, they entered the park. Jennifer said, "How are we going to get them to let me up?" They went past the huge arms holding the wheel in the air, and Pike pulled out his weapon, Nung doing the same. He said, "Get ready to start climbing, like you never have before." The capsule rose, moving almost in slow motion. Disappointing Emily. She had expected something more. At least as much excitement as an elevator instead of a dripping, creeping rise. They continued on, and her mother tried to get her to stay in place, apologizing to the other people in the car as Emily raced to and fro. She leaned out, placing her face against the glass and staring into the skyline, mesmerized by the climb. She said, "It's like being in an airplane, up and up and up." Alarmed, her mother said, "Don't lean on the glass, honey, it's not safe." She reached out to take her daughter's hand, and Emily scooted away, worming between two people on the other side of the car and placing her face against the glass again. Her mother apologized to the elderly couple, getting a smile in return. She grabbed Emily's arm, this time sternly, and said, "Come with me." Emily shouted, "Mommy, there's a girl climbing up the wheel. Look." Her mother leaned between the couple, searching for whatever her daughter had seen, and the wheel jerked to a halt, over 200 feet above the ground. Jennifer heard the shouting behind her and knew that Pike and Nung were putting themselves in serious danger. Soon enough, there would be a full-on presence of a tactical police unit, and they'd probably shoot first and ask questions later. She sprinted through the throng of people waiting to board, all screaming and ducking at the madmen with weapons. She reached the front and looked upward, seeing the latticework of cables and steel. The wheel continued to turn, even as the people waiting to board ran back and forth, shouting. She leapt up, climbing a ladder on the nearest capsule, and reached the roof. She hoisted herself onto a crossbeam, the pipe laced with steel studs for escaping the capsule in an emergency. She climbed it, going ever higher, the wheel still turning. She looked above and saw the hub, but there was no way to get to it. Nothing but spokes of metal, like a giant bicycle wheel, radiated out from the circumference. She didn't have the strength to climb straight up them, but she could climb across. Seeing the path, she began using the framework of the capsules to get her higher, get her parallel with the hub, so that she could shimmy across on the spoke instead of trying to climb up or down. She heard the people shouting in the capsules as she went across them, finding a rhythm in the symmetry of the construction, She climbed over 4 before the wheel stopped turning. She continued on, reaching the parallel position 200 feet in the air, the wind whipping her hair and threatening to throw her off. Standing on top of the capsule, the people inside its glass case dumbfounded, she leapt out, snatching the cable that led to the hub. She wrapped her legs around it, and hanging below began to monkey crawl forward. She cleared the circumference of the wheel, and the wind hammered her, rocking her body back and forth. She clasped the cable with a death grip, cinching her legs tight, seeing the black water 200 feet below, the gusts so great she was certain she'd fall. She'd considered returning to the capsule, getting to safety. She leaned back and saw the people inside staring at her, wondering what on earth she was doing. A small child pressed her face against the glass, using her hands to block the glare. She was smiling, not understanding her fate. Jennifer saw the misplaced joy and realized she couldn't return. She either reached the hub, or they all died. She started inching forward, slower, but making progress. From inside the car, Emily shouted in excitement, "Look, look, she's coming to us!" Emily's mother watched in growing trepidation. She turned to her husband and said, "Shouldn't someone have stopped her? How's she up here?" The husband said, "I don't know, but she's not getting in." He turned to the people in the car and said, "Don't let her in. Whatever she's doing, don't let it be inside here." There were murmurs of agreement, and 2 men went to the emergency exit, standing just inside the orange marker. A burly guy with an American accent said, "We got this. She's not getting into our car." Emily continued watching, fascinated. The woman came on, going over one capsule after another. Eventually she reached hers and began climbing the outside. The men stood waiting to do something, as if their presence alone dictated a response. But in truth, they were just as confused as everyone else in the car. The girl scampered up over their capsule like a squirrel, using the ladder on the outside. She reached the top and quit climbing. She leapt out, catching the cable running to the center of the wheel. She began sliding along it, moving toward the hub, and Emily said, "Mommy, did you see that? Look at her." The mother did so, seeing the woman slide on the cables, and was relieved that the psychopath hadn't tried to enter her car. The immediate threat gone, she began to wonder what the climber was doing, and realized they were 200 feet in the air. Her face pressed to the window, Emily said, "She's amazing." Emily had no idea why the woman was climbing, or how much danger they were in, but her mother did. Jennifer reached the hub and lowered to the scaffolding on the outside, exhausted. She shook her hands to relieve the pain and keyed her radio. "I'm here. Stand by." She heard, "We're under arrest. They're coming for you. Go." She looked below, seeing a swarm of people, half with the reflective vests of police. She couldn't pick out Pike or Nung. She scooted underneath the giant spindle and saw the explosives. She ran to the first one and pulled out the blasting cap, throwing it into the wind. She did the same to the second one, then began scuttling to the far end, to the 2 cables that held the entire contraption in space. She saw the timer on the first counting down. 5, 4, 3. She ripped out one blasting cap and ran, the final explosive charge going off and throwing her forward. She slammed into the steel of the hub, seeing stars and beginning to black out. She fought the darkness, now on her hands and knees, the scaffolding cutting her exposed skin. She shook her head to clear the cotton. The world came into focus bit by bit, and she felt the eye shift, leaning out into the river, starting to fall. Emily saw the blast and said, "Mommy, fireworks! They got fireworks here!" The mother felt the shift in the wheel and grabbed her daughter tight. She began praying. Jennifer pulled herself upright and saw the damage, one cable gone, the others in place. She keyed her radio. "Pike, get them down. Now, I got 3, but 1 went off. This thing might drop. Start turning the wheel." She heard, "Jennifer, I'm under arrest. They've taken my phone but left in the earpiece. I can't get to Blaine. All I have is the last setting, the radio. Call him. Get him to work some magic." She did so, explaining what she had and where she was. He said, "Been working this since you left. Got a direct contact standby." She felt the hub shift again and said, "God damn it! Tell them to start it up. Get the people off." She heard nothing. Then the wheel began turning, much faster than before. She sagged back, resting her head on a flange. The metal hatch to the scaffold flew open, 4 men wearing body armor spilling out, all aiming a weapon at her. Chapter 83. Kylie saw the bearded man sit up tall, staring over the rail, and knew it was time. She had been running escape scenarios through her head for the last 30 minutes, knowing if she was to get free, it would be here, in the heart of the bar. Once she was in the hands of whoever was coming, she was done. Visibly nervous, Colin said, "That's them. Don't do anything stupid. They're here to help you." 4 men appeared at the top of the stairs, the lead one looking like something out of a grim fairy tale. He had black hair slicked back and a pockmarked face. The menace slid off him, permeating the balcony. Colin stood, in a faltering voice, saying, "Rotko, hey, I'm here, like I said it would be." The man called Rotko surveyed the balcony, his men separating left and right. He approached and said, "Where are my diamonds?" Colin said, "Hey, wait, I had nothing to do with that. I told you, that's Seamus all the way." The balcony secure, Rotko looked at him, then hammered an uppercut into Colin's stomach, dropping him to the floor. The violence exploded so fast Kylie could barely assimilate it. She scrambled to the end of the couch, holding her arms over her head, 2 men closing on her. Rotko waved a hand, and they drew back. Colin sat up, holding his stomach. Grimacing, he said, "What the hell are you doing? Here she is. All yours. I had nothing to do with Paris." Rotko said, "Where are my diamonds? Where is the necklace?" Colin pulled himself up, looking at Rotko for permission to sit back in a chair. Seeing no violence, he did so. "I had nothing to do with Bulgari. Nothing. I don't know where your diamonds are. I saw how bad this was going and called you. I want no part of it. That's why I called." Rotko sat down and said, "So what do you offer to save yourself? This girl?" He looked at Kylie, sizing her up, and she realized that death was not the worst of her fates. She tried to crawl farther from his gaze, stopped by the man above her. Colin said, "She's not just a girl. She's the fiancée of the American vice president's son. She's worth a great deal." Rotko said, "I don't do ransoms. I don't take hostages. It only causes enemies that want to hunt." Colin said, I brought what I could. I can give you Seamus. I know where he is. He's already gotten millions for her and her fiancé. He has cash in Bitcoin." "Where?" "Ireland. He's planning to get more money. He's bleeding the U.S. dry. I swear. I can give him to you." Rotko stared at him, the pure malevolence of the glare scaring Kylie. He nodded, then flicked his head to the guard next to her. He said, "I'll take her. She might make some money in another country." The man to her left grabbed her arm, forcing her to rise. He led her to the circular staircase, and she heard Rotko say, "So, tell me more about Seamus. Tell me about the money he's received." She began circling the stairs, realizing that if she got in a vehicle with these savages, she was worse than dead. Her only chance of survival was escaping before she left the bar.
The men around me shouted and yelled, threatening me with all manner of violence, but I knew they wouldn't do anything. They'd slap me around a little bit, but with the number of cell phone cameras in play, I knew they would only let off a little steam. As long as I didn't pose a threat. I hadn't. Nung and I had cracked a couple of rounds in the air, causing massive panic, and letting Jennifer sprint through the crowd. As soon as she'd made it to the top of the first capsule, I'd raised my hands, telling Nung to do the same. Jennifer had made it to the top, the men screaming at me to tell them what she was doing. I yelled back the truth, holding my hands in the air. Eventually, they decided that I might not be lying and had stopped the wheel. Or maybe Blaine had gotten through. Either way, we'd waited at the bottom while Jennifer climbed. I'd gotten the call from her and heard the explosion, feeling my life ripped apart. I jumped out trying to see what had happened, and I'd been tackled by about a platoon of guys. Sitting underneath, screaming at the top of my lungs, I couldn't get them to let me go. I heard a groaning of metal, an inhuman grating screech, and I knew the wheel was falling, with Jennifer on it. The men on top of me heard it as well, and we all stopped. I screamed again, "Get the wheel turning! Get them off of it!" They shouted back and forth, and I saw the machinery start to work, capsule after capsule spilling out shrieking patrons. The wheel picked up speed, going about 3 times as fast as it normally did, the people literally jumping off, some tumbling to the ground. I was ripped to my feet, Nung beside me, and both of us hustled off to a panel van. I tried to jerk out of their hands, looking over my shoulder for Jennifer. We were slammed into the paddy wagon and cuffed to a bench. They'd searched me, taking my wallet, passport, phone, and weapon, but they'd left in my Bluetooth earpiece and had placed all my items in the front seat of the van, within range. I whispered, Coco, status." I heard nothing. I did it again, then heard, "Coming down now. I have weapons aimed at me." I sagged back, staring at the ceiling of the van. Nung, his own Bluetooth in, nudged me, smiling, because he was fucking crazy. He leaned in and said, "I was worried this wouldn't work out. I like her." Sitting in my chains, seeing the SWAT guys running about, I truly wondered if he wasn't living in a dream world. 6 minutes later, Jennifer was shoved in the back, wearing her own chains. I wanted to jump up and wrap her in my arms, but I was a commando, and I was shackled to the bench. She looked at me, worn out and scared. I winked and said, "Save the day again." She shook her head and sagged back against the wall of the van.
Chapter 84. Kylie followed the men down the stairs, seeing her window of escape close. They reached the bottom, one in front and one behind, and she knew she needed to do something. If she wanted to live, this was it. The floor had grown crowded in the hours since they'd entered, the entire area full of an eclectic mix of Saturday patrons, some in suits with neat haircuts, and others sporting mohawks and torn, raggedy clothes. They threaded their way by the bar, and the ring-nosed girl shouted, "You guys closing out?" The men around her kept walking. The barmaid shouted at them again. Kylie pulled the jacket of the guy in front, saying, "She's talking to you." He looked at her, then the barmaid. She held up a tab, waving it about, and said, "Are you guys closing out or what?" He said something to the man behind her in a language Kylie didn't understand, then walked to the bar. The man behind her followed with his eyes. She saw her chance break open, as fleeting as a star burning out in the night sky. She took off running.
The police slammed the panel van doors, and we started trundling to wherever we were going, 2 goons in the back giving me the stink eye, like they were going to jump me. I suppose I should have felt apprehension, or elation, but I felt neither. I'd just caused the compromise of the entire task force, but I'd also saved hundreds of lives. In the end, neither mattered to me, because I'd sacrificed Kylie's life to do both. I'd failed. Again. Jennifer was shackled next to me. She rubbed my thigh, glancing at me out of the corner of her eye. I leaned back into the wall, ignoring her, and she followed suit, not giving up. I sighed and looked at her. She said, "We did good, right?" I gave a tired grin and said, "Yeah, we did real good." I saw it wasn't a question, but a statement. She said, "Pike, we had to make a call. We had to." I heard her words and felt ashamed. I just sat on the ground while she risked everything she had to save over 800 innocents. And now, she was propping me up. I looked at her, trying to come up with some suitable commando team leader crap. Something that would let her know how much I thought of her sacrifice. What came out surprised even me. I Love you." She snapped her face toward me, her mouth hanging open in shock. Our earpieces came alive, saving me from my mistake. "Pike! Pike, this is Retro, you there?" I glanced at the goons in the corner of the van and said, "Yeah, I'm here. Blaine's working the extraction and thinks he'll get you guys out clean. But I've been doing some digging with the Taskforce. We interrogated Seamus after you left. He says the guy with Kylie is named Colin Butler. He lied about him being in Ireland. Colin Butler's credit card was just used here in London, in Camden." The words coursed through me like I just touched an electrical outlet, bolting me upright. The goons saw my movement, and I leaned back, closing my eyes. I said, "I need to get out of this wagon. Right fucking now." "Pike, we can't do that. We'll get you out at the station." "We don't have the time for that. We lose this thread and she's gone. Get me out." "How?" "Put on Blaine." There was a fumble of the earpiece, some static, then Blaine. "Pike, Retro's told me what he found. We'll start working on it." I said, "Call Kurt, tell him. Then wreck this vehicle. I want out in the next 5 minutes." "Pike, that's not going to happen." "You call Colonel Kurt Hale right fucking now. Tell him what you have, ask him for guidance, then stop this wagon." I heard nothing else. I looked at Jennifer and said, "Get ready for a crash."
Kylie heard the man behind her shout, and she darted through the crowd, knowing he was right behind her. She jerked a man off his feet, causing him to stumble into the path of her pursuer, and kept running, trying to remember the floor plan. She cut around the corner of the bar, seeing the exit door, and freed him. She started running toward it and saw the man who had gone to the bar spring into view, wildly looking around. She crouched behind a foursome, scooting left toward an alcove, knowing the other man was closing the distance behind her. She saw the bathroom to her front, a line of girls outside. She sprinted toward it, ducking below the crowd. She leapt down the stairs, passing the line, and ignoring the yells from the girls waiting. A woman tried to stop her, shouting about cutting the queue, and she slammed her into the wall, springing forward into the bathroom. Two girls at the mirror looked at her in astonishment, and she said, "Don't shout! Don't say anything, please!" She looked around the room in desperation and realized she'd just boxed herself in. Nothing had changed, and there was no way out.
Chapter 85. We continued rolling forward, the two goons in the rear still eyeing me like they wanted to kick my ass. I was getting tired of the glare. I raised my voice loud enough to get over the engine noise and said, "You want a shot at the title?" The one on the left said, "You talk fine in here. I've dealt with terrorists before. Wait until we get to the station, Yank." My earpiece crackled and I heard, "Brace for impact." I said, "We aren't going to the station." He looked at me in confusion, and the van was hammered so hard I thought someone had exploded an IED underneath it. We flew through the air, the vehicle turning over onto its side. The two goons slammed into the roof with a crunch. Jennifer, Nung, and I were jerked up short by the shackles on our wrists and ankles, bolted to the bench, now becoming makeshift seatbelts. The vehicle skidded for a moment, then sat still. One guard was out cold. The other began moving slowly, shaking his head. The doors opened in the back and I saw Retro holding a pistol. He said, "Give me the keys now." The guard handed him his key ring, then raised his hands. Retro tossed them to me, and I unlocked Nung and Jennifer, then locked up the guards, shackling the unconscious one first. Getting to the other, I cuffed his hand, saying, "Sorry about this. I'm really not a bad guy." I crawled out the back, seeing Blaine holding a pistol on the driver. Brett in the cab providing first aid to the passenger. He had a nasty cut on his head, but I could see his lips moving, so he was coherent. They'd used the van for interdiction, and it was spun sideways. The front end crunched, broken glass littering the roadway. We were on a 4-lane, one-way road, and the traffic behind us was stopped, everyone gawking at the massive pileup. I saw Nick Seacrest and the two Camo guys in the sedan. Retro said, "Sorry for the impact. Brett got a little overexuberant. He needs some vehicle interdiction training. I said, where is she? A place called the World's End on Camden Road. It's only about a mile to the north. I ran to the sedan, saying to the men inside, get the fuck out. The doors opened and Blaine shouted, what are you doing? What's it look like? I'm taking your vehicle. Nick exited after the commo guys and said, I'm coming with you. I said, shut up. Then, Nung, Jennifer, Retro, and Brett load up. Brett, bring our weapons and radios from the police wagon. Blaine jogged over and said, I have responsibility for the PC. I can't let you take the sedan. I have to get him to shelter. Cops will be here in about 30 seconds. You'll have more protection than you can possibly use. My men started loading, and I saw Nung swinging to the driver's side. I said, Jennifer gets the wheel. He paused at the door, and I said, sorry, but after you're driving in Paris, you can be a passenger. He scowled, but got in the back. In a louder voice, Nick said, I'm coming with you. Blaine shouted, no! Now get inside the police wagon! Get off the street! Nick looked at me and said, give me a weapon. She's my responsibility. I don't have time for this. I'm not giving a pistol to a weatherman. You'd probably shoot yourself. I'm CCT. I can outshoot anyone here. The comment gave me pause. CCT stood for Combat Control Team and was Air Force Special Operations. While we always made fun of the Air Force in a good-natured way, calling them out on never getting dirty, CCT was a different animal altogether. They had a training pipeline that was as hard as anyone else's, and I'd never met a combat controller who couldn't hang, no matter how rough it got. Nick could be forgiven his boast of outshooting my men, not knowing who we were, but he could probably come close. I said, I appreciate the sentiment, but you're not going. What if she's not in the bar? What if she's hidden somewhere, and it's only Colin? How will you find her? I'll sort it out. With me. I know what he looks like. I'm the only one who does. The words sank in, and I said, Blaine, give him your pistol. No, no way. He's not going. I turned to him in controlled fury, feeling the loss of Kylie in the pit of my gut, seeing the loss of my daughter all over again. Give him your goddamn pistol, or I'll knock you out and take it. He saw I was deadly serious. He handed Nick the pistol butt first, lamely saying, Pike, Kurt didn't authorize this. Yes, he did. I waited until Nick was inside, then squeezed in the back. Through the window I said, call him. Tell him that Nick Seacrest is necessary to save his niece. He'll authorize anything to do that. He said, Pike, don't take him. I heard the weird blaring of British sirens. I tapped Jennifer and said, drive. We left him on the side of the road, standing between the smoking cargo van and the wrecked police wagon. Looking at his smartphone, Retro said, straight ahead up Eversholt. We'll run right into it. Jennifer began weaving through the traffic, going much faster than the congestion should have allowed. She shot through red lights, leaving slamming brakes and a cacophony of horns in our wake. Using his own phone, Brett said, this place looks big, Pike. How many exits? At least 3, probably more. I said, okay, we get there, the men enter. Jennifer, find a place to stage. Be ready to return within 30 seconds. We get inside and lock down the exits. Nung, Brett, and Retro, that's you. Pick the most prominent ones. I pulled up Kylie's picture on my phone and passed it around. You see her. Call your position and take down whoever is with her. We'll close on you. I'll take Nick and start exploring. We make contact, and I'll call. Everyone, close on me if that happens. Retro said, 2 more blocks at the Y intersection, veer right. I looked out the windshield and saw the road split. The Camden Town tube station straight ahead. Jennifer took the turn, and the target popped out of nowhere, a red building with large letters spelling The World's End. I shouted, Here, stop the car. She did so, and we spilled out, running to the door. We entered, and I saw Brett was right. The place was huge and overflowing with boozing patrons. It would take an hour to clear. I said, get to it. And the men split off, jogging in different directions. I said, okay, Nick, you're the hound dog on this. Find our man.
Chapter 86. Kylie grabbed a lady at the sink and said, do you have a cell phone? I've been kidnapped. There are men trying to find me. I just ran from them." She looked at Kylie in bewilderment, not believing the words. The woman at the other sink saw the bruises on her face and said, "I have a phone. I'll call." She began dialing, and another woman said, "You go hide in a stall. I'll take a look outside." She took one step toward the door, and Kylie heard a commotion. The women in line shouting at something. The two men burst into the restroom, and Kylie screamed. The woman with the phone shouted, "I'm calling the police." The lead man punched her in the face, knocking the phone to the floor. The other man reached for Kylie. Two women in line jumped on him, biting and clawing. He got one arm on Kylie's sleeve, and she ripped out of his grasp, running past him to the door. The first man took off after her, dialing a cell phone as he ran. At the top of the stairs, Kylie slammed into a wall of people, slowing her down. She fought her way forward, spilling pints of beers and generating shouts. She cleared the scrum and saw the door on the far side of the room. Freedom. She ran toward it and saw two men flying down the circular staircase. They would beat her to the exit. She felt the fear blossom inside her, panic flooding her body. She turned to run deeper into the bar when the first man tripped, going faster than his balance could hold on the narrow, twisting stairs. He spilled onto his face, sliding on the floor, entangling up his partner. She got a blessed 2-second gap and raced to the door, slamming it open just as the two men stood back up. She reached the street and began running in a blind panic, her brain fixated on one thought: escape.
We walked slowly through the crowd, Nick's head on a swivel, looking left and right for Colin, but not seeing him. I got a call from Brett saying he was at an eastern door, then Retro saying he was also at an eastern door deeper in. The place was simply too big for the force I had. With Nung at the main entrance, that left the western side completely open. I called him saying, "Nung, penetrate inside. We've cleared the first bar area. Go down the western side and position on a likely exit." The pub had so many nooks, alcoves, and crannies that clearing them of suspicion was slow and tedious. I could see Nick growing antsy, moving faster. We left one alcove and moved to the next, another large bar area at the back of the building opening up. Nick started to look inside, then did a double take before jumping back into the first alcove. I went in behind him, ignoring the two tables of patrons. "What did you see? Where is he?" "Upper deck, above the bar. He's staring over the railing with another man." I looked out and said, "That guy with the beard? That's him." I clicked my radio. All elements, jackpot. I say again, jackpot. Subject is on the upper deck at the back of the pub. 6 feet, Caucasian, blonde hair, full beard, also blonde. Two men next to him. Both appear to be part of his team. One stairwell to the eastern side of the bar. Acknowledge. Not waiting, I turned to Nick and said, "You stay here. He knows you on sight, and I'm not putting you in danger." He started to say something, and I leaned in close. "Don't fuck with me on this." He nodded, and I left at a fast walk, seeing Retro and Brett crossing the floor. I glanced up and saw Colin arguing with the man to his left, waving his arms up and down. We reached the stairwell at the same time, Brett in the lead. I looked behind and saw Nung running toward us. I said, "Guns out," and we started to climb, winding our way up. Almost at the top, a man appeared in front of us, and Brett said, "Back up, shithead, hands high." The man yelled in what sounded like Russian, then attempted to draw a gun. Brett drilled him between the eyes, the noise from the suppressor overshadowed by the hum of the bar. He slid down, sitting on the steps like he'd passed out, blocking our way forward. Brett grabbed his shoulders, and I slid my hands under his feet. We hoisted him up, then flipped him over the side of the narrow stairwell. He hit the ground, and I heard a girl scream just as I cleared the stairwell to the balcony, right behind Brett. There were 4 men on top, 3 with weapons out, and Colin standing with his hands in the air. For a second, there was a pause, nobody wanting to start the gunfight. The man next to Colin snarled and aimed his weapon right above Colin's beard. Colin shouted, "No! They aren't with me!" And the man pulled the trigger. Then all hell broke loose, like the gunfight at the OK Corral, bodies diving and guns going off all over the place. It lasted for a long 4 seconds, but they had no cover standing by the railing. We cut all 3 down. I rose from behind the couch. I dived over and said, "Give me an up." Miraculously, everyone was unhurt with the exception of Nung. He'd taken a bullet through his bicep, but it hadn't hit bone. It also didn't faze his nonchalant attitude. He said, "This may increase my payment." Brett started working on him, and I surveyed the deck, checking behind couches and overstuffed chairs, looking for Kylie. She wasn't there. My earpiece crackled. Pike, this is Coco. I think I just saw Kylie running down the road. I looked at Retro, and he'd clearly heard the same thing. I said, say again? I'm staged on Camden, and a girl just went running by. She went into some large bazaar selling T-shirts called Camden Market. I swear, she looked just like... Nothing came through. Then, it's her. There are 4 men running down the road. They all just went into the same market. I said, let's go. Retro, give me a lock on the market she's talking about. Brett, lead the way. Nung, you got Nick. Get him out of here and somewhere safe. Call the location, but be prepared for a little bit of a stay. We barreled back down the stairs, and I heard sirens on the street to the west. I said, eastern door. Nung, go get Nick and get out of here. The crowds saw our weapons and parted like they were escaping from zombies, girls screaming and guys stumbling all over themselves to get out of the way. We hit the street, Retro staring at his phone. He looked up and pointed. That way, Camden Market.
Chapter 87. Kylie sprinted through the stalls, the area overflowing with T-shirts blowing in the wind. She twisted and turned, going left and right and getting lost in the maze. She slowed, breathing heavily. She crouched down and looked underneath the hangers, trying to spot her pursuers. She couldn't see more than 5 feet. She began jogging again, and unexpectedly broke into an alley outside of the T-shirt stalls. She heard a man shout, then another, and began blindly running up the alley. She hit a main road and looked behind her, the sight freezing her in fear. 2 of the men were in the alley, and they were running flat out, so close she could see the sweat on their faces. Her body exploded in panic, and she ran as fast as she could make her legs move, pumping harder and harder, her lungs screaming in pain. She reached a bridge over a canal with a walkway paralleling the water, a large brick building proclaiming Camden Lock. She made the mistake of glancing back and saw all 4 men on the street running hard. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The words cycled through her head over and over, the terror almost debilitating. She leapt over the bridge, falling and slamming hard onto the walkway. She rolled, feeling as if someone had driven a knife into her ankle. She sprang up, ignoring the pain, and ran down the walkway. She saw an outdoor eating area and veered into it, continuing straight through into some type of shopping area. She looked left and right, seeing stalls full of vendors stretching out, selling everything from leather jackets to lamps, like a giant flea market. She slowed to a jog, running into a tunnel incongruously full of statues of horses, thinking she'd lost her pursuers. Gaining confidence, she heard a shout behind her, and the fear returned, cinching into her soul. She exited the tunnel, turned the corner into an indoor section full of antiques, and was ripped off her feet and thrown to the ground. She screamed and began clawing, fighting for her life. She heard, Kylie, stop it. I'm from Kurt Hale. He sent me for you. She quit struggling, seeing a woman with a blonde ponytail holding a huge pistol. Kylie heard the men exit the tunnel shouting and said, They're right behind me. The woman pushed Kylie behind a large oak desk, took a knee, raised her pistol, and began rapidly firing. Kylie heard a shriek, then returned shots from the men, their weapons infinitely louder than the woman's. She dove on top of Kylie, getting behind the cover of the desk, and the stall owner ran into the hail of bullets, screaming for help. From underneath, Kylie saw him fall, saw his leg twitch, then grow still. The other shoppers in the hall began fleeing, shouting in terror, and getting away from the gunfire. Trembling, Kylie said, They're killers. They're going to kill us. The woman smiled, her confidence flowing into Kylie. She changed magazines in her pistol and said, I'm a killer too. Don't worry. She clicked a Bluetooth earpiece and said, Pike, Coco, I have PC, but I'm penned in. I've got hostiles, all armed. 1 is down, but 3 remain. In a shopping mall called Camden Lock. 2 rounds slapped into the desk, and Kylie heard one of the men moving closer. The woman handed her a smartphone and said, Take a picture, then text it to the contact called retro. She rose up, popped off 4 rounds, then ducked back down, the air around them snapping with bullets. Kylie said, "What do you want me to take a picture of?" The woman repeated the maneuver, firing and shouting, "Anything, your damn feet! It'll have our location embedded in it. Just send it." She ducked back down and said, Pike, I'm going to attempt a breakout. They're closing too fast. Get your ass in here." She glanced at Kylie, and Kylie nodded. "I sent it. Might be too late. Listen, we're going to try to escape out the back. Duck walk away from here, keeping the desk between us and them." "What if there isn't an exit?" "Best I can do right now. Let's go." Kylie started crawling, the woman scooting backward, keeping the weapon aimed at their rear. Kylie saw movement to her right and screamed. The woman rotated, firing her pistol, and the man dove sideways out of view. The 2 on the left came in fast, shooting at them on the run. The woman whipped back around, and Kylie knew they were dead. The woman couldn't stop them both. The pistols spit fire, dropping the first man, but the second one kept coming. He slowed and took aim with his weapon, lining the sights on Kylie. The death that was about to occur hyper-clear in her eyes. She screamed, and he flew forward, as if he'd been knocked off his feet from behind, sliding on his face as if he'd fallen asleep while running. The man on the right stood up, but he was no longer firing toward them. He was firing away. Kylie saw his head slap back, a fine mist of red sprouting from it. He crumpled to the ground, revealing the person who had killed him. And she saw salvation. It was the Predator, her uncle's friend, an apex killer holding a smoking gun. He'd come at last. She wondered if she was hallucinating, then realized the shooting had stopped. The woman said, "Guess you got the picture I sent." "Yeah, sorry we took so long to get here." The Predator strode to Kylie and squatted down. He gently cupped her chin, staring into her eyes with concern. He said, "You're a hard woman to find. You dropped something in Ireland, and I wanted to give it back." He held out his hand, and hanging from it was her pendant. The depth of his search sank in, and she began to cry, huge sobs rolling out of her and filling the room. He wrapped her in his arms, absorbing all the fear she had left.
Chapter 88. It was an unusually warm day for a winter in Charleston. Much different than the icebox it had been when I'd left a scant few days before. And I had convinced everyone to go to an outdoor bar and grill called The Shelter, right across from the Grolier Recovery Services office on Shem Creek. It was still colder than I would have liked, with the mercury hovering at a barely tolerable 60 degrees, but Shelter had outdoor heaters as well, and picnic tables that were perfect for all 6 of us. The heat from the sun bearing down on my back, I felt the stress of the last week wash away in a cleansing warmth, the other bar patrons near us laughing and joking, reminding me of what life should be. The outing seemed to be helping Kylie as well, and for the first time, she held a smile longer than a split second. Her face had started to heal, but you could still see a hint of the bruising. Her mental state was the same way, outwardly okay, but I was sure she had yet to sleep peacefully. She was staying in our guest bedroom, and I could hear her whimper in the night. All the official hostages were going through a Bergdahl-type reintegration, with a team of psychologists monitoring their every move, but Kylie, being a nobody, didn't rate, even with Kurt as an uncle. The best she'd gotten was an outpatient session with a grief counselor. She'd opted to come to us in Charleston, and Kurt had told her mother he thought it was best. There was more to reintegration than talking to some lab rat. I'd been treating her with kid gloves, but Jennifer had taken to her like a long-lost sister. For her part, Kylie seemed to think Jennifer was the second coming of Joan of Arc, and had glommed onto her like a barnacle, which I was sure was bad. Anytime women get together, it's bad. The waitress appeared, carrying a tray of shot glasses full of some college crap called Fireball, Kylie's choice, and Knuckles raised his glass. "To another year in the big leagues with Grolier Recovery Services." We'd been reinstated in good standing with the Taskforce, which, given what the hell we'd done, should have been a foregone conclusion, but some on the Oversight Council had still balked. I had the names, and they'd better pray they never needed my help. We clinked our plastic glasses, and I downed the cinnamon abomination, winking at Kylie. We'd managed to escape Camden Lock before the police had arrived and locked it down, running to the sedan and hauling ass to the U.S. Embassy. I'd given thought to fleeing completely, riding straight back to the Taskforce bird and flying home, but I knew the mess I'd left behind would need attention, not the least of which was finding out what the hell Nung had done with the vice president's son. I'd opted for the embassy and sucking up the punishment. Humorously enough, the only men who were arrested were Blaine and his communications section. We walked free and flew home after 48 hours. They stayed in jail for a week. The president had brought enormous pressure to bear, using the full might of the United States and our unique relationship with England, something I was learning to appreciate very much. The entire affair was coded as an Interpol undercover sting operation against the Pink Panthers. We had the jewels from the Bulgari heist, and most of the dead guys were already on an Interpol hit list as members of the crew, so it fit. We let the respective police forces take credit, crowing about their exhaustive investigation and holding the Bulgari jewels up to the TV cameras. The unwashed masses watching the news bought it, cheering the action, but Kurt let me know some of the Brits were more than a little pissed. They didn't like our operation in their country, and were out for, if not blood, at least some egg on the face. Unfortunately for those who felt that way, we'd also saved their biggest tourist destination from absolute disaster. And that meant something to the cooler heads at Whitehall, especially since we threw the bone of credit for stopping the attack to Scotland Yard. Only a select few knew about American involvement. The only real connection I'd had was when they tried to take Kylie from me. She'd been clinging to my waist since the rescue, never getting more than an arm's length away. 2 men had burst into our holding room in the embassy, telling her she was going to another location. She recoiled, cowering into me, and the men had insisted. I'd let them take Jennifer earlier, and had no idea where they'd shoved Brett and Retro, but they could all take care of themselves. Taking Kylie was a bridge too far. I stood up and said, "She's going nowhere." They said, "It's not your call. We have questions. She needs to be debriefed." Completely calm, I said, "It is my call. She stays, or you go to the hospital. It's your choice." The shorter of them said, "You don't have a say." He grabbed her arm and she whimpered, a sound that cut through to my soul. I slapped his hand away and leaned in, giving him the full heat of my potential for violence. I whispered, "Do you really want to fuck with me? She doesn't leave my side, ever, again." I felt her wrap her arms around my waist and knew I'd made the right call. The men were both embassy flunkies, and they'd threatened to contact the Marine Security Detachment to solve the dilemma, but one look at me, and they knew such a decision was ill-advised. No matter who they brought in, the outcome was preordained, and it wasn't in their favor. Kylie had remained with me for the rest of our stay. Jennifer and I had both been debriefed by MI6, the British version of the CIA, and they were nothing but a bunch of suits with sour attitudes and small dick syndrome. While they were questioning Jennifer, additional men had shown up, from Hereford. They were Special Air Service, and after an initial confrontation, they were much more accommodating, wanting to know everything we had on the RIRA. They'd entered our holding room, giving off the same bullshit bravado of the MI6 guys, only with a little bit of commando vibe, something I'd seen for over 20 years. Since they were dressed in civilian clothes, I knew who they were before they even opened their mouths. They also tried to separate Kylie from me, all hard-ass and full of bluster. I repeated my dance from earlier, and these men immediately recognized the threat, because they held it in themselves. They backed off, and a man entered the room alone. As soon as I saw him, I knew it was good. I'd served with him in Iraq, and we'd killed and captured quite a few bad guys together, and lost some mutual friends along the way. He glared at me, a fake interrogator stare. Then I saw the recognition in his eyes. He said, Pike Logan. Who the hell is Nephilim?" "That's my real name. What's up, Tinker?" It turned out he was now a squadron sergeant major and looking for information into the new IRA threat. I gave him all I had. When we were done with the intel, he continued, only now We were swapping war stories, Kylie still clinging to me. Someone tapped on the door, and the MI6 guys returned with Jennifer. They saw the camaraderie, and got a pinched look on their faces, like they'd both just swallowed a fly. Tinker quit talking in their presence, flicking his eyes to them, then returning to me. He said, "You fancy a pint tonight? Talk a little more privately." "Of course, but I don't think I'm getting out of here anytime soon." He said, "Too bad. Call me when you can." I nodded, and Jennifer sat down, done with yet another round of interrogation with the MI6 suits. Tinker had winked, then said in a loud voice, "Rough this bloke up. He's holding out." I scowled at him, but they'd all left us at that stage. Our trials were over. In the end, after a day and a half of interviews, we were let loose. Truthfully, the hardest part of the whole affair had been getting Nick back into the fold. Nung had him, and I was the only contact to the psychopath. Chapter 89. It turned out Nung's idea of protection was stashing the vice president's son in an Asian massage parlor, where they'd both waited in the back for days, living on ramen. I'd given the embassy his cell, but Nung had failed to answer because he didn't recognize the number calling. They switched to using my Taskforce phone, but he hung up at the first utterance of the caller. Because he was crazy, but thought he was sane, he'd hear the voice and say, "Stranger danger," then disconnect. I thought it was funny as hell, and eventually, because everyone was in a panic, I'd convinced the dumbass embassy flunkies to let me call. Nung had answered on the first ring. He heard my voice and said, "What is taking so long? I'm about to fly your friend to Thailand. Go home." I talked him off the ledge, setting up a transfer. He'd agreed, then said, "Our business is done. Payment in full." I said, "What payment? What are you talking about?" He said, "We are good. Call again if you need my service." I had no idea what he was blathering about, but he had been pretty damn crucial to the entire operation, and if he was good, I was good. I said, "Nung, when are you going to tell me your real name?" "Maybe next time." I said, "Thanks for the help. I mean it. No amount of money could repay what you did." "This amount will." Confused again, I said, "What money?" I could almost see his bored grin. He said, "Goodbye, Pike." Nicholas Seacrest entered the embassy to great fanfare, almost like a head of state, but he was having none of it. The ambassador was in play, wanting to receive him, and he walked right by, searching the room and stalking straight to me, a guy stuck in the back with the minions. He said, "Where's Kylie?" Holding my waist, like she'd been doing since I'd rescued her, she stepped out. I saw the look on his face, and I felt whole. Jennifer took my hand, and the failure of losing my family slid away, dropping into the abyss. They closed into an embrace, the ambassador's staff running to them. One man tried to break up the joy, tried to salvage a photo op with the ambassador. I snatched his hand away, bending it backward. He yelped, and that was the end of the official U.S. reunion, the embassy staff aghast at my actions. Jennifer jabbed me in the gut, hissing, "Don't be an ass." I looked at Kylie and said, "That would be impossible at this stage." I squeezed Jennifer's hand and said, "You ended up being a pretty good killer." She said, "I had a good teacher." She turned to me and said, "Someone who knows when to break the trigger. You were right all along." I searched her eyes, saying, "You have any doubts? Any regrets about what you were forced to do?" She gazed at Kylie and said, "None at all." Nick broke from the embrace and got my attention. He said, "You're the one she kept talking about, aren't you? The one she said would come, the predator." I said, "I don't know about that. From what I hear, it was you who kept her alive." He looked at her, then back at me. "I put her in danger. It was my fault, and I couldn't stop the slide once it started." I said, "You did just fine." "I can't begin to thank you. I don't even have the words. I wanted to do what you did, but I had no way. I had nothing. I should have... Maybe if I could see the questions forming in his head, the second guessing. I had already sized up his mettle days ago, and saw my edge. I said, "You miss it? What you did before?" He kissed Kylie's forehead, and then my words sank in. He glanced at me, misunderstanding why I was asking, thinking I was questioning him, which I was, but not for the reasons he believed. He said, every day, every single day. I handed him a card saying, that's for a company called Grolier Recovery Services. It's a small archaeological firm, but we do some interesting stuff on the side. Give me a call. He took it and said, CIA? I laughed and said, hell no. I'm not a clown in the circus. To my right, I saw Brett scowl, a former Marine, but now a paramilitary case officer in the Special Activities Division, assigned to the Taskforce. I winked and said, present company excluded, of course. Nick started to ask another question, but I said, later, when the clown fest here is over. He was swept away by the embassy personnel, leaving Kylie at my side. She was glowing, watching him walk away, smiling so big it looked like it hurt. She squeezed my waist, sending a literal shiver through me, a reminder of what was right in the world. 2 days later, we were in Charleston, sitting at a picnic table in a bar full of patrons who had no idea of the bad man, of the evil stalking them right this second, only protected by the thin shield the people at my table held on their behalf. With the sun warming my face, the entire trip seemed a universe away. If it weren't for the nasty taste of cinnamon in my mouth, it would be perfect. Knuckles stood up, shouting for another round, then sat back down. He said, I wonder what happened to all the bitcoins. Bitcoins? What the hell is that? Retro said, internet currency. We paid close to $25 million to the terrorists. It just disappeared. I remembered the weird computer printout from Seamus, realizing Nung had made a pretty damn good payday. I said, don't know anything about it. That's Washington shit. Retro mumbled something about tracking the coins. Then the conversation shifted. Brett, laughing at Knuckles for the stitches in his ass. Kylie leaned into my ear. I knew you would come for me. I knew it. Embarrassed, I said, anyone would have. I just had the ability. That's the hard part. Doing the shooting is easy. You should be thanking your uncle. The table noise faded to the background as I focused on her, wanting to give her my full attention, wanting to keep her engaged and talking. She said, No, they wouldn't. I thought about you every night. I thought about you coming. Not just anyone, you. I lost faith at the end and believed I was dead. But you came all the same. I didn't want to tell her I'd come for my daughter. Didn't want to do the introspection of whether I would have rescued her if the history of my world had been different. Not wanting to touch the slimy veneer that she was calling heroism. Surreptitiously listening in, Jennifer saw the emotion flit across my face and said, He couldn't do otherwise. Kylie smiled at me, a radiant adoration that made me uncomfortable. I stood up saying I had to use the bathroom, wanting to get away from the conversation. When I returned, I saw Jennifer leaning into Kylie's ear, a deep discussion going on, the two solving the problems of the world. Or so I thought. I interrupted the conversation just by sitting back down. I saw Kylie's face and knew I was in trouble. I just didn't know why. She lasered into me, like she was about to clear the air of a terrible injustice, and said, What did you tell Jennifer in the police van? Jennifer gasped, her eyes flying open, her expression mortified at Kylie's breach of trust. Knuckles saw the reaction, looking confused. I glared at Kylie, wanting to run back into the bathroom. She glanced at Jennifer, then back at me. She said, Did you mean it?
The end. You've been listening to No Fortunate Son by Brad Taylor,